LoveLore Library. Chapter 235. Danny pulled Pate to an empty table in the corner and asked, "You don't want to be a scholar anymore?" "Of course I want to. A scholar can ride a big horse given by the Lord and proudly walk in front of the people in the marketplace. This is the best thing I've ever experienced in my dreams. But I'm too stupid, and I haven't been able to make a chain link in 5 years. Pate said sadly. He was very realistic and knew his own limits. The class rigidity in this world was too serious, and there was almost no way for the people at the bottom to rise. A scholar was equivalent to a super low-level version of the imperial examination. A scholar could indeed be a level higher than ordinary people, but they were only one of the Lord's aides, and their treatment was hundreds of streets worse than that of a gencher. But to become a scholar of a noble family was far more difficult than becoming a gencher. Not to mention, which was more profound in academics, the gencher round was held every 3 years, and a group of people could always be selected each time. There were only 200 or 300 Westeros lords who were qualified to raise scholars, real counts and above, and scholars would work for a lifetime. What was even harsher was that scholars didn't pay attention to 30-years-old Ming Jing, 50-years-old gencher. Under normal circumstances, the Lord would choose a young and promising scholar to be a substitute before their old scholar died. Like Pate, even if he worked hard and finally became a true scholar at the age of 40, there was a 90% chance that no one would want him, and he would have to waste the rest of his life in the City of Knowledge, just like the countless grey-robed scholars in the City of Knowledge who had no employers. Not to mention the competition for scholars who were born as second sons of nobles, it was too fierce. Danny asked again, "How much money do you have now?" 9 silver deer, 40 copper star coins, 200 copper coins. It was a bit miserable. 1 gold royal was equal to 210 silver deer, 1 silver deer was equal to 7 bronze stars, and 1 bronze star was equal to 16 copper coins. Well, the currency of Westeros was very complicated. Just the copper coins were divided into copper star, copper wheat, half copper wheat, copper cent, and copper coins. There were 5 types in total, from high to low, and they were exchanged in binary. For example, 1 copper star equals 2 copper wheat. Do you think this was for easy change? No, very few people could change between currencies of different metals. The exchange ratio between different currencies was too complicated. Not to mention those illiterate farmers and mercenaries, even many peddlers couldn't do it. Without an abacus or a calculator, they often found the wrong money. Danny's personal experience was that she bought the same thing with a silver deer twice, but the amount of copper coins the shop owner brought back was not the same. Previously, Danny did not understand why the people of this world made the currency so complicated. After becoming the queen and receiving tens of millions of gold royals from Slave Bay, Danny gradually understood. In short, the distribution of wealth in society was extremely uneven. For example, the Westeros had a history of more than 10,000 years. Casterly Rock City had been mining gold for thousands of years. Based on Lannister's shrewdness, he would definitely get more in than out, thus accumulating an uncountable amount of gold. Everything else aside, Tywin had lent Robert at least 3 million gold royals, which was solid cash. The entire western region had a population of less than 1 million, so on average, a beggar in the port of Lannister would have at least 3 gold royals. But we all know how ridiculous the average GDP is. More than half of the people are actually dragging the country down. The gap between the rich and poor in Westeros was so big that it was almost, alas, it was difficult to compare, but look at the miserable young man Pater. His status was actually higher than 90% of the people in the country, but under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for Pater to save enough gold royals for himself in his lifetime. Even if he was lucky, his lower body would be smooth sailing, and there would be no disease or disaster. But according to his speed of saving money, by the time he had enough gold royals, Rosie would have already become his mother. It could be said that the highest grade of currency, gold royals, was almost meaningless to him. Gold royals were meaningless to ordinary people, but for the country's economy to develop normally, there must be a balanced currency system. Just like in the real world, there were currency denominations of 1, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. Did you see it? It was almost the same as the 5 types of copper currency in Westeros. It was almost in the form of binary. I'm afraid many people have never used 2 yuan, right? If there were only copper coins, most of the people could still calculate clearly. The amount was small, and the highest grade of copper star could only be exchanged for 16 copper coins. Adding and subtracting numbers within 10 digits, there was nothing wrong with the peddler's brain. But with silver coins, especially the terrifying gold royals, the terrifying astronomical number could almost make people who counted with their fingers collapse. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. If Danny used gold royals to buy 2 copper coins of sausages on the street, how would the peddler give the change? Count the copper coins. When you count the 23,518 copper coins, not to mention whether you can count it or not, the time you wait for the change is enough for Danny to finish 100 sausages, if she can eat it. You can only use mixed currency to give the change, and then it involves a complicated calculation process. Now, how many silver deers do I have? How many copper stars? How many? Damn it, if I can calculate the accurate answer quickly, I would have gone to the City of Learning to make a gold necklace, representing arithmetic. Why would I sell sausages on the street? That peddler would definitely think so. In fact, it was very simple to solve this complicated currency problem. Beat the rich and get rid of Lannister, Tai Jinku, Dragon Queen, and other rich people who crazily hoarded gold coins, so that gold coins could be used as a real currency. When there were more gold coins on the market, the exchange rate with silver coins would naturally decrease. According to the huge amount of gold reserves in this world, and the extremely small population, it was completely possible to create a simple and direct currency system like 1 gold royal equals 10 silver deers equals 100 copper coins. But it was still the same old saying, the gap between the rich and the poor in the world of ice and fire was too terrifying. If the nobles did not buy luxury goods, the economy and food crops in the territory would be enough for them to live a carefree life. In other words, the stingy lord only had income in his life, and no expenses. Even if he only saved 10 gold royals a year, in Westeros, if your family did not have a history of more than 1,000 years, you would be laughed at as a local rich man. The premise was that you had a lot of money. Like Littlefinger, who was poor and had a shallow background, the nobles would never laugh at him because they did not treat him as a companion at all. For example, if someone was splashed with a bottle of mineral water at a speech conference, Big Horse and Little Horse would definitely make fun of him in private. But if someone was pushed into the river, would Big Horse and Little Horse pay attention to him? Obviously not. Even if they laughed at him, it would only happen in the circle of people of the same status. Back to the main topic, small family with 1,000 years of history could save 10 gold royals a year, and even if the entire noble circle was included, the newly mined gold would not be enough for them. Therefore, the social classes below the nobles and big merchants had almost no gold royals to use. Gold royals were rare, and their value naturally increased. Normally, this was the time for the country to intervene. But the nobles were equal to the country, and the nobles owned all the gold royals. If the gold royals appreciated, the nobles would become rich, and if the nobles became rich, the country would become rich. Such a country would only work hard to promote the appreciation of the gold royals, and make the exchange rate of metal currencies more and more unbalanced. In the end, the common people were oppressed to the baseline of barely being able to eat and wear, only in summer. Even if the nobles were drunk, they would still be rich. With money, they would have power, and with power, they would be able to maintain their rule for 10,000 years. How unfettered. This was why Tywin could easily spend 1,000,000 gold royals to buy a sword, and why Pate could not keep his girlfriend's chastity after working hard all his life. Dany pondered and asked, if you eloped with Rosie, would you have the ability to support your own small family in the future? Pate said, I studied astronomy for the first 2 years of my life. I did not pass the doctor's examination, but I also know some basic stargazing and calculating the changes of the seasons. Maybe I can help the nobles manage the village. Dany nodded. In this world where the 4 seasons were unknown, with Pate's ability to distinguish the time of sowing, he was more than qualified to be the village chief. Pate continued, after failing, I realized that I was a little stupid, and it was a little difficult to become a bachelor, so I chose a more applicable subject. Well, I put more effort into Dr. Ambrose's lectures. 3 years later, I still did not get the silver chain. Silver represents medicine, but I know how to set bones, and how to use leeches to reduce fever. It's also not bad to be a wandering country doctor. Not bad, not bad. Dany nodded and praised. Although leeching blood was a bit of a joke, in this technologically backward world, leech therapy was one of the most mainstream branches of medicine. No matter what illness you had, you could let the leeches suck 2 mouthfuls, and maybe you would be fine. Anyway, there were no major side effects. Because of this, the leech industry in this world was very prosperous. Instead of working hard in the fields for a day, it was better to go to the river and catch a few fat leeches to make money. Well, the scholars bought an unlimited amount of leeches. Getting Dany's praise, the poor student Pate was also very excited. He continued, after failing the medical examination, I also took a hairdresser's course. Soon, I will be able to help people cut hair and shave. I can also support Rosie as a hairdresser in the city. Very good, very good. Dany appreciated this kid more and more. Although his studies were a bit bad, he was not stupid. He had mastered several skills to support his family. He could be a hairdresser in the city, he could wander around as a barefoot doctor, and he could also go back to his hometown to be a small village chief. It seemed that the city of knowledge was not completely useless. Dany thought for a moment, stared at his brown eyes, and said seriously, a gold royal and a copper coin are no different to me, but I will never pay for a whoremonger. If one morning, I hear that you eloped with Rosie, I will immediately help you pay for the colored gold that will satisfy Emma. Then, you and your little girlfriend will be completely free. How about it? Thank you, Miss Layla. I will seriously consider it. Pate said seriously. It was very easy to give him a gold royal now, and it was nothing to Dany. But if this guy was just hot for a moment, and after venting, he cooled down and decided to go back to being a promising scholar's apprentice, then, Dany would be disgusted to death. I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. The old knight appeared beside Dany like a ghost and sat in Pate's original position. Young people's passion comes and goes quickly. Before, it was just a fanatical ideal. Go back and think about it quietly for a night, and you may regret it. More importantly, he has many close friends in the city of knowledge, and the bonds of friendship are not so easy to cut off. Maybe. If there is a chance to do someone a small favor that can change their life, why not? Dany shrugged and asked, what do you think of the current situation of the 7 kingdoms? Chapter 236. I'm not sure. I don't understand the current situation. Renly, Robb, and Joffrey died one after another. Even Duke Tywin died in the latrine. Barristan furrowed his brows. I've never seen Westeros in such a chaotic state. Originally, Mace Tyrell led his troops to besiege Storm's End Keep. Just like 15 years ago, even without Stannis guarding it, he still couldn't take it down. Count Randolph Tully is a famous general. He is leading his own army to help King's Landing clean up the rebels in the Royal Domain and River Delta. 70% of River Bend's army was involved. Fortunately, Garland Tyrell brought half of his army back when he took Brightwater. Well, half of the army here wasn't half of River Bend's army outside. It was only half of House Tyrell's army. Simply put, Duke Mace led House Tyrell's army while Randolph Tully led House Tully's army. Perhaps there were other families' troops, like Roose Bolton's after Rob's division. Garland was only May's second son and not the heir of House Tyrell. If he wanted to inherit Brightwater, he could only rely on House Tyrell's army. Randolph had no obligation to help him. It's said that Stannis has left Dragonstone Island and disappeared with his pirate fleet. However, Dragonstone Island and Storm's End Keep are both strategic places where one man can hold back 10,000 men. It's hard to take them down in a short period of time. Blue Pavilion Island's fleet is besieging Dragonstone Island at Blackwater Bay and won't be able to return in a short period of time. River Bend, known as the home of knights, is actually somewhat lacking in troops. Lannister should be grateful to House Tyrell for sacrificing so much for King's Landing. However, after Tywin's death and Cersei's regent, she actually started to suppress House Tyrell's forces both openly and secretly. The old knight was puzzled and said, "The latest news is that Virgin Queen Margaery has been accused of adultery. The mastermind behind this is Cersei. It's because of a palace conflict." However, Grand Scholar Pycelle also admitted that he had made moon tea for Queen Margaery many times. The Virgin Queen who loves moon tea. How ironic. In modern society, in order to regulate the hormones in their bodies, even if they did not hold hands, they might take a small amount of contraceptive pills. However, the moon tea did not have any additional effects. Cersei might have slandered Little Rose, but Margaery was not someone to be trifled with. Her husband, Tommen, was only 9 years old. He might not be able to hold on much longer. Since his daughter has been locked up in the Great Cathedral, Duke Mace naturally has no intention of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. He's currently on his way back to the capital. The Wind's End Fortress. The old man sighed. That's why the lords of the Stormlands all ran to the old town to participate in the tournament. They don't want to take on the task of besieging the Wind's End Fortress. After all, Theon Beira has been their lord for 300 years. The King's Landing's court and palace infighting are intense. I don't know how it will end, and Stannis is missing. Sigh, it's so complicated. The old knight sighed. What's the situation in the north? I intend to send Blackie back to deliver a letter to Sir Jorah, Dany said. The north is also very. The White Knight's old face scrunched up. I didn't expect your prophecy to come true. Not only did Fry violate the tradition of the guest's rights, he even sewed the direwolf's head onto Robb Stark's neck. It's almost exactly the same as the prophecy. What's wrong with the Westeros? Do they still have justice, conscience, and honor? As the old knight spoke, 2 streams of tears flowed down his cheeks. He was unfamiliar with this untrustworthy and unjust country. I've only left for 2 years. How did it become so rotten? The old man thought bitterly. Where did that Jon Snow go? Half a year's time is enough for him to return to the Westeros, Dany asked. I'm not sure. Why don't I ask around at the docks in the afternoon? His ship is called Ginkgo, right? No, it's Ginkgo Maiden. After the two of them had lunch, Dany practiced her fire control in front of the fireplace. She would have to pretend to be a boss in a few days, and the shriveled ball of fire was not something she could bring out. The old knight put on his cloak and wandered around the city of learning, the hotel, the streets, the docks, and other places with practiced ease. At night, he brought good news to Dany, no, to Mormont, his family was not completely wiped out. In the blood wedding that took place in River Rapture City, Rob's side lost more than 4,000 elite cavalry, almost draining the blood of the people in the north. However, the Mormont family did not lose many people. The reason was a little awkward. Mormont's Bear Island was too poor, and there were few soldiers and few generals. Unlike the other counts who had a large group of knights and squires following them, Melji only brought her eldest daughter, Daisy, a female knight. She also had very few soldiers under her, 400 to 500 fishermen with harpoons. Melji was Cora's aunt. After Cora chose to be exiled, Old Mormont took over the position of the Count of Bear Island. Daisy is Count Melji's eldest daughter and also the heir of Bear Island. She plays the role of Ide's personal guard exactly the same as Cora did for Ide Stark back then. Stark trusted Stark very much, the old knight emphasized. Stark was also very loyal, and Stark trusted him very much, but what happened in the end? Dany smiled coldly. Old Stark wanted to cut down Mormont, and young Stark directly cut down Stark. All the people he killed were great loyal vassals. On the other hand, Bolton, who repeatedly rebelled against Stark, has always been living well. White Knight disagreed with Dany's mockery and said solemnly, Stark is not wrong. They all did it to prevent their honor from being tarnished. Dany did not refute. It was clear that the old knight, who had always valued honor above all else, was the same type of person as Ide and Rob. He had the same mindset. She asked, so, only 2 people from the Mormont family died? I remember that he had a total of 5 cousins, and there are still 4 left. No, Count Melji is not dead. At that time, Winterfell was attacked by the chameleon Theon. Do you know Theon Greyjoy? Balon's 3rd son, and now his only son. I know. 10 years ago, when Balon rebelled, Robert and I joined forces again and beat him until he knelt down and called him father. In that battle, Cora Mormont was knighted for his contributions, and then he met his little enemy, Linus. In that battle, Balon's eldest and 2nd sons died in battle, leaving only the 3rd son, Theon, who was adopted by Ide as his son. In essence, he was a hostage. Ide and Robert had also been adopted, but Theon was completely different from Ide to Jon Arryn and Ide to Jon Arryn. Duke Arryn truly treated his 2 adopted sons as his own, and gave them sincere and complete fatherly love. For them, old Arryn was willing to be Littlefinger's savior, and even raised an army to rebel against the king. Ide was an upright and good man, this was true. He also wanted to learn from his adoptive father and treat Theon as his own son. But reality did not allow this. Neither Theon nor Ide could do this. Ide had the possibility of killing his adopted son at any moment. As long as Balon rebelled again, he would immediately cut off Theon's head. Ide knew this, and similarly, the already 10-year-old Theon also knew this. Ide Stark was used to personally carrying out executions, using the clan's sword Ice to cut off the heads of the condemned prisoners. Every time he cut off a head, he would let Theon watch from the side. It wasn't that Ide was abnormal, Theon was also his attendant, and had to follow him, and learn from him at all times. That scene, one could completely imagine how great the shadow in Theon's heart was at that time. This created a deformed father-son relationship between the two. Ide had fatherly love for Theon, true love. And Theon, who had always lacked fatherly love on Tywin Island, also felt his adoptive father's feelings for him. On one hand, he was afraid of him, on the other hand, he loved him. He had always wanted to be like Robb and Jon, to become a true Stark. It was already good enough that Theon did not become abnormal. All his subsequent actions, all his tragedies, all stemmed from this. Tywin occupied Carlin Bay, so before the bloody wedding, Robb arranged for Countess Maegee to go to Neck Marsh to look for Greywater Watch. Greywater Watch. Neck Marsh is a large marsh that stretches for almost 1,000 miles. A group of short ancestors lived there. Their leader was the Lyde family, the vassals of the King of the North. Greywater Watch was built on a floating island in the marsh. It was the fortress of the Lyde family. Since ancient times, no enemy had ever found the island, because it was alive and always moving. The old knight explained. That means, the Mormont family only lost one heir. Yes, Countess Meiji must be in Greywater Watch right now. Taimin still occupies Carlin Bay, and Roose Bolton's army is trapped in Neck Marsh Road, often attacked by the marsh people. Your Majesty, I find that Rob is a bit like you. The old knight suddenly said strangely. No, we are not. Danny did not ask for the reason, only firmly denying it. You said I was like Liga before, and now you think I'm like Rob. Those two men who broke off their engagements ended so miserably, saying I'm like them, isn't that cursing me? The old knight said seriously, I've investigated the battles Rob experienced, the Battle of Babel Forest, the attack on the camp, the Battle of Oxford. His tactical thinking was unconstrained and unconventional, exactly the same as yours. On the battlefield, the experienced Duke Tywin was almost beaten into a pulp by him. And he was very good at using the dire wolf. For example, during the night attack, he first let the dire wolf sneak into the livestock camp, causing the warhorses and other livestock to be terrified, and then cause great chaos. He even let the wolf bite the city guard to death during the siege. Later, the old man found a map of all the Westeros, and slowly restored the battle situation for Dany. Dany also gradually realized that the young wolf master was indeed awesome, and in some ways, he was stronger than her, because she had the experience of countless ancestors in Huaxia, and had a dragon that was far more buggy than the dire wolf. But she also saw a fatal flaw in Robb. Robb only cares about fighting Lannister, and doesn't seem to pay much attention to Stannis, Highcourt, Dorne, or even his Aunt Lisa. He has a poor grasp of the overall situation, and lacks a brilliant politician by his side. She touched her chin and commented regretfully. In fact, Dany misunderstood. It was not that Robb did not pay attention, he was just mentally and physically exhausted by the series of events, and gave the task of uniting external forces to his mother Catelyn. There was no doubt that Catelyn was a qualified and great mother, but her political talent was the same as her husband Ide, which was almost zero. That night, Blackie took off from the mountain where he had stayed for a day. This time, he would not land midway, as Dany wanted to test the dragon's flight limit. The next morning, Dany brought the armor that had been reprocessed and moved out of the city with Barristan. Yes, she signed up for the tournament as a mysterious knight, and would be living in a big tent for the next few days. Chapter 237. It was not necessary to stay in a tent to participate in the tournament. In fact, Dany would go back to the city to sleep at night, but the ground outside the city was spacious, so she could practice her riding skills and martial arts. Although Dany had practiced spear competitions before, it was her first time participating in actual combat. She was prepared to practice with the old knight. There were 2 days before the competition officially began. She did not expect to improve her skills, but at least she could be more familiar with the atmosphere of the spear competition. Starting from the base of the city wall, along the Honeywine River for half a kilometer to the north, she could see hundreds of gorgeous blue, white, beige, yellow, and red tents. There was a fence around the camp, which belonged to the nobles. The knights wore shining armor, rode tall horses with gold and silver decorations, and held the family flag in their hands. They galloped around the camp shouting. In the area further away, there were scattered tents. There were no fences, no trenches, and no plans. They were scattered messily on the open space by the river. One of the tents made of green canvas belonged to Dany. She was not the only one who practiced riding and spear skills. Her armor was roasted in the bonfire, so it was dull and mottled. It was not eye-catching among a group of mercenaries. During the 2 days she practiced her spear skills, carpenters built a huge wooden grandstand and arena in the wheat-harvested field by the Rose Avenue. The main grandstand on both sides of the slender arena track was at least 15 meters high and had 5 floors. Of course, not all knights were qualified to participate in the competition in the main arena. The number of riders who came to participate in the tournament was small, only about 2,500 contestants. When Danny was surprised by the large number of contestants, the old knight told her that he had participated in at least 20 tournaments in his life, and the scale of this tournament was only below average. Danny was shocked. "You are only 64 years old, and you have participated in more than 20 tournaments. How frequent is that?" If we really count, just in the 14 years of King Robert's reign, there have been more than 20 martial arts tournaments. But as a Kingsguard, I have to protect the king, especially King Aerys. He is different from Robert and does not like to watch the tournament. The people of the 7 kingdoms like the tournament so much. Danny was a little surprised. Other than the tournament, what else can the nobles do? Barristan said disapprovingly. "Last time, when I became Prime Minister, he held a Prime Minister's tournament. 4 months ago, on the naming day of Prince Joffrey's 12th birthday, King Robert had just held a tournament. In King's Landing alone, it was held twice a year. If other lords have extra money and want to celebrate their children's birthdays, they can also hold a tournament. In fact, King's Landing held 3 tournaments that year: Joffrey's naming day, the Prime Minister's inauguration, and Joffrey's own coronation." "How many times have you won the martial arts tournament?" Danny asked again. 5 or 6 times. Other than strength and skill, luck is also very important. On the 3rd day after Danny came to the old town, Dahe flew for 2 nights and 1 day in a gliding mode at 200 km per hour, covering nearly 8,000 kilometers and returning to Astapor. In the form of a dragon spirit, Dahe used its claws to write about 1,000 words on the ground, roughly describing Danny's actions in the past week, ignoring the part about Linny's. It also told Yora a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news was that the Mormont family did not suffer much in the bloody wedding, but the bad news: "Your father, Commander Jiro, died outside the Great Wall. The Night Watchers violated the guests' rights and killed Ghost Father Caste who served them. Old Mormont was killed by his sworn brother in the process of stopping them. The Night Watchers swore to give up their previous identity and status, and only recognize them as brothers for the rest of their lives. It had to be said that when a kingdom was about to fall, there would definitely be demons. Other than the great demons that could be seen with the naked eye like the deviant ghosts, the demons of human nature were even more terrifying. Mormont could not help but wail when he heard about his father's tragic death. He cried and confessed, "I'm sorry, Father, I've disgraced the honor of the Mormont family." Danny looked at him crying with Dahe's eyes and felt sad. No matter which world it was a very sad thing for a child to want to take care of his parents but not to wait for him. She even had the urge to let Dahe carry him home to attend the funeral, but on second thought, old Mormont died in Cast Castle. That place was most likely occupied by the deviant ghosts, and Father Yora was most likely a corpse ghost. How could they attend the funeral? Just as she was thinking, Danny noticed something else. The sky was dark in Astapor, and it was noon in the old town. Therefore, she decided to take this opportunity to calculate the distance represented by the time difference every hour, and also estimate the diameter of the planet. But just as she finished calculating, she thought awkwardly, the old town is not the same dimension as Astapor, it might not even be on the equator, this error is a bit big. It would be great if I could perfectly understand the magnetic field coordinates in Dahe census, but it's a pity that it's more difficult to understand than magic. Just as this thought came to her mind, Danny's heart skipped a beat, and suddenly an exciting thought came to her: magic, can I teach Dahe black magic? For the first time, she entered Dahei's sea of consciousness in the form of a dragon spirit, dismantled the meditation runes one by one, and taught Dahei step by step so that it could learn. Although Dahei did not understand what she meant, it obediently learned. As a result, it could not even condense the most basic runes in the sea of consciousness. Why are you so stupid? After teaching for more than an hour, Dahei could not even condense the first rune. Danny, who had always been very patient with the 4 dragons, could not help but lose her temper at the excellent student. Dahei sent a thought, I feel wronged, I did what you said, but it just did not succeed. Could it be that IQ is also a threshold for learning magic? Danny pondered. There was no doubt that the dragons in this world were very smart, but their intelligence was relative to other mentally retarded animals. Compared to humans, the Megalosaurus' intelligence was like that of a child. When it was just born, under the guidance of Danny, Dahei's intelligence improved very quickly, far surpassing that of its 2 brothers. But a year later, no matter how much spiritual power Danny gave it, it encountered a bottleneck, and the speed of its intelligence improvement was extremely slow, almost stagnant. There were many conditions to obtain the inheritance of a great wizard, such as being born in a family with 14 fire peaks, the talent of the dragon spirit, and maybe wisdom was one of them. It was reasonable for a fool to be a knight, and a smart person to be a wizard. Dahei was too stupid to become a magic dragon. No, there is another way. Danny was about to give up the idea of teaching Dahei magic, ended the dragon spirit, and went out of the tent to practice riding, and suddenly thought of something. Her dragon spirit had 2 states. When a human entered the spirit ocean of the dragon, it transmitted its own instructions and received the sensory information of the Megalosaurus. When the dragon entered the human spirit ocean, it was alert of the danger around it, and at the same time, it could receive the human sensory information. If I let Dahei's spiritual power enter my spirit ocean, or even my meditation vortex, what will happen? For some reason, when Danny entered Dahei's spirit ocean, she would not bring her meditation vortex with her. But when Dahei entered her spirit ocean, her meditation vortex was unreservedly shown to Dahei. After hesitating for a moment, Danny let Dahei enter the vortex. In the spiritual space, the meditation rune materialized into a huge 9-colored vortex that penetrated the sky and the earth, and Dahei's spiritual power materialized into a huge black dragon that was 100 meters long. The moment the black dragon approached the edge of the vortex, Danny's mind suddenly shook, and the vortex spun faster and faster, almost turning into a white ball of light, like a ball of yarn wrapped by white light. From the moment the wings touched the vortex, Dahei's body was crushed little by little, turned into wisps of black smoke, and merged into the white ball of light. Hiss! There was no pain in the cry, only confusion and panic, and he struggled to get out of the vortex. But Danny was quick-witted and immediately stopped him. Don't be afraid, Dahei, our souls are merged, the ball of light will never hurt you. Hearing Danny's words, Dahei immediately calmed down, no longer struggling, and even cooperated with her to get closer to the ball of light. In a few moments, Dahei's body completely disappeared, and the white ball of light was also dyed light gray. But Danny suddenly became excited, because she felt Dahei's aura in the gray ball. As the wizard power was gradually consumed, the gray ball of light became bright white again in a few minutes. Slowly, the ball of light's rotation slowed down, and the white light returned to the 9-colored vortex. Pop! Like blowing bubbles, the vortex suddenly expanded and shrank, and another illusory 9-colored ball of light flew out from the big vortex. Another 9-colored vortex. Oh my God, it can be like this. Perfect replication. Danny was stunned. That illusory 9-colored vortex was obviously constructed by Dahei's spiritual power, and its rune structure and operation mode were exactly the same as hers. Without hesitation, she immediately changed into her dragon spirit state, and sent a trace of her spiritual power into Dahei's spirit sea together with the illusory vortex. Buzz buzz buzz. The magma-red soul space was vibrating, and countless blood-colored threads flew in from all directions, entering the nine-colored vortex that was like the eye of a storm. Visible to the naked eye, the illusory nine-colored whirlpool began to solidify, and even began to expand. Finally, it stretched across the soul space that resembled a pool of magma, connecting the heavens and the earth. The dark red space began to become resplendent and colorful. So big. Looking at the nine-colored vortex that was like an upside-down mountain, Danny was shocked. This was Dahei's magical power. Like Danny, who did not receive the inheritance of the great wizard, Dahei had wizard power in its body, but it was all scattered in its blood and spirit sea, and the growth was slow, the utilization rate was low, and the efficiency was low. According to the comparison of Danny's wizard power before and after learning the meditation technique, Dahei's power had increased by at least 5 times with this meditation technique vortex. Moreover, the meditation technique was actively absorbing the mysterious high-energy energy in the universe, and the level of its magical power was also increasing. Dahei was going to become a demon. Squeak! Dahei also noticed its own changes, and roared excitedly at the sky. Squeak! Little Green, who was sleeping on the stone wall, was awakened, and roared back unhappily. TSK TSK. Dahei stared, and a strange light flashed in its blood-colored vertical pupils. Boom! It stuck out its neck, and 2 bright red fire snakes that were 4 to 5 meters long came out of its nostrils. Squeak! Little Green was so scared that it turned over, and half of its body rolled down the stone steps. Ah! Yora Mormont woke up from his mournful thoughts, and quickly got up and shouted, "Don't fight, don't fight." Squeak! Little Gold, who was originally hiding in the corner, blinked its golden eyes, and shrank further inside. "Oh, Dahei, I haven't seen you for a few days, and your nose can shoot fire now." Yora reacted, and exclaimed. Chapter 238. Under the morning sun, the top of the 5-story wooden platform was imprinted with a layer of warm red light. The flag of the White Tower and the flag of the Golden Rose on a green background stood side by side, fluttering happily in the warm morning breeze. The elegant Sir Baylor Hyder left his seat and came to the railing of the platform. He smiled and gestured with his hands. When the audience and riders below quieted down, he announced loudly, "In the name of my father, the old man of the old town, Leighton Hyder, the Honey Wine River tournament officially begins." Wow! The audience, whether they were standing at the side of the arena or sitting on the wooden platform, all stood up and applauded. Bang 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 bang. In the middle of the 2 wooden stands, the contestants crowded together also hit their shields on horseback. Danny, who was at the side, actually did not hear anything. She only saw the others howling and hitting their shields with their swords. She also took down the oak shield hanging on her saddle, placed it in front of her, and hit it with her iron gloves. "What are they doing?" she asked the old knight beside her. The White Knight did not sign up for the tournament, but as the mysterious knight's attendant, he had to stay by Danny's side at all times. If Danny was alone, it would be difficult for her to even get up and down the horse. After all, the shields and spears used in the spear tournament were not small. Someone had to hand them to the contestants. Also, if an accident happened and they were knocked off their horses, an attendant would have to help remove their armor and rescue them. That is Sir Hyder, known as Laughing Baylor. As the heir of the old town, he is hosting the tournament on behalf of his father. Without a doubt, the name of the eldest son of the Earl's family came from the blessed Baylor. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, this was almost an act of suicide. Not to mention having the same name as the Emperor, even the words in the Emperor's name could not be repeated. But in this other world, giving a child the same name as the Lord became a means to curry favor with the king. Even if one did not want to curry favor with the king, using the name of the great king was also a blessing for one's child. For example, the male lead in Game of Thrones, Jon Snow, was named after Ed Stark's foster father, Jon Arryn. Jon Arryn's son, Theon Arryn, came from Robert Byra. As a matter of fact, let alone Baelor, the old man of Old Town, Count Rayden, had a daughter named Dany. Why didn't his father show up? Dany asked again. In recent years, Lord Laedon and his eldest daughter, Maroya, have been staying in the Towering Tower to study magic. Study magic? How many years has it been? Could it be that because of what happened to his youngest daughter, Linus, he felt too ashamed to meet people and found an excuse to hide at home and not go out? Dany suspected. No, not long after Lady Linus married Mormont, he began to shut himself in and studied the mysterious scrolls from Osha and Valeglia on the top floor of the Towering Tower. The old knight shook his head. So early. The magic wave hadn't even come back then. It was still the end of the magic era. Dany became more suspicious. No one knows a daughter better than a father. He must know his youngest daughter's temperament very well. The economic situation of Bear Island is no secret either. He probably knew that the couple wouldn't have a good ending, so he hid in advance. Although this made sense, the old knight still wanted to refute it. Count Lydon's eldest daughter, crazy woman Maroya, has never married in her entire life and studied magic in the Towering Tower. What do you mean? Maybe there was a breakthrough in her research and the Count's attention was drawn to it. You said it yourself. Miss Hathar is nicknamed Crazy Woman. Crazy Woman. Dany suddenly paused. She thought of Marvin. In the past 2 days, she had asked around about Marvin. As one of the few professors in the City of Knowledge, it was easy to find out about him. In his early years, Marvin had studied magic and occultism. After obtaining the Valeglia steel chain, he had gone to the distant east to study abroad for 8 years. He had drawn maps, searched for lost books, visited wizards and shadow binders, and even learned the meditation techniques of the moon singers. But when he returned to the old town, the scholars laughed at him. There was even a professor nicknamed Vinegar, who gave him a humiliating nickname, Magician Marvin. In the City of Knowledge, which denied magic and advocated science, being called a magician was an insult. It was like a master of physics who had won the Nobel Prize, but his colleagues called him a metaphysician. Maybe crazy woman Maroya was also one of those people who had been slandered and misunderstood. So, the magic material she had studied for decades might be real. The Towering Tower seems to be a tower too. There's almost no defense on the top floor, she said to the old knight tentatively. The old knight's face twisted as he struggled to squeeze out a sentence. The City of Knowledge that records the history of the 7 kingdoms is right next to us. If we really do it, we'll definitely go down in history in infamy. Whoa, 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 whoa. Just as Dany was about to say, I rule the spring and autumn, and we're all saints, the crowd in front of her suddenly burst into cheers that were louder and more passionate than before. What's going on? She stood on the saddle and tried to look ahead. She didn't know when, but there was a curly-haired girl around 12 or 13 years old next to Laughter, Baelor. She was a little far away, so she couldn't see her face clearly. She was wearing a pure white dress embroidered with golden lace, and her long brown hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Baelor was smiling as she placed a golden rose wreath on her head. Lelia, Lelia, Lelia. Someone in the crowd shouted, and then the others followed suit. The scene was like a pot of hot pot soup heated by a 3,000-watt induction cooker. White Knight sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, 7 gods above, the crown of love and beauty. That little girl named Lelia is Baelor's daughter. Yes, Laughter Baelor is about the same age as Prince Liga. His daughter should be about the same age. She's probably going to have her first period and can get married. Maybe Sir Baylor wants to pick a husband for her. After putting the wreath on her daughter, Laughter Baylor waved her arms and said something. Immediately, 4 knights in gorgeous armor stepped out of the crowd and knelt down on one knee below Lelia. She was probably swearing that she would protect her crown and fight for her honor. Baylor also knelt beside her daughter, kissed the back of her hand, and vowed to protect her daughter's crown. Seeing this scene, the crowd below cheered even louder. Although the martial arts tournament was often held, the Queen of Love and Beauty was not always there. Most of the matches were one-on-one turn-based. The loser would be eliminated, and the winner would advance to the next round. The winner of the last round would be declared the champion. There was also a competition mode. The organizer of the tournament would let his daughter be the Queen of Love and Beauty. 5 powerful guardian knights would swear to fight for her honor. After the elimination round, the other winners could challenge one of them. If the guardian knights could also advance, they could take their place after winning. The final winner could choose the original woman to be the queen, or they could choose another. For example, in the Prime Minister's tournament held at the beginning of the story, there was no Queen of Love and Beauty. Well, although the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a bouquet of roses after one of his victories, Sansa was not the Queen of Love and Beauty that year. Loras himself was not the Queen of Love and Beauty. Every time he won, he would give a beauty a flower. First, the organizer, King Robert, did not elect a Queen of Love and Beauty at all. He did have a daughter, but Princess Marcella was too young to marry. The main purpose of the tournament was to welcome good friends, not to show off his daughter. Secondly, the Knight of Flowers gave Sansa a rose, not a crown. At the time, he had only won one of the matches, and the finals had not even begun. In the end, only the champion had the right to choose the Queen of Love and Beauty. The champion of that year was the Hound. Of course, it could also be said that Sansa was the Queen of Love and Beauty without a crown, because the Hound only expressed his masculine urges to her. Sigh, the Hyder family is really full of talents. Lelia's crown will most likely be kept. Her 5 guardian knights, her father, 2 uncles, and 2 cousins are all powerful true knights. Normal lords would never dare to hold a Queen's Crown tournament. It would be too embarrassing if the 5 guardians were all defeated before the finals, the White Knight said with a complicated expression. After the 5 guardian knights were chosen, Dany and the rest of the contestants in the arena began to disperse. This was the main arena. During the auditions, only famous noble knights had the right to show their might in front of others. Wild knights, hired riders, and mysterious knights like Dany had to go to the desolate arena nearby to fight. With 2,500 contestants, the first round alone would take more than 1,000 battles, and each battle would take at least half an hour. So, along the banks of the Honeywine River, there were 100 arenas. Dany received the arena number 87. After walking north for more than a mile, she saw an arena that was less than 20 meters wide. The arena was paved with soft yellow soil, sprinkled with water, and drawn with lime powder 200-meter-long lines. The lines were 10 meters apart, and in the middle was a wooden fence that was 1.5 meters tall. The riders would charge at each other through the fence. Beyond the lines were the audience seats. The arena was 100 meters long and 5 meters wide. There was not even a guardrail, let alone a wooden seat. Were the organizers not afraid that the warhorses would charge out of the arena and kill the audience? Sigh, they were not afraid, because other than the contestants, their knight attendants, friends, and family, there was no audience at all. Dany and Barristan found themselves in such a desolate patch of yellow mud. Looking around, they could see through 30 or 40 arenas that were lined up next to each other. The land on the riverbank was so flat that there was not even a high hill. They could see the bottom at a glance. The first round of the competition has begun. The MC, whose leather armor was printed with a huge white tower pattern, stood in the middle of the arena and shouted, "Shit shell, Jimmy, shit shell, Jimmy, are you here?" I'm here, I'm here." A sallow-faced man wearing a gray, worn-out iron armor hurriedly pressed the rusty iron helmet on his head, crying out, "Ouch, ouch." Half of his head was stuffed in, and the parts below his nose were stuck outside. The middle-aged rider cried, "No, my nose is stuck. Brew, come and help me. Bleeding." The bearded man next to him exclaimed, "The nut is rusty and falling off, the helmet is crooked, and the nose is cut by it. Profiteer, profiteer, damn profiteer, I spent 80 copper coins." Shitshell Jimmy bared his yellow front teeth and, with blood dripping from his upper lip, cursed the Blacksmith Street vendor who had sold him the helmet. "Hey, Shitshell Jimmy, can you still do it?" The MC couldn't wait any longer and shouted. "Get me a pair of pliers," the bearded man called out. The MC shook his head. "We're not responsible for that. Jimmy, you can leave." Sigh, what bad luck. I wanted to show off my skills and maybe become the champion and put a garland on Miss Lilia's head. Jimmy mumbled and waved his hand as his companion led the horse away. Looking at the list on the parchment, the MC continued shouting, "Mystery Night, Batman." Chapter 239. The Mysterious Night, Batman, is he here? Danny immediately rode forward and deliberately made her voice low and hoarse. "Batman is here. You've advanced." "What?" "Congratulations on eliminating Dunk Shell Jimmy. You've advanced. You don't have a match this morning. Report to arena number 44 in the afternoon. Remember not to be late," the MC said. Danny was stupefied. After a while, she rode away under the constant urging of the MC. "Let's go," the old knight said. "I want to watch more. Pay attention to the contestants nearby." The old knight pointed at the armored knights who were ready to go. Many of their armors are either old and rusty or assembled with second-hand parts. Knights who can't even afford armor are obviously skilled in battle tactics. If you really want to watch the match, it's better to go back to the main venue. Danny looked around and sighed. She silently followed the old knight and left the arena. He was right. There were no peerless swordsmen like Hoodlum and Fu Hongxue in this world. Relying on a broken iron ruler, without any martial arts manuals, and only practicing the two simple moves of stabbing and drawing the sword, one could become a top master in the world. This was a common story in martial arts novels. But in this world where physique, strength, skills, equestrian skills, warhorses, and armor were all important, such stories would never happen. Great knights could only be born in wealthy families where they did not have to worry about food or clothing and had martial arts masters to teach them since they were young. The horse walked steadily on the yellow dirt road. From time to time, the sound of spears and shields colliding and the cheers and cries of knights could be heard from the arena. Danny looked at the match and asked the knight next to her in a muffled voice, "Has there ever been a legendary knight among the poor?" The white knight thought for a moment and said, "In the last 100 years, half." Danny turned around and said in surprise, "Half? Do you know the name of Prince Fran? Duncan Targaryen?" Yes, the prince was also called a short Duncan. But he was not short. He was a handsome man who was 1.8 meters tall. So, there must have been a legendary tall Duncan, a great knight of commoner origin. Danny said thoughtfully. "Yes, my lady, you're so smart." Looking at Danny with admiration, the white knight continued, "Sir Duncan is a king's guard from the previous generation. He is more than 2 meters tall. When he was young, Aegon V even changed his name to Aego and worked as an attendant for the mercenary knight Duncan for a period of time. Aegon V was Dany Rice's great-grandfather, and the first man who broke off the engagement, Prince Duncan, was his eldest son. Using the name of a mercenary white knight to name the crown prince, how much does that Aegon V worship his own iron guards? However, although Sir Duncan came from the slums of King's Landing, he was adopted by Sir Alan since he was 5 years old and received a good knight's education. He is not really a commoner. Unlike the arena for mercenary knights, the main arena was filled with fluttering banners and loud voices. The contestants were wearing bright and shiny armor, like the heroes described in thousands of ballads, each more heroic than the last. The sound of the warhorses' hooves rumbled, trampling the ground of the arena into a dilapidated muddy ground. The wooden stage was filled with spectators, wearing gorgeous dresses, reservedly and passionately cheering for every victor and sighing for every knight who fell off the horse. Especially the noble ladies and young ladies sitting in the front row. Every time a knight waved to the audience on both sides, they would blush, cover their mouths with fans sprayed with perfume, and scream like crazy. It was as if they imagined all the knights as their own guardian knights. They might also think that since there were so many people shouting, no one could be sure that they were shouting, and no one could see their bloody mouths open like a hippopotamus. Woo woo woo. When Dany came over, she happened to hear the sound of the horn. When the audience in the arena quieted down from the discussion of the previous battle, the horn ended, and the MC shouted, "Lady Lelia's guardian knight, Count Garland Tyrell of Brightwater City." The Count rode a black horse into the arena with a straight back. He was wearing a gorgeous silver armor, which was polished to a dazzling silver. A pair of green vines and 2 clusters of golden roses were inlaid on his chest. Dany and the other spectators were shocked to find that the bull-sized golden flowers were mostly pieced together by countless golden crystals. Hiss! Thousands of throats gasped at the same time. The mysterious knight from Brightwater City, the old gardener. The MC continued to announce. A smoky gray armor covered with a lapis lazuli cloak. The cloak and his fox-shaped helmet were the only decorations on his body. However, when the mysterious knight appeared, the jubilant atmosphere suddenly froze, as if an awkward person that everyone knew had entered the lively banquet. Even the noble ladies stopped cheering. Who is this person? It seems like everyone knows him, Dany said, puzzled. A blue cloak, a fox helmet, from Brightwater City, and calls himself the son of the gardener. He must be a Florin. According to the information we gathered, he is most likely Sir Aelken, who came to ask Hyder for help, the old knight said with certainty. Just as the two of them were talking, the 2 knights in the arena had already charged over. Boom! The mysterious knight's long wooden spear hit Count Garland's wooden shield hard, and the spear shattered. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. Dany could clearly see the outer layer of the shield caved in, and then the white wood splinters flew in all directions like bullets, bringing about a fine muffled sound on the armor of the 2 knights. Wow! Thousands of mouths gasped in unison. Good! The old knight commented loudly. Steady, accurate, ruthless, and skillful. The spear shattered, but the rider was not injured at all. Count Garland also blocked very steadily. After blocking such a powerful blow, the warhorse's movement did not change. It seems that all the force was released and did not affect the mount. While the fox helmet was swapping for the spear, the old knight said, during the War of the 4 Kings, Florin originally followed Tyrell and joined Renly. After Renly's death, Tyrion withdrew, but Lord Alistair Florin turned to Stannis for the sake of his brother and niece. Stannis's wife was from the Florin family. After that, Tyrell and Lannister formed an alliance. Stannis lost, and Florin of Brightwater City was in an awkward position. Duke Tywin stripped the Florin family of all their lands and titles, and gave Brightwater City to Sir Garland Tyrell as a reward for his heroic performance in the Battle of the Blackwater River. In order to win back Brightwater City, Count Alistair intended to represent Dragonstone Island and negotiate with the King's Landing, but Stannis directly sacrificed him to the King of Light. The heir of Brightwater City, Alistair's son, Sir Aelken, fled to Old Town to seek the protection of the Hyder family. I didn't expect him to participate in the tournament, and to meet Count Garland so dramatically. What's the relationship between Sir Aelken and the old man of Old Town? Dany asked. Aleken's sister is Count Lydon's wife. This. Dany was a little confused. Garland Tyrell's mother is Count Lydon's daughter, right? Is this an internal strife? No, Count Lydon has already lost 3 wives, and the current Lady Florin is the 4th. The children of the 4 wives are not the same. Linnes and Henfully have the same father and mother, but Henfully and Smiling Baylor have the same father but different mothers. So complicated. If I were the old man of Old Town, I would definitely hide in the towering tower and not come out. Dany's mouth twitched. The two chatted as they watched the mysterious knight and Count Garland clash. In the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rounds, both of them blocked each other's spear, but the wooden spear did not shatter. Based on the current score, Count Garland will probably lose. The old knight said. Not necessarily. In this tournament, the organizer, Sir Garland, stipulated that there were 5 rounds in the spear duel. Directly knocking the opponent off his horse did not happen every time. Therefore, the winner had to be decided based on the score after the 5 rounds. The place where the spear hit, the smoothness of the movement, the ability to control the horse, whether the horse slowed down or twisted during the collision, whether the movement of the spear was standard. These were all points to be scored. In the previous 4 rounds, the mysterious knight's attack was ferocious. Count Garland's abdomen was grazed and lost a lot of points. In the next 5 rounds, Dany, like the thousands of spectators, held her breath and stared at the 2 knights who were slowly accelerating in the field. Under the sun, the sound of the horses' hooves rumbled. The knight leaned forward, the shield in his left hand in front of his chest, the spear in his right hand extended. The horse was galloping at its highest speed, but the spearheads of the 2 knights were still stable, not good. At the moment before the collision, perhaps due to the impact of the sun, the mysterious knight's eyes were dazzled. His right hand trembled, and the tip of the spear was slightly tilted. Bang crash, Garland's spear hit the chest of the mysterious knight, knocking him to the back of his horse. But almost at the same time, the old gardener's spear went past Garland's shield and pierced towards his face. Fortunately, Count Garland had quick reflexes. He raised his neck abruptly, and the wooden spear scraped against his throat armor, producing a teeth-numbing sound. In the end, it hit the bottom of his helmet, sending the shining silver helmet flying. A bloody mark appeared on the Count's chin and ear. Fresh blood flowed out. "Ah!" The spectators gasped. The young girls covered their mouths, almost crying. "Woo-woo!" The horn sounded, and Garland Hyder rushed into the field, shouting for the scholars to come and save the 2 knights. Actually, the injuries of the 2 knights were not serious. Garland's face was scratched, and his face was covered in blood. It looked scary, but it was only a flesh wound. The mysterious knight, on the other hand, had thick armor. He was completely fine after being stabbed by the wooden spear. After 7 or 8 minutes, the 2 knights left the field. The MC stood up and shouted, "The mysterious knight has fouled. Count Garland Tyrell wins. That guy did it on purpose. He wanted to kill Garland," Barristan said with a serious face. "Yeah." Dany nodded in agreement. In a spear fight, it was against the rules to attack the opponent above the neck except when the wooden spear fragments accidentally hit the head. The old gardener was familiar with the first few rounds, and he was very experienced. He did not look like someone who would make such a low-level mistake. The old knight said with a serious face, "Brightwater City is still under the control of the Florin family. Garland led half of the Tyrell family's army back to the High Court to take Brightwater City. However, there was an accident midway. Taimin actually took over the Shield Islands, broke into the Monde River, and threatened the foundation of the Tyrell family, the High Court. The Seven Kingdoms have already destroyed the Northern Territory, Hejin, the Western Territory, and the Royal Territory. The Stormlands are still besieging the Wind's End Fortress, and River Bend is also under attack. What happened to the Westeros?" The old man sighed sorrowfully. Report. Suddenly, a fast horse galloped down Rose Avenue. The rider waved a scroll of parchment and shouted, the latest news from the City of Knowledge. Balon is dead. Balon fell off the bridge and died 4 days ago. The king of Taimin is dead. The old town is safe." Really? The people in the arena were in an uproar. They did not even look at the tournament and ran towards the rider. The City of Knowledge has received the latest news. King Balon fell off the bridge and died. His younger brother, Yuluin, intends to take the position of Sea Stone. Taimin Island is in turmoil. The old town's crisis has been resolved. The rider squeezed through the crowd and arrived below the rostrum. He reported to Baylor and the other nobles in a loud voice. Good. Mary Baylor laughed so hard that his mouth cracked open. He put aside the dirty business between his two relatives and just kept cheering. Good my ass, River Bend is in danger. Danny's expression changed drastically. Chapter 240. The residents of Old Town, the nobles of River Bend, and the riders were overjoyed. The most prestigious, most ambitious, and most feared King Balon of Taimin was dead. Taimin Island was in a state of disunity. His only son, Theon, had been skinned alive. Asha, a woman, could not inherit the throne. His good-for-nothing brother, Yuluin, had actually started the ancient and cruel King's Selection Assembly. The nobles of Taimin Bay were eager to make a move. They all had the idea of getting their hands on Seastone's position. In short, Taimin was finished. Old Town was safe. We can happily participate in the tournament. Because of this good news, laughter, Baylor waved his hand and directly raised the reward of the champion from 8,000 gold royals to 20,000 gold royals. Even the second place was given 10,000 gold royals. The knights at the scene were in an uproar. People sang and danced. The banquet was held, and the music did not stop. Danny was puzzled. It's only been 4 months. How did Yuluin complete the second exploration of Valeglia Island in such a short time and cross thousands of miles of sea to return to Taimin Bay? The old knight was also very puzzled. I thought he was still floating on the summer sea. But he can't affect the overall situation. Now that King Balon is dead, the internal strife alone will consume most of Timin's power. River Bend is finally safe. Danny looked at him in surprise. No way. Others may not know, but you don't know Yuluin's ruthlessness. The old knight shook his head and sighed. Ruthlessness does not mean prestige. He left Taimin Bay for almost 3 years. Who still remembers him? And Yuluin is not the only male of the Greyjoy family. No one will obey him. Otherwise, he would not have called for the King's Selection Assembly. What's the King's Selection Assembly about? Danny asked. Gather all the captains of the Iron Islands to vote for the new Iron King. A very advanced system. Danny was even more puzzled. Alas, men can play with the most advanced systems more barbaric than the Dothraki. There was someone who ambushed the archers during the king's selection assembly and massacred all the candidates. There was someone who, after being elected as the Iron King, immediately exterminated the previous king's family. There was. Danny was startled and said, according to Yuluin's character, would he do something he wasn't sure of? Maybe he was the one who killed Balan, and then he will become the real Iron King through the king selection. Even so, it will take half a year to a year for River Bend's main forces and Clear Pavilion Island's fleet to return from King's Landing. At that time, with River Bend's absolute strength, whether Tai Min is united under Yuluen or not is no longer important. The two of them didn't reach a consensus about Yuluen. After lunch, the mysterious knight, Batman, officially appeared in arena number 44 in the afternoon. In just a moment, Danny fiercely stabbed. Pang! The spear broke the opponent's left arm that was holding the shield. The guy howled and fell from the horse. The mysterious knight Batman advanced to the next round. Then the two of them ran to the main arena to watch. After watching for a while, Danny suddenly realized something. There were many contestants in the main arena, and they hadn't finished a round yet. In other words, wild knights like Danny had already been eliminated in 2 rounds, a total of 3/4 of the contestants. The contestants in the noble area hadn't finished the first round, so the elimination rate was less than half. There was a huge difference in the elimination rate between the 2 arenas. I was still too naive. I thought that the nobles would lower the promotion rate if they got attention. I didn't expect them to be so shameless, Danny said angrily. She had thought that if the nobles killed each other in the arena, the free riders would make up the majority of the remaining winners. Everyone is like this. The mercenary knights also know this. The old knight had a disapproving look. If the nobles didn't have any preferential treatment, why would everyone fight to be a noble? Reality was crueler than Danny had imagined. The next day, she participated in another round in the morning and another in the afternoon. So far, after 4 rounds of elimination, only 1/16 of the over 2,200 wild knights were left. There were about 140 riders left. At this time, more than 300 noble riders hadn't finished the first round of competition. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Danny advanced to the 5th round and there were only 70 wild knights left, the noble contestants finally finished the first round of competition. There were 150 contestants left. All the contestants rested for half a day. From the 4th day onwards, 220 knights would be mixed and they would compete together in the main arena. Danny could finally show her power in front of an audience. At the same time, she could also move her tent into the main camp. From the afternoon onwards, the camp was in a carnival. Fat roasted cattle were slowly turning over the fire, dripping oil and hissing. The air was filled with the fragrance of garlic and pepper. The handsome bard played the harp and sang in front of the crowd. The singing and dancing troupe set up a stage and performed operas related to knights, such as The Dance of the Blood Dragon, Jenny of the City of Barren Stone and the Prince of Dragonflay, The Fool Florian and Joan, The Dragon Knight and Queen Naisi. There were also knights holding a banquet in their tents. Young attendants ran around under their orders, carrying beer barrels and empty plates out of the tents. There were also cooks who worked together to carry a long string of fragrant roasted chicken and golden roasted lamb. A few women in thin colorful clothes were led into the tents by attendants while laughing at each other. Almost every tent had one or several shields displayed outside. There were the family emblems of the nobles who lived there. There was the trapezoidal white tower of the old town, the golden rose of Tyrell, the grape cluster of the Redwind family, the wheat ears of the Harvest Hall, the horned bull skull of Black Crown City, the Holy Grail and Black Rose of the Three Towers Castle, the black and orange butterflies of Highland City. Of course, someone had also erected 3 long spears and a shield outside the tent. There was a black bat drawn on it. The old knight was very confused and dissatisfied with the design, so he purposely drew it a little like Big Black. Is Batman Knight inside? After lunch, Danny entered the dragon spirit state and closed her eyes to meditate with Big Black. Suddenly, there was a call from an attendant outside the tent. Yes, Big Black had returned to the Westeros for 2 days. The others only knew that Danny could control the black dragon, but they did not know the details of the dragon spirit. Cora wrote a letter and tied it to Big Black's leg and sent it over. Actually, Danny knew more about the current situation in Slave Bay than Cora. Big Black had specially checked around Slave Bay and New Gith. The Allied army still had no intention of launching an attack. That was right, Call's dragon-slaying crossbow was not completed yet. After condensing the meditation vortex in her mind, Big Black seemed to have some positive changes. His magic power and physical strength had increased a lot, and his top speed had increased by almost 1/5. It only took him 30 hours to return to the old town. Another thing that surprised Danny was that when she entered the dragon spirit state, she could meditate together with Big Black. Their 9-color vortexes rotated at the same frequency, and her wizard power increased more than twice as fast as before. It was as if Big Black had helped her level up. Therefore, whenever she had free time, she would meditate together with Big Black. Danny sat cross-legged on the bamboo mat and did not move. The old knight consciously opened the curtain and went out to talk with the attendant. About a quarter of an hour later, he came in with a primary-colored oak barrel and reported, "My lady, Sir Garth invited you to a banquet." "Why?" Danny asked curiously. "Not only you, but also the 70 hired horsemen who entered the last round were invited. Because of time in, Sir Baylor intends to build the Old Town Fleet, and Sir Garth is in charge of recruiting city guards. The horsemen who have passed 5 rounds of elimination can at least become the captain of the cavalry." "You refused." The old knight returned the barrel in front of Danny and sat back. He nodded and said, "I only said that you are now the mysterious knight and intend to maintain this identity until the end of the tournament." The attendant expressed his understanding and also gave you a barrel of golden wine from Enchanting Island. Bang bang bang. The shield erected outside the tent was knocked a few times, and then a voice came, "Is Batman Knight here?" "Who is it?" the old knight asked as he got up. "I am the bookkeeper of the Four Corners Casino." The old knight immediately sat down again and interrupted him, "You can go. We are not gambling." The bookkeeper did not leave and continued, "Sir Knight, it doesn't matter if you don't gamble. We also buy the information of the contestants at a high price." Danny was puzzled when she heard the old man shout angrily, "We will win, we will win. Absolutely not a fake match." The man outside cursed a few times and left. Selling information is a slang in the casino for fake matches. Danny asked curiously. "Apart from the information that you are bound to lose, what else does it mean? Who doesn't know Count Garland, Sir Baylor, and the others? Who hasn't seen them compete? Do you know how to use this information to defeat them?" "That's right. Actually, you can bet on me to win. Tomorrow, you can test the waters with 100 gold royals." The next morning, the sky was clear and the sun was warm. Outside the old town, in the main arena by the Yellow Road. When the MC shouted, "Batman the Mysterious Knight," Danny rode forward excitedly to the track north of the arena. "Batman? Ha ha ha, he is so small, so ugly, little bat." Immediately, the audience roared with laughter. Compared to the strong male knights who were as sturdy as city walls, Danny looked frail and weak. It was no wonder that her high-quality armor was sold for only 2 gold royals. An adult could not wear it, and an underage teenager was still growing. 2 gold royals to buy a set of armor that could not be worn for 10 lifetimes was not worth it. While it was normal for a knight's armor to be passed down for 100 or 200 years. According to White Knight, the enchanted bronze helmet of Bronze John of Runestone City was passed down from his ancestors 5,000 years ago. When Dany took the spear and shield from White Knight, her laughter became louder and louder. The spear in her hand was very incompatible with her slender and tall body. There was an illusion that her hands were too small and the wooden spear was about to fall off. Which noble boy is this? He wants to imitate fearless Barristan. There were also experienced people who saw some details about Dany. Although the armor is pitch black and the color is uneven, there is no trace of rust. The structure is complete and there are no traces of piecing together. The black horse she is riding is a first-class horse, at least 3 gold royals. And her knight's spear, damn it, what a wastrel. One spear made of gold wood from the Midsummer Islands costs 3 silver dear. Even the King's Slayer is not so extravagant, right? After being reminded, the people around gradually became thoughtful and began to discuss which noble's family emblem was related to the black bat. Well, the contestants participating in the spear competition could use the birch spear provided by the organizer, or they could carry their own spear. Although all wooden spears would shatter in a high-intensity collision, the quality of the wood was different and the strength of the impact was different. The goldwood of the Midsummer Islands was the best material for bows and arrows, and also the best material for spears used in competitions. The MC shouted, "Harvest Hall, Count Aston, sell me." Chapter 241. Aston had sky-blue eyes similar to his granduncle's, long and elegant brown hair, and a handsome face. The White Knight's grandnephew wore a bluish-purple cloak with silver edges and a silver helmet inlaid with golden wheat ears. A map of the wilderness was drawn on his breastplate with colored glaze. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted cheers from the crowd. He waved his arm at the noble girls in the front row, and after a wave of exclamations, he threw a flying kiss. The atmosphere was so warm that it almost melted people. "How's the defense of this guy's armor?" Dany asked her attendant. "It's very strong. It's made by a real master blacksmith of Kohler. It has a history of nearly 400 years. Aston's ancestors have worn it to at least 100 tournaments," the old man mumbled. "Then I'm relieved." Dany let out a long sigh of relief, and her eyes became sharp. After riding back and forth on his track and receiving the cheers and blessings of almost all the women, Count Aston gently pulled down his mask and stood on the other side of the field. As the referee waved down the small red flag in his right hand, both sides of the competition lowered their spears at the same time. The 2 horses began to run at full speed, and the audience could feel the temporary stands shaking slightly. The Count of the Harvest Hall rode on his horse, his body leaning forward. The spear in his hand was as steady as a rock, almost drawing a straight line in the air. On the other hand, the mysterious knight seemed to be thin. As the horse sped up, his upper body gently swayed with the rhythm of the horse's hooves, and his arms also shook. The Count was overjoyed. He aimed his spear at the exposed side of his waist. But at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight shifted his body. The tip of his spear was deflected by the black bat's wooden shield. But before he could be surprised, dong! A bell seemed to ring in the field. Most of the audience almost didn't see what happened. They only saw the Count being hit hard and almost flying backward from his horse, while his horse continued to run forward. Clang! The Count flew 5 or 6 meters away, and finally landed on the ground with his head down and his legs floating up. The violent sound made the audience gasp. Fortunately, the old knight did not lie. His family's ancestral iron armor was indeed of good quality. Even on the soft yellow ground, the Count of the Harvest Hall's helmet was dented, but he did not faint. After struggling a few times like a tortoise, he got up on his own and waved to the audience on both sides. The audience immediately cheered wildly for him. But that guy was also a gentleman. he didn't delay for long. After catching his breath, he immediately led his horse to Danny's side. He gracefully bowed to her, took off his iron lobster gloves, and handed them to the winner. "This is my ancestral armor. How about redeeming it for 5 gold royals?" Danny nodded and handed the gloves back to him. 5 gold royals was very reasonable. In the previous 5 matches, she had also won 5 sets of scrap metal. The lowest price was 200 copper coins, so she happily let the mercenary knights redeem them. When the Count of the Harvest Hall's attendant pulled Beristan aside to pay, Danny rode her horse and swaggered around the venue. Everyone was happy to cheer for the winner. The little girls cheered wildly. Even Leah, who was wearing a crown on the rostrum, stood by the fence and applauded the thin little knight. "My lady, it's a big harvest. The others don't think highly of you. You won 25 out of 100 gold royals." On the way back, the old man said happily, "You said that they don't think highly of me, but isn't the ratio a bit low? It's not even 1-1. Danny was puzzled. "Sigh, my lady, although you're only one person, you bet a lot of gold royals, and 100 gold royals. It's too big. The casino adjusts the profit ratio according to the total bet of both sides. You won hundreds of gamblers alone. Since I've earned dozens of gold royals, I have to find a way to spend them." Danny touched her chin and began to whisper to the old knight. "This." Beristan's old face twisted into a ball. "Isn't it too ostentatious? Look at your grandnephew. Even a loser dares to be so ostentatious." It was another noisy night of banquets. The elimination round was only completed on the morning of the second day. There were only 110 contestants left. The final elimination round would be held in the afternoon. Yes, when there were only 55 contestants left, the final ceremony would be held, the fight for the title of Queen of Love and Beauty. The closer it was to the final, the more intense the competition was. There were also more people who came to watch the competition. That afternoon, in the shadow of the rostrum's pure white canopy, there were even 4 or 5 professors wearing long chains. "I didn't expect the professors from the City of Knowledge to come here personally. They want to record the competition," someone exclaimed. "They also know that Tiamin's crisis has been resolved. They came out to celebrate the victory with everyone. Let's celebrate together." The professors would witness the legends and record them. They would write the history books. Even if the other party wasn't a legend, as long as they wrote a legend and spread it through the storybooks, the knights would also become legends 1,000 years later. Therefore, the following knights became more and more ostentatious. Every time they appeared, they would flirt and play all kinds of tricks. For example, they would throw rose petals, spray perfume on their cloaks, find a craftsman to paint their armor in 7 colors. There were even knights who recited poems loudly as they competed. There was even a minstrel who played a melodious harp for them. Such a grand scene naturally caused the audience to be excited. Waves of cheers came one after another. After a competition, the MC shouted, "Count of Brightwater City, Garland Tyrell." Garland was riding a white horse with a silver mane. He was still wearing the incomparably gorgeous silver armor. Under the afternoon sun, the armor reflected a dazzling silver light. However, he had changed his cloak. The cloak on the Count's shoulders was heavy. There were hundreds of golden roses and a circle of emerald olive branches sewn on it. Wherever he went, there was an intoxicating fragrance. The crowd was stirred up again. "Garland, Garland." The girls blushed and shouted crazily for Prince Charming. "Isn't he learning from his younger brother, the Knight of Flowers?" Some of the nobles muttered unhappily. On the rostrum, a smiling Baylor said to Professor Peristan beside him, "At this moment, half of the women here want to be in Count Garland's bed. All the men want to take his place." Garland is the most legendary knight in this tournament. Paristan was a history professor. His historical research was the greatest historical work in the City of Knowledge in the past 100 years. Not bad, not bad. The old professor narrowed his eyes and nodded in satisfaction. I'm sure that Professor Garland will definitely leave a deep mark in the legends of knights. After receiving the old professor's vague promise, Baylor was overjoyed. He immediately said a few hundred lines of Professor's work is truly the masterpiece of historians. He was also one of the contestants. The MC also gave Garland Tyrell plenty of time to show off. He waited until he circled the arena twice and stood still on the west side before shouting, "Mysterious Knight, Batman." Suddenly, the low sound of a cello rang out from the east side of Rose Avenue. Almost instantly, violins, trumpets, and saxophones followed. The music reached its peak almost instantly. It was majestic and shocking, and the rhythm was undulating. Just by listening to the ensemble, it was as if everyone was walking step by step onto an iron throne and giving orders to the 7 dukes, hundreds of counts, and marquises kneeling below. The source of the symphony gradually approached the arena. The spectators outside made way for them in a daze. A knight attendant in dirty black armor led a black horse in front. Behind him was a roofless palanquin carried by 8 people. Sitting lazily on the palanquin was a knight in black armor with one leg crossed over the other. Looking at the black bat emblem on his chest, wasn't it Batman? Everyone was dumbstruck. The 8 sedan bearers were all young girls with blonde hair and blue eyes. They all wore the same white dress with floral patterns. There were also 4 young girls with black hair and black eyes in blue dresses at the front and back of the sedan. Each of them had a face like a hibiscus and a smile like a flower. Carrying flower baskets, they scattered red roses, white peonies, golden tulips, blue chrysanthemums, and other colorful petals around them with every step they took. After the palanquin passed by, there was another strange palanquin carried by 16 people. 16 shirtless men with golden ribbons around their waists were carrying a wooden platform with a fence. It was nearly 20 square meters wide. On it were either sitting or standing 12 musicians. There were cellos, violins, trumpets, harps, snare drums, saxophones, clarinets. The majestic symphony came from this wooden platform. The music was loud and clear, and the entire arena was silent. The jaws of the thousands of spectators dropped to the ground, and their eyes popped out of their sockets. They were so shocked that they lost the ability to speak and think. When the song, Game of Thrones, came to an end, the old knight pulled the black horse 5 meters in front of the palanquin. The 4 flower-throwing girls in front retreated to the sides, leaving an empty space. Then, 4 blue-haired girls in red robes carried over 4 colored stools and placed them evenly between the horse and the mysterious knight. Each stool was about 1.2 meters apart. As soon as the stools were placed, the tune immediately changed. It was a little strange, unlike the local Westeros music. It was obviously exotic. But the rhythm was lively and elegant, and it had the carefree feeling of riding a horse and brandishing a whip in the martial world. Well, to put it simply, it had changed from the theme song of the Game of Thrones to the debut song of the leader of the division. It was not the leader of the Iron Blood Youths, Ma Ninger, who pretended to be pretentious, but the leader of Fang Shiyu who successfully pretended to be pretentious. When the music reached its climax, the mysterious knight, who was lying on the soft couch, suddenly stood up. Following the rhythm, he strode over, almost as if he was flying. He stepped on 4 stools in succession, crossed a distance of 5 meters, and finally jumped onto the horse's back. His armor was heavy, and the stools creaked when he stepped on them. But the whole movement was light and elegant, as if he was treading water, giving people a sense of fluency that was harmonious with the music. When he stepped onto the saddle, the symphony on the wooden platform suddenly stopped. The afternoon sun shone on the ground. The arena of thousands of people was so quiet that only the sound of eyeballs rolling on the ground could be heard if there really was one. After watching the whole process of the mysterious knight stepping on the 4 colored stools, Count Garland's face flushed red. He wanted to tear off the flower cloak behind him immediately. Because the 4 round stools made of rattan were filled with green olive branches, golden roses, blue forget-me-nots, and red spider lilies. Others stepped on them, but he proudly draped them behind his back. This, in the Honey Wine River pretentious contest, in the old town, Danny swept the field and bravely won first place even if most of the contestants had not appeared yet. Chapter 242. The commission of 10 gold royals wasn't wasted. It was worth it. Danny sat on the saddle and looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Feeling the bright and quiet afternoon sun, she was in a particularly good mood. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world, how dare they pretend to be in front of me? Ahem, 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 I've learned something new. On the 5th floor of the high platform, Laughing Baylor put his chin and eyeballs back to their original places and reminded the trumpeter in front of the platform, blow the horn and get ready for the competition. Woo! The low and melodious sound of the horn brought the audience and the riders back to their senses. The scene went from a pin-drop silence to as noisy as a market. Oh my God, Sir Bat is so handsome. A noble girl screamed. The most shocking entrance in history. The Bat Prince will become a legend like Prince Flay and the Dragon Knight. That symphony, the mysterious knight, who had been looked down upon by many people, suddenly soared. Some people said that he must be a noble and handsome young knight, while others said that he might come from a duke family of the 7 kingdoms. Some people even suspected that he was King Tomon. Only a young kingslayer could be so rich and elegant. Then someone immediately refuted that King Tomon was short and fat, not slender and handsome like his rumored father, Jamie. Boom! The sound of the wooden spear breaking into pieces woke up the arguing audience. Seeing the 2 riders pass by each other, they came back to their senses. They were now competing with spears. Everyone looked over and saw that there was another deep scratch on Count Garland's oak shield, which was painted with golden roses. In addition to the scars from the previous 2 battles, there was now an 8 dent on the golden wooden shield. Even the small cracks on the shield were leaking out. However, the mysterious knight did not have it easy either. Half of the black bat on his iron wooden shield was missing, revealing the shiny white iron under the black paint. The 2 threw away the broken spears in their hands and took new wooden spears from their attendants. The horses trotted for a while, adjusted their direction, leaned forward, and put the spear in their hands flat. The warhorse under them sped up. At the moment of contact, the mysterious knight twisted his body and used his shield to avoid the tip of the spear. However, his movement was too big, and he couldn't adjust the angle of his spear, so it hit the opponent's wooden shield. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere. The mysterious knight only had half of his spear left in the water. On the other side, valiant Garland was unharmed, but there was another scratch on his shield. Together with the previous 2 scratches, he looked like a human. Great! The audience cheered in unison. Go, Sir Bat! Many nobles knew how strong Garland was. They heard that when he trained in the arena, he would often fight 1 against 3, or even 1 against 4, because 1 against 1 would not give him any pressure. However, after 2 rounds, the mysterious knight was able to fight him to a standstill. Everyone was shocked. Actually, there was nothing to be shocked about. Although Danny was a woman and her body was slender, her strength was not low. Perhaps because the amount of spiritual matter in her body was too high, at the age of 16, the speed at which her strength grew was a little abnormal. According to the system's evaluation, her current physical fitness was close to 1. 4, her strength and speed were both at 1. 2 months ago. Garland's strength was obviously stronger than hers, about 1.6, which was about the same as White Knight. However, Garland's development was not balanced. Perhaps his speed and agility were not weaker than Danny's, but his eyesight, balance, horsemanship, and especially dynamic vision were far inferior to hers. Well, Garland's horsemanship was not as good as Danny's. Perhaps it was because of her talent, or perhaps it was because she had ridden a dragon many times in battle, but her movements on horseback were smooth. She could ride on the bumpy road and under the fiercest collisions as easily as riding on flat ground. Even Jiki often lamented that the Dothraki on horseback were not as skilled as Calixi in horsemanship. Throwing away the broken spear, Danny took another one from Barristan's hands. She adjusted her breathing, leaned forward, and held the spear horizontally, beginning the third sprint. There were only 2 horses, but the ground was shaking slightly. Danny's heart was as still as water, and she removed all distracting thoughts from her mind. The shouts of the audience left her little by little, and she could only hear her own rough but even breathing. Thud, thud, thud. As they got closer, the figure of the rider in front of her gradually enlarged in front of her eyes. No, it was the oak shield that enlarged. The center of the chevron, the intersection of the 3 scratches, became bigger and bigger, almost occupying her entire vision. This time, she did not even pay attention to the opponent's spear. Thump! The spear in her right hand struck that point like lightning, and the force of the high-speed impact of the centaur and the horse spread out from that point. Crack! Boom! Garland's oak shield, as she had planned, split into 3 pieces along the chevron. As the wood pieces flew, the spear's momentum did not decrease, and it hit the left waist behind the shield. Bang! Valiant Garland could not withstand the force. With a scream, he fell from the saddle and rolled onto the muddy ground. The audience was silent at first, and some could not believe what had happened in front of their eyes. They could only stare blankly at the Count lying on the ground, moaning. The attendant rushed over and shouted, "Stretcher, quickly bring the stretcher over." Wow! Everyone was startled awake. They watched as the attendants carried Garland, who was dizzy and unable to move, back to the tent. They all shouted in disbelief, "7 gods above, that thin and weak Bat Knight defeated Earl Garland. They haven't even entered the finals, and the Guardian Knight is already missing a member. That little guy is so strong. I couldn't tell at all." No, the Bat Knight purposely left scratches on the shield the first 2 times. The 3rd time, the male spectators and riders were talking among themselves, while the girls were cheering loudly. Danny rode her horse proudly and waved her arms as she walked past the wooden stage. Silk scarves and palace fans that were stained with girls' body fragrance and perfume were thrown at her. Some male nobles also secretly threw oranges and apples at her. Arriving in front of the palanquin, Danny waved her hand, and the majestic theme song of Kuan Yu played once again. 8 young girls surrounded her and scattered petals on her body and horse. The atmosphere became more and more lively. "The Forceaway family invited you to the banquet, but I rejected it for you." At night, the old knight walked out of the tent for the nth time to deal with the attendants who had come to invite the mysterious knight to the banquet. It was also the nth time that he brought Danny a gift from a noble. This time, it was a ball of hot, gray mud. Under Danny's curious gaze, the White Knight used a dagger to pry open the hard mud covering the outside, revealing a white, tender fish fillet inside. "This is grilled trout, freshly caught from Honeywine River." It was immediately slaughtered, stuffed with fruit, sealed in mud, and roasted. "Would you like to try it?" It was tender and refreshing, with the sweetness and sourness of grapes. More importantly, there was almost no fishy taste. "I think there was a Forceaway attendant here before." Danny took a sip of the golden wine and said vaguely, "One family has 2 branches." The previous one was from New Barrel City, and this one is from Fruit Wine Hall. Both families use apples as their emblem. Didn't you notice, Your Majesty? Oh, now that you mention it, I remember. There are indeed 2 apple knights, a red apple and a green apple. Your Majesty, you're really in the limelight today. The old knight exclaimed. It's nothing. Danny waved her hand, pretending to be reserved. Then, are we still inviting the orchestra tomorrow? No, we have to keep a low profile for the next few days. The old knight, it was impossible for Danny to keep a low profile even if she wanted to. The next morning, when there were only 55 knights left, the cheers for Danny were no lower than laughter bailers. The competition for the Queen of Love and Beauty officially began. First, 4 guardian knights stepped forward. Baylor Hyder, Garth Hyder, who had met Danny at the blacksmith's shop, productive knight John Cooper, and Green Pavilion Island's Desmond Redwine. They were Lilia's father, uncle, and 2 uncles. Originally, there was also her cousin Garland Tyrell, but he was eliminated by the mysterious knight. From now on, the 4 of us will guard Lilia's crown. You can challenge any one of us. Each person can accept 3 challenges at most, Baylor said loudly to the 51 knights below. Danny had already understood the rules from the old knight. The number of challenges was determined by the number of knights left. For example, at this moment, out of the 55 people, 1 would get a bye, and half of the remaining 54 would be eliminated, leaving 28 people. After the second round of elimination, there would be 14 people left. After the third round of elimination, there would be 7 people left. At this moment, the remaining 7 people had all participated in the competition 3 times and passed the 3 rounds of elimination. If Baylor was challenged 3 times and he won, then he would directly become one of the last 7 people. The 3 people who failed the challenge would naturally be eliminated. Only the first and second place would be rewarded, and the first and second place could only come from the last 7 people. Any contestant who did not complete 3 challenges would continue to fight one-on-one. Danny felt that such a rule was a little superfluous. Later, after the old knight explained, she understood that this rule not only increased the intensity of the conflict, but also gave everyone a chance to challenge the great nobles. After all, there was only one champion, so they had to give the others some sweetness. At this moment, there was nothing special about it. The 4 guardian knights did not have high statuses. In fact, Baylor Hyder was already noble enough. But what if Baylor was replaced by Duncan Targaryen or Prince Riga? A chance to have a fair fight with Riga. For example, the young Barristan, the reason why he got the title Fearless Barristan was because he challenged Prince Flair as a mysterious knight. Although he failed in his challenge, Prince Long Fu Lai's comment made the young man instantly become a household name of promising youth. His challenge even became a classic in the story of the Knights of the 7 Kingdoms. When Baylor announced the start of the challenge, Danny was the first to stand up and point her spear at the sallow-faced Sir Desmond Redwine. After watching the competition for a few days, Danny had some understanding of the strength of the Guardians. Sir Redwine's strength, speed, and eyesight were all inferior to hers. She guessed correctly. After 3 rounds, the Guardian fell from his horse. Danny became one of the Guardian Knights. This action of stealing the limelight immediately angered the crowd. It was also because she was small and looked easy to bully. Immediately, 8 knights stood up and challenged her at the same time. Then it was very simple. Danny only had 2 places left. The 8 people had to first duel and complete 2 rounds of the competition. 6 were eliminated, and only 2 were left. By the afternoon, Danny had taken down the 2 winners again with ease. She was promoted, and no one could challenge her again. Chapter 243. In addition to the mysterious knight, Laughter Baylor was also very popular. He was challenged by 13 people. 5 of them were eliminated by rock paper scissors, and the remaining 8 were eliminated twice. Only 2 powerful knights were left to fight against him. Almost every time the Guardian was challenged, not only would the audience shout in excitement, but the current Queen of Love and Beauty, Lelia, would also scream in horror with her small hands half covering her eyes when the spear shattered or the contestant fell off the horse. Obviously, to her, the competition for the crown was particularly exciting. In the end, the remaining 7 contestants, except for the mysterious knight's identity, were all of noble birth. The brothers Baylor and Garth, a red apple, Forceaway, Sir Errol of the Hay Hall in the Land of Storm, Sir Craig of the Chicken Hall in the Western region, and Sir Dickon Tarley of the Horn Hill. Well, the previous uncle, John Cooper, was replaced by Dickon of the Horn Hill. In the cheers of thousands of spectators, the 7 knights entered one by one. Before the official draw, Laughter Baylor also asked Dany and Dickon if they were willing to protect Lelia's crown. Dany shook her head and refused. Baylor didn't even ask why and directly ignored her. He only looked at Dickon expectantly. The black-haired young man probably knew Lelia. He first smiled apologetically to the blushing little girl on the wooden platform, and then explained to Baylor, "Sir, I'm sorry. I'm afraid you don't know, but a month ago, I married Eleanor, the eldest daughter of Count William Mouton, in Maiden Spring Town. In theory, the champion could give the crown of love and beauty to anyone, even if you were a rainbow knight like Loras Tyrell and gave the crown to a man. But giving the wrong crown was a big scandal in itself. For example, giving the crown to a lady who already had a husband or a fiancé, or the champion was married but didn't give the crown to his wife. Prince Liga had violated both of these taboos. "What, you're married?" Baylor exclaimed in shock. He seemed to realize that he had lost his composure. He forced a smile and asked, "We didn't receive any news at all. Your mother and sister didn't even go to the wedding, right?" His most important son-in-law candidate was actually Dickon Tarley. Or rather, it was because he knew that the heir of the Horned Hill happened to return from King's Landing that he elected his daughter Lelia as the Queen of Love and Beauty. This was not only the intention of the Hyder family. The Queen of Thorns, Alina, had also sent a letter to remind him of this matter. There was only one goal, to rope in the Tully family. In the original series, Jon's good friend, Sam Tully, didn't seem to have a prominent family background. There was nothing special about his background. Actually, that wasn't the case. Sam's father, Rando Tarley, heir, Barristan, believed that he was the 4th most famous general in the 7 kingdoms. However, the truth was that the current Westeros had fallen and Rando Tarley was the only general who had never lost a battle. Horned Hill also had a military force second only to Hiding Tyrell. It was a large family in River Bend that was second only to Hiding Tyrell and the old town of Hyder. Why does Alina want to rope in the Tarley family? Weren't they monarch and vassal? In the War of the Four Kings, regardless of whether they sided with Lannister or formed an alliance with Lannister, the Tarley family had always followed Hiding closely. Count Rando was indeed a trustworthy vassal, but now, let's start from Brightwater City. Rando Tarley's wife, Melissa Florin, came from Brightwater City. The mysterious knight who slashed Garan Tyrell's cheek, Aelken Florin, was Dickon's uncle. Melissa and Aelken were brother and sister of the same father and mother. The reason why Aelken came to his second brother-in-law's house, the old town of Hyder, for help and didn't go to his first brother-in-law's house, Horned Hill Tully, was because Rando and Dickon had been leading troops outside to help the King's Landing clean up the bandits in Hajin County and the King's Landing. Let's explain here. Although Baylor's father was Dickon's uncle, the old town elder's wife and Dickon's mother were sisters. Baylor was related to Dickon and Aelken, but they weren't related by blood. Baylor's mother was the old town elder's first wife. He was related to Garan Tyrell's mother by blood. So complicated. Such a complicated interpersonal relationship caused the situation in River Bend to be extremely complicated. If little Rose Marjorie didn't marry Toman, the solution to the conflict between Hiding and Horned Hill would be simple. Let Dickon marry Marjorie. Unfortunately, Marjorie was married, and Hiding Tyrell didn't have any daughter of his first wife to marry into Horned Hill. However, Baylor was the heir of the old town, and his first daughter had the qualifications to become the matriarch of the Tully family. Unfortunately, Dany was very lucky. When Baylor took out 7 small balls of paper for everyone to choose from, she actually chose a blank piece of paper. Yes, she got a bye, so she automatically advanced to the next round. Alright, actually, this kind of bye wasn't worth celebrating. If one's strength wasn't enough, they would just be eliminated later. Other than the champion and runner-up, there was no difference in the rest of the rankings. No cheers, no rewards. Oh, participating in one less competition also reduced one less chance to show one's prowess in front of the masses. After another round of competition, there were only 4 contestants left. The mysterious knight, Baylor of the Hyder family, the Garth brothers, and Horned Hill Tully. Baylor said to Dany and Dickon, "Garth and I are Lilia's guardian knights. Before the finals, we have the right to exempt ourselves from killing each other. You too can choose your opponents." Without hesitation, Dany pointed at Baylor first. There was no other reason. Baylor was almost 40 years old, and Garth was not even 30 yet. "Alright, let's try." Baylor smiled meaningfully, as if he understood her thoughts. Reality proved that being older had its benefits. It was rich in experience. Under the exclamations of thousands of spectators, the two of them fought for 5 rounds without knocking each other off their horses. Dany's every attack was blocked by Baylor. In order to avoid the crisis of the broken shield, the experienced Baylor had to change his shield after every round. But after 5 rounds, without waiting for the noble judges on the high platform to finish discussing the points of both sides, Baylor took off his iron gloves and threw them in front of Dany's mount. He looked around and said loudly, "I've been in a defensive position. I'm far less impactful than the mysterious knight. His long spear slashed my waist several times, and I didn't even touch him once. So, I lost and he won." Seeing Baylor admit defeat, the judges who were secretly thinking about whether to help Knight cheat were relieved. They immediately announced, "The mysterious knight advances to the finals." The audience immediately gave the 2 knights a warm applause. They cheered for Baylor's generosity and honesty, and were also shocked that the mysterious knight was such a dark horse. "My lord, you're amazing." White Knight was also very excited. "Your talent is too good. You're stronger than Prince Liga. Compared to when you first came to the old town, your skills have improved by at least 3 times. At this moment, they did not leave the field. They stood on the side and waited for Garth and Dickon to finish the competition. Dany was going to participate in the finals. Dany shook her head and said, "The movements of the long spear competition are too monotonous. I can see every subtle movement of my opponent. As long as I'm proficient in using my strengths, it's almost impossible to fail." She was not bragging. Compared with the complex and changeable battlefield, the long spear competition was too monotonous and too easy. There was enough time to observe the enemy's situation and adjust her own movements. She did not know how others were doing, but Dany dared to swear that even if Magic Mountain and Sword of Dawn could defeat her, they could not knock her off her horse. "My lord, you can't be arrogant and underestimate your opponent. There has never been an undefeated knight in this world." Obviously, the old knight regarded Dany's truth as a habitual boast. In fact, both of them did not notice one thing. Dany's dynamic perspective was gradually leaning towards the Megalosaurus. The world in her eyes was slightly different from others. Boom! The wooden spear broke, and snow-white pieces of wood flew. Garth and Dickon were really like Mars colliding with Earth. The three of them met, and both of them broke their own wooden spears. The fierce battle made the audience forget themselves and cheer. In the end, the two of them were judged by points after 5 rounds. Dickon took off his helmet, waved his arms, and happily rode in circles to receive the audience's cheers. The little girl, Lelia, cried. Her 5 guardian knights had all failed. After announcing that Dickon had advanced, Baylor apologetically took the golden rose wreath from his daughter's head. Who was the queen of love and beauty at the beginning of Mormont's match? Danny asked the little girl who was sobbing on the stage. Of course it was Queen Cersei. The tournament was held at Port Lannister, and Duke Tywin only had one daughter. Who was Mormont fighting against? The Kingslayer. He was one of Cersei's guardian knights. I was also the Queen's guardian knight that day. There were 4 white knights, and together with Tywin's brother, Kevin, they swore to protect the Queen's crown. Unfortunately, Mormont seemed to have the help of God. He defeated all the opponents, and even the Kingslayer lost to him in points. Woo-woo. After more than half an hour, the horn sounded again, and the MC shouted, "Last match, the mysterious knight, Batman. Be careful, calm down, and don't be rash. Dickon is stronger than you. Try to win by points." Before Danny rode away, the old knight reminded her solemnly. He's too tall. He's bound to lose. Danny lowered her head and said. Then she took the bamboo basket from the old knight. The horse ran around the field obediently. She held the basket in one hand and threw petals to the audience with the other. She sat upright and did not even sway. This guy's riding skills are very good. Baylor, who was on the stage, rubbed his chin and said thoughtfully, "I'm afraid he'll be the champion this time." That's not necessarily true. Garth shook his head and said disapprovingly, "Which contestant who can make it to the finals is bad at riding? Dickon's speed and strength are top-notch. More importantly, he just came down from the battlefield, and he has an indescribable murderous aura about him. Obviously, he's really matured in the year that he went on an expedition with Earl Tully." Yes. Garth Tyrell nodded in agreement. The mysterious knight's strength and speed can only be said to be not weak. He's mainly strong in small skills and smart fighting methods. But these are nothing to a veteran of the battlefield. If I hadn't underestimated him and didn't notice the scratches on the shield, I wouldn't have failed at all. At that time, I planned to exhaust his strength in the first 4 rounds, and knock him off his horse in the 5th round. Who knew? It's starting. Dr. Paristan reminded him. In the end, he added, the casino and the people are more optimistic about Sir Dickon. I also bet 5 gold royals on Sir Dickon. Boom, there was a loud bang from below, and the old doctor was dumbfounded. Chapter 244. While the people on the rostrum were talking, the first round had already begun. The 2 knights charged forward with their spears in a normal posture, but at the moment of contact, the mysterious knight threw away his shield with his left hand and flipped his body. With one foot on the saddle and the other in the air, his thin body hung on one side of the horse, the side closest to his opponent. Dickon's spear naturally missed. Almost at the same time, the mysterious knight pulled the saddle with his left hand and squatted down. The spear in his right hand pierced through Dickon's shield like a poisonous snake. From bottom to top, it hit Dickon's chest. At that moment, the mysterious knight suddenly stood up from his crouching position. The huge reaction force caused the black horse to become shorter as well. However, Dickon was sent flying 2 to 3 meters away from the saddle. It was almost as if he had fallen from the 2nd floor. The iron-armored knight waved his limbs wildly and cried out loudly. His buttocks were facing down and he crashed into the mud with a bang. He only cared about wailing and moaning. It was difficult for him to even move. The whole process seemed slow, but in fact, it happened in the blink of an eye. Before the audience could scream, the mysterious knight had already sat back on the saddle, raised his spear high, and started to run around the field proudly. This. After being stunned for a while, laughing Baylor smiled bitterly. He's too agile. He's like a monkey, a skinny monkey with the strength of a gorilla. Isn't this against the rules? I've never seen anyone do this before, Garth mumbled. Garth shook his head and sighed. Because no one else can do it. Of course, points will be deducted if the shield is dropped, but he has already knocked his opponent off the horse, so the points are useless. Sigh, this is embarrassing. River Bend is the home of knights, but no one can take off that kid's mask. Baylor shook his head and stood up. He held the tray with the crown and walked down the wooden stage. There was a tradition of the mysterious knight in the tournament. During the competition, no one deliberately investigated the identity of the mysterious knight. Only those who defeated the mysterious knight were qualified to have him reveal his real name and origin. Garth greeted the two attendants who were guarding a big box and stood up to leave. As he walked, he smiled and said, "Now that the competition is over, he will take off his helmet. If his family background is good, it's not bad to marry Leah to him." Lelia is the eldest daughter of the first wife. Her identity. Let's wait and see. The eldest daughter of the first wife had a higher position in the line of succession. In terms of value, she was much higher than the youngest daughter. Just look at Sansa and Arya. Sansa was engaged to Crown Prince Joffrey, while Arya could only marry the second son of the Frey family. That's right, Arya once had a sacred marriage contract. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Dany was even more excited than when she had defeated Meereen and Yuan Kai. She ran around the arena on her horse, waving at the people who were applauding. It wasn't until the horn sounded that she noticed the laughing Baylor holding a tray under the wooden platform. "Knight, you are the champion of this year's martial arts competition. Please choose the Queen of Love and Beauty in your heart," Baylor said with a smile. "Batman, I'm not married." In the south stands, the girl in the purple dress made a trumpet with both hands and shouted, "I'm from Golden Tree City. The scholar said that I'm going to have my first period soon. Batman, give me the crown." A teenage girl in the north shouted with a red face. "Batman," the girls almost went crazy. Their fathers and brothers just watched from the side with a smile. Many nobles even applauded their daughters' courage and shouted how much dowry they were willing to give for their daughters. To them, this was very normal. Would the winner of the martial arts competition come from a poor family? That was impossible. He had armor, a handsome horse, an attendant, and strong horsemanship and martial arts skills. His family was at least a wealthy and productive knight. In any case, his daughter would have to marry someone eventually. Marrying a powerful noble, why not? Under the curious and expectant eyes of the audience, Dany hooked the golden rose wreath with her spear and lightly flicked it up. The horse stepped forward at the right time, and the wreath was caught by the left hand. The next moment, the arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone held their breaths and looked at the mysterious knight in the center of the arena, guessing which lady he would give the wreath to. Hee. Dany looked at the bright and full flower in her hand. It was probably a rose she had just picked today. She stabbed the wooden spear into the soft ground. She twisted a few buttons under her neck and suddenly took off her helmet. Her hair shimmered in the sunlight, and her beautiful face was full of smiles. Wow! Under the exclamations of the thousands of spectators, a sly smile appeared on her face. She picked up the wreath and put it on her head. The arena was dead silent. The eyes and jaws of the audience and knights fell to the ground again. Ha ha ha, ladies, only the crown of love and beauty that you have won is the most beautiful. Crisp and pleasant laughter rang through the arena. She's a woman, a fat noble shouted loudly. 7 levels of hell. The champion is actually a female knight. She didn't do anything fancy. She defeated 4 Grand Knights, Garland, John, one of the Guardian Knights, John Cooper, Baylor, and Dickon. Sir Forceaway of the Wine Hole was shocked. And me. I was also shot by her. Just one shot and I was knocked off my horse. Count Aston of the Harvest Hall was embarrassed. But I swear in the name of my granduncle, Sir Barristan, that I didn't go easy on her. Although she's a skinny and pretty girl, she's terrifyingly strong. If she's a girl, she's not skinny and small. Count Errol of the Hay Hall shook his head. Women can't participate in the tournament. Will Sir Baylor revoke her title? I want to know too. Which family is she from? She's so skilled in martial arts. Oh, 7 gods, tell me what I should do. Although the mysterious knight is a girl, but looking at her valiant and beautiful appearance, A noble girl clasped her hands over her heart and said with a conflicted expression. It's you. You bought armor last time to participate in the tournament. Garth, who was standing beside the mahogany box, was shocked. Baylor looked back at his brother and asked in surprise, You know each other? At old Londo's blacksmith shop. She's choosing armor. My lady, the tournament doesn't allow ladies to participate. Baylor was troubled. Dany pointed her spear at the loser and laughed, You want to take my crown? You'll have to ask my spear first. Blackie is watching from the sky. Come and get it if you dare. Ugh. Baylor looked pained. At this time, Barristan came over and explained, Sir, the mysterious knight doesn't ask about origin or name. There are almost no restrictions. As long as you have a horse and armor, you can participate. My lady didn't break the rules. Looks like the rules will have to be changed. Baylor sighed helplessly. You're right. The rules of the tournament will have to be changed. Dany looked around and said loudly, Why don't we let the female knight participate? Are you afraid of losing to us? This is a game for the brave. Cowards shouldn't come. I didn't mean that. Baylor's expression was twisted. I'm afraid my lady doesn't have the final say. Garth shook his head. Hee, you just wait and see. Dany sneered. If I don't have the final say, who has the final say? Garth shrugged and opened the mahogany box behind him. Immediately, a dazzling golden light shone out. 20,000 gold royals. They're all here. Oh, save them for me. Sure, how about the church bank? High interest and 0 risk. Baylor nodded and asked. Ugh, that's right. The Church of the 7 Gods had a bank. Not only a bank, but the monks also did loan business. Many merchants, including the king on the Iron Throne, owed the church gold. If you didn't pay back the money you owed, even if you were a devout believer of the 7 gods, the priests of the 7 gods would still force you to sell your children and wife to pay off the debt. Needless to say, the church bank's business was good. After all, with the 7 gods as the guarantor, everyone believed that it would never close down. Oh right, my lady, what's your name? Baylor asked again. Layla Viswi. Viswi. Baylor stared at Dany for a while. He really felt that she looked familiar. He seemed to have seen her somewhere in the royal territory. He nodded and shouted to the audience, the champion of this year's tournament is Lady Layla Viswi. It's not against the rules for her to participate in the tournament as a mysterious knight. Let's congratulate Lady Layla. She'll definitely become a legendary mysterious knight and the most dazzling queen of love and beauty. Whoosh, no matter what they thought, the audience still clapped and cheered for Dani. Queen, Queen, Queen Layla of love and beauty. Thank you, thank you. Dani waved as she rode on her horse. Someone on the stage sprinkled flower petals and colorful ribbons. She wore a laurel crown on her head and an iron armor on her body. She smiled very happily as if she had really become the queen of the honey wine river. There were 3 events in the tournament: spear competition, archery, and team competition. The spear competition was the highlight. The archery competition and the spear competition were held at the same time, but few people watched. When the spear competition ended, the attendants removed the wooden fence that separated the main arena from the sprint track and brought in 3 archery targets. The 3 finalists received cheers from the audience. That afternoon, a red archer from the Midsummer Islands defeated his opponent in the final of the 100-meter shooting competition and won the archery competition. While receiving the reward of 3,000 gold royals, the black man also got a position in the guard of Baylor. The team competition lasted for 3 hours. There were nearly 80 people in total. None of them were nobles. They were all free riders, mercenary knights, and attendants who had just been conferred the title. They rode horses and fought each other with blunt weapons in the field where mud and blood were splattered everywhere. They formed small teams to fight against the enemy, and in the blink of an eye, they had internal strife and killed each other. The alliance had just been formed, but it was broken until only one person was left standing. It looked bloody and cruel, but it was actually much more civilized than the Githa's slave fights in the arena. Since the contestants were all using blunt weapons and wearing thick battle armor, no one died after the chaotic battle. There were only 2 unlucky people with broken legs, one with a broken collarbone, and more than a dozen with broken fingers. The team champion had a bounty of 5,000 gold royals, which was won by a Dornish warrior. The Dornishmen and the Midsummer Islands only had a bounty of 8,000 gold royals, which was less than half of Dani's. From this, it could be seen how high the spear competition was in the Westeros. Chapter 245. On the night of the tournament, a grand banquet was held in the camp. After taking off her helmet, Dani could no longer reject Sir Baylor's invitation. The Hyder family's tent was near the waterfront. The tent was made of golden silk and was the largest and most luxurious building in the camp. However, there were 2 iron shields outside the tent. They were decorated with the white tower of the Hyder family and the green rose of the Tyrell family. Beside the tent, there were 7 large bison rotating on a spit. They were slaughtered in the early morning, marinated in the morning, and roasted in the afternoon. They had been roasting for a few hours now. During this time, the cook was busy applying butter and spices until the meat was crispy and fragrant. The banquet was held outside the tent. Long tables and benches were set up on the spacious land beside the river. The maids were placing a wine pot filled with golden wine, a fruit plate filled with strawberries, bananas, and apples, and a large piece of freshly baked white bread on the table. "Miss Layla, you're so beautiful tonight," Dickon said awkwardly as he walked over with difficulty while holding his waist. As the heir of the Horned Hill, Dickon was naturally invited to the banquet. He came from the other side of the camp and they bumped into each other. He seemed to have sprained his waist in the morning. He supported his waist with one hand and held a young girl with the other. Dani was not dressed too brightly. She was wearing a blue velvet dress with white embroidery. Her dyed black hair was braided and fixed on the top of her head with a sapphire hairpin. She did not even have a necklace around her neck. She looked capable and elegant. On the other hand, the young lady beside Dickon was wearing a silver satin dress with squirrel fur trimming. Her long sleeves were lined with light purple fur, and her thick golden hair was covered with an exquisite silver net inlaid with deep purple gems. Doesn't she look like a married woman? Is this your wife? Danny asked hesitantly. Hello, Miss Layla. I'm Eleanor Morton from Nookwin Town, the young girl said shyly with a red face. Mrs. Tarley, you're so beautiful, Danny said with a forced smile. You're so young. How can the big Dickon do that? Although Danny was the champion of the tournament and the first female knight champion, she was an illegitimate daughter with unknown origins. Naturally, she did not have the right to sit at the main table in the middle. An 8-meter-long table was placed outside the tent. It was the main table, and below it were 4 other long tables. Under the guidance of the attendant, Danny separated from the Dickon couple. The couple went to the main table while Danny sat down at the 3rd wooden table. The archery champion and the team martial arts champion were sitting on her left and right. At the same table, there was also a group of noble second sons who looked dejected. She was dressed in high spirits and was dressed appropriately. The reason why she was weak was all because of Danny's psychological effect. After she sat down, a group of young geniuses immediately squeezed over to greet her. Miss Layla, I'm the 3rd son of Earl XX. You're so beautiful. It's my honor to be able to sit with you, Miss Layla. My father is Sir XX. May I know which noble your father is? Ordinary families can't raise such a talented and beautiful knight like you. I'm also from XX City, Gordon Caesar, illegitimate son of the Western region. At first, Danny was confused. She didn't flirt like a peacock. She was even wearing a Western-style coat and didn't show much of her skin. Why were these guys so excited? Were they just looking at her face? She touched her face and thought narcissistically. Until Baylor led Layla, who was dressed to the nines, out of the tent at the back. The little girl was wearing a dark green velvet low-cut dress, which matched the color of her eyes. Her brown hair was draped over her bare shoulders, and she wore a thin crystal tiara on her head. There was a ribbon inlaid with emeralds around her waist, and a purple gemstone the size of a pigeon's egg hung from a fine silver chain around her neck. She was indisputably the most eye-catching lady tonight. That wasn't the point. When a group of noblemen from the 1st and 2nd tables came up to her and said, Lady Lilia, I'm the eldest son of Count XX, from XX, Danny suddenly understood. The eldest sons of these noblemen wanted to marry Lilia, and the second sons and illegitimate sons of the smaller noblemen beside her thought that she was a good match for them. After understanding this, she only said one sentence, and the number of people who came over to fawn on her decreased by 3/4. Sigh, to be honest, my father's title was not low, and his lands were not small either. However, our family had sided with the wrong side in the War of the Usurpers, and our titles had long since been abolished. Our lands and properties were all confiscated by King Robert. Danny was completely honest. So he was an exiled noble. The people around her understood immediately. The second sons and illegitimate sons left as if they had never said anything. Some left, and some joined in. A bald man in his 40s looked at Danny lecherously and said, Miss Layla, I'm Earl Klein of Red Lake City. Are you interested in touring the Red Lake with me? Do you know the origin of the Red Lake? The Red Lake was originally called the Blue Lake. Thousands of years ago, the son of Green Hand Garth, Blood Sword Brandon massacred the children of the forest beside the lake, causing the lake water to turn red. The smell of blood is still there. No matter what, Layla was young and beautiful. She was also the champion of the martial arts competition. She was definitely a good resource. Even if she could not become the wife of the second son of a small noble, she could still be the mistress of a married big noble. It was natural for Wei Shui to give birth to Buddha Flower, illegitimate son of Riverbend. This was why there were people around Danny who were trying to curry favor with her. After understanding the intentions of the surrounding nobles, Danny stared blankly at the sky. She was seriously thinking about something. Was it wrong to not allow Blackie and the others to eat humans? Perhaps some people were born to be fed to dragons. Dong, a clear bell rang from the main table. Then, Belle Hyder began to make a toast. He wished for her father to live a long life, for the prosperity of the old town, for Timmy's corpse to sink into the sea, and for Riverbend to have 2 more bountiful harvests before winter. Finally, he raised his wine cup and shouted, "I wish for martial arts to prosper, and for everlasting summer." Almost 100 guests and a few hundred knights around the bonfire raised their horn cups and shouted, "May for martial arts to prosper, and for everlasting summer." After drinking this cup of wine, the banquet officially began. Danny breathed a sigh of relief. No one would disturb her for the time being. She did not have to worry about whether to call for Blackie to come down and eat people. The bards entered the venue and sat under the torches, letting the music flow in the night. A juggler was throwing burning sticks in the air. A dwarf with clown makeup was wearing colorful clothes and dancing on stilts. There was a comedian who was loudly telling dirty jokes. The ladies at the scene covered their faces and giggled. The men laughed loudly and replied with the same wonderful, dirty jokes. At the same time, dishes were served one after another. There was thick barley and venison soup, salad with chilled beets, spinach, and plums sprinkled with nuts, and boiled snails with honey and garlic. After that, there was sweet bread, pigeon meat pie, roasted apples with a cinnamon aroma, and lemon cake sprinkled with frosting. Of course, the roasted whole cow was also served. Danny tasted all the other dishes with relish, but she did not touch the roasted bison. This was because the roasted cow was the main dish. For this kind of dish, there were clear rules in the dining etiquette. What kind of status would sit in what seat, and what part of the roasted meat would be eaten by the guests in which seat. To put it simply, the roasted cow was placed there, but you could not cut the meat with a knife. The most tender and delicious part could only be eaten by the person with the highest status at the scene. The guests at the banquet were also talking to each other. An old male voice came from the main table, "I wonder what Archbishop Peter thinks of the recent actions of the Big Sparrow." Danny's heart skipped a beat. She turned her head to look. The person who asked the question was a doctor wearing a long chain. She happened to know him. He was the history doctor from Paristan who watched the spear competition. The old doctor sat in the middle of the main table. Opposite him was an old monk in a white robe with a 7-pointed star pattern on his chest. Archbishop Peter put down his fork and wiped the grease stains on his lips with a napkin. He slowly said, "In today's chaotic situation, restoring the gathering of the children of war and the poor is greatly beneficial to the country and the church. Perhaps, but now there is a fierce conflict between the church and the royal authority. The golden robes of the King's Landing are not effective. The gathering of the poor is getting bigger and bigger. Its military strength is even greater than the King's Guards. Therefore, the Archbishop can..." The red-nosed doctor secretly glanced at Count Garland and immediately changed his words. "He imprisoned Queen Marjorie and her cousins on trumped-up charges. He also imprisoned Queen Regent Cersei on charges of adultery, incest, and murder. Even the Queen and the Regent were arrested. This is a major event that has never happened before. I wonder if Archbishop Peter can tell me what kind of country the Church wants to build." This. The red-nosed Archbishop Peter's face immediately turned sour. Usually, he would only lend money with high interest and eat delicacies. When he had the energy, he would take care of young girls who lost their virginity. Or, he would seduce a few beautiful boys in the church. He never cared about major events such as building a new government and seeking benefits for the believers of the 7 kingdoms. "Your Eminence, the king is the first noble. The 9 dukes, 7 kingdoms, Dragonstone Island, Taimin Bay, are the next level of great nobles. Marquises and counts are the third level of nobles. Knights and titled knights are the next level of nobles. Archbishop, if the Church of the Seven Gods is above the king, it means that the remaining three levels of nobles are below the church. Do you understand what this means? The doctor was a little aggressive. He did not intend to let the embarrassed old archbishop go. This topic was too serious and too sensitive. The nearby knights and nobles stopped talking and focused their attention. Even Garland and Baylor put down their wine glasses and looked at Archbishop Peter. Alas, to tell you the truth, the old archbishop sighed and said with a pale face. From the beginning, we could not control the actions of the Great Sparrow. We did not even know his name and which diocese he came from. When the archbishops of King's Landing met behind closed doors to elect the archbishop, the Great Sparrow was not a candidate at all. He was not even a bishop before. How could he be qualified to run for the archbishop? But the sparrows raised their axes and carried the Great Sparrow on their shoulders and rushed into the meeting. The opponents were judged by the sparrows on the spot. What else could the other archbishops do but to submit? The Poor's Gathering and the Children of War were established. This is true, but only the archbishop who called himself the Great Sparrow could control them. Not to mention you all, even I am afraid. We are not afraid. Those sparrows are only wearing a layer of linen clothes. No matter how many of them come, they will not be enough for me to kill. A knight said angrily. But immediately someone retorted, we are all knights who are anointed with holy ointment and swore an oath in front of the seven gods. How can we fight against the church's warriors? This is where the problem lies. The old doctor nodded and a light flashed in his eyes. Before the Great Sparrow, the nobles, knights and the church depended on each other. But now the balance is broken. Chapter 246. Doctor, are you against Big Sparrow too? Danny could not help but ask. The old doctor turned around and saw that it was the champion of martial arts who asked the question. He nodded and shook his head with a bitter smile. The City of Knowledge does not have the scholars' armed forces. How can we be qualified to participate in politics? But winter is coming, and the City of Knowledge has already warned the lords 4 times. I even personally wrote a few letters to the Archbishop of King's Landing, advising him to focus on the big picture, stabilize the situation, and plant the last batch of winter wheat if only God has mercy. It seemed that the City of Knowledge did not completely fail in its duty. Unfortunately, a person's strength determined his voice. The scholar's voice was too soft, and no one listened to what he said. What did Big Sparrow say? Garan asked curiously. He did not answer me at all. That's why I asked Bishop Peter. The old doctor said awkwardly. Dickon sighed and said, I just came back from King's Landing. I know the situation there better than any of you. Big Sparrow is now. I don't know what he is really thinking, but King's Landing is indeed under the control of the church. After the war, countless farmers in Hejin County and King's Landing went bankrupt and lost their jobs. The old town is still warm, but Hejin County had a light snow 2 months ago. Winter is coming for Hejin County, but it has already arrived for Hejin County. Even if my father works hard to clean up the bandits and remnants, Hejin County will not be able to resume production in a year or 2. The poor farmers have nowhere to go. Joining the church and becoming a member of the poor is their only hope to survive. The war is not even over yet. Count Aston in the Harvest Hall said with a bitter smile. Dragonstone Island, Storm's End Fort, Timmins Rebellion, the conflict between the Iron Throne and the Church, Lord Stannis who has gone missing, I heard. Seeing his strange expression, a count next to him asked curiously, what else? Well. Aston touched his nose and said in a low voice, I don't believe that none of you have heard about Danny Rise. Hiss. The face of the noble who asked the question changed. He looked around cautiously. Seeing that everyone was silent, he let out a long sigh of relief, but decided not to say anything else. What are you afraid of? Wasn't it just the mother of dragons, Danny Liz? Danny rolled her eyes and shouted. Dozens of eyes glared at her. It seemed that even though the City of Knowledge had intentionally concealed information about the dragon and the Dragon Queen, the great nobles more or less knew some inside information. With that in mind, Danny purposely asked, "What's wrong?" Even if she could eat people, she would be thousands of miles away. The Anti-Mother of Dragons Alliance is a major event in the world. Why is it a taboo topic here? Miss Layla, what do you know? Baylor asked with a frown. The key is that you don't know anything. Since you are also a Westeros, you should naturally understand why we are avoiding this topic. I really don't understand, Danny said honestly. Baylor glanced at the expressionless Garland and sighed. Arryn Valley, Hygien, the Northern Territory, Lannister, Stormlands, 5 great kingdoms, 5 great dukes, directly led to the destruction of the Targaryen dynasty, and even the extermination of the entire race. Hiding was originally a partner and supporter of Prince Rhaegar, but now he has a marriage alliance with Lannister. 6 of the 7 kingdoms have an irreconcilable conflict with her, a blood feud. How can we not be afraid of this? Legend has it that the last Targaryen was vengeful, cruel, and bloodthirsty. She never let a single enemy go. She tortured and killed nobles, slaughtered civilians. She bathed in the blood of babies, fed bones to dragons, sacrificed her family to hatch dragons, practiced the magic of shadows and blood, and every night, even if the rumors are exaggerated, even if they are exaggerated by 10 times, and the remaining 10% is true, she is still an inhuman existence like a demon. The veins on Danny's forehead throbbed. She suppressed her anger and said, I thought the nobles near the City of Knowledge would be more rational. Sir Baylor, you have disappointed me. Oh, did I say something wrong? Baylor frowned. Who are the people who oppose the Mother of Dragons? Danny asked. Baylor thought for a moment and said, the merchants and nobles of the various trading cities. What kind of people are they? Baylor did not hesitate or force himself to answer. He said matter-of-factly, cultured gentlemen. There is no way to continue this topic. Danny held her forehead and groaned, the Mother of Dragons wants to abolish slavery and liberate the oppressed slaves. Slaves support the sea trade of the world today. Without slaves, the sea trade of the free cities will shrink by 3/4. For the hundreds of millions of gold royals, the Allied army was formed. I understand what you mean. Baylor nodded thoughtfully. He turned to Professor Peristan and said calmly, Professor, the rumors about Danny rise within the 7 kingdoms all came from the City of Knowledge. It seems that she is not the same person as the Mother of Dragons that Miss Layla mentioned. What? Those comments about the Mother of Dragons came from the City of Knowledge. Danny was stunned. She thought that Baylor was a rotten person on the inside and was easily deceived by the sea merchants of the free cities. She never thought that the City of Knowledge was spreading unfavorable rumors about her. She even praised the City of Knowledge's wisdom and responsibility in the matter of cold winter. Professor Peristan pursed his lips and thought for a moment. He sighed, we are not lying. Did any of the Guy's nobles in Slave Bay survive? I am talking about the virtuous lord, the great lord, the kind lord. Almost all of them died. Danny nodded. The old professor shrugged and asked, the kind lord is equivalent to a duke. Can you imagine the scene of killing all the dukes of the 7 kingdoms? Isn't that cruel enough? Too cruel. A noble trembled and said. Danny, the old professor asked again, thousands of people saw her dragon eat people with their own eyes. She ate hundreds of Second Son's mercenaries. Is that fake? But Sir Baylor was talking about babies. The mother of dragons bathed in the blood of babies and then fed the bones of the babies to the dragon. Danny retorted. Maybe it is a little exaggerated, but it is more or less correct. Everyone thought, dragons even eat adults. Why would they let children go? We have records in the City of Knowledge. Dragons eating children is nothing new. The old professor said with conviction. Yes, when I was young, before I went to bed, my old grandma told me about dragons eating children many times. Sigh, my old grandma told me about it too. Me too. Many nobles were surprised to find that their old grandma had told them similar stories. So, the dragon must have eaten children. They concluded. Did your old grandma tell you about Targaryen bathing in the blood of babies? Danny said with a straight face. It wasn't Targaryen. It seemed to be a countess from Hellenberg. The Count of Harvest Hall said thoughtfully. If a countess can bathe in the blood of babies, why can't the mother of dragons? Professor Paristan said with conviction. According to your logic, if the thieves at the dock steal things, do you think everyone here will steal things too? Danny's mouth twitched. I have a theoretical basis. The red-nosed old professor said with conviction. That woman personally admitted that she needs to sacrifice her loved ones to hatch a dragon. What does this mean? It means that she is a witch, a child of shadow, an evil blood wizard. Isn't it natural for a blood wizard to bathe in the blood of babies? How did she offend the City of Knowledge? Why did they try so hard to slander her? Was it to warm up public opinion for the upcoming power struggle? But wasn't the City of Knowledge an academic institution that pursued knowledge and truth? Why was there such a strong political bias? At this point, Danny had a rough understanding of the City of Knowledge's attitude. Due to the approaching winter, endless wars, and political chaos, the scholars were sincerely worried about the people of the Seven Kingdoms. However, they did not think that the Dragon Queen was the best candidate to end the chaos. They were even extremely repulsed by her. Danny did not try to correct the noble's view of her. Instead, she went straight to the point and asked, if one day, the Dragon Queen returns to the Westeros and intends to restore the Targaryen dynasty, how will the City of Knowledge and the nobles deal with her? I'm afraid that it will be difficult for her to get past the allied army. The old professor looked indifferent. She has 4 dragons. Danny reminded. Aren't there only 3? Baylor was puzzled. I heard that another one was hatched. Dragons are not invincible. The history professor shook his head and said with certainty. I study history and know how high the dragon's casualty rate is in regular wars. In the era when there were no dragon-slaying crossbows, Valeglia attacked many times in the form of an army. 100 dragons, 200 dragons, 300 dragons. Even with such a powerful army, there was still a loss of close to 2%. Especially in the battle with the Lorners, 60% of the Dragon King died in battle. After the battle ended, he was ambushed by the gods at night and died in the flood. Nearly 10% of the Megalosaurus died as well. Not to mention that the woman only has 4 dragons and can't withstand a few rounds of exhaustion. Before the Dance of the Blood Dragons, the Targaryens had more than 20 Megalosaurus. Why didn't they have the ambition to challenge the world? I am also very puzzled by the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors. For the sake of a broken place like the Westeros, there was internal strife and fighting to the death. Even the dragons became extinct. If they had the strength, they might as well conquer Slaver's Bay, conquer Volantis, conquer Queers, and promote the Targaryen royal family to a world-class royal family. Perhaps the Dragon Queen won't be able to get past the allied army, but when she has nowhere else to go, she might have no choice but to accept the position of Queen of the Seven Kingdoms. At that time, accept the position. Baylor was unhappy. Aren't the Westeros the center of the world's civilization? Isn't the King of the Seven Kingdoms the best job in the world? Danny sighed and said helplessly, "Everyone, I am also a Westeros, but we have to face reality. In the eyes of the world, the Westeros are a barren land. Their culture is backward and their political system is not advanced enough. They are also especially closed off and poor." "How are we backward? Poor? Who doesn't know that Duke Tywin's shit is made of gold?" The Count of Red Apple retorted angrily. Danny glanced at him and said calmly, "It is said that the Dragon Queen seized 50 million gold royals worth of wealth from Slaver's Bay. In terms of weight, it is 100 times more than what Tywin eats. I don't believe that Duke Lannister's shit is more than what he eats." "Hiss!" everyone gasped. It was as if they were in an illusion. Countless golden cuties were falling towards them like a waterfall. Of course, the poverty of the Westeros isn't just due to the lack of gold. In the world trade, the Westeros have the 3 major seaports: King's Landing, Old Town, and White Harbor. But have you noticed? The most popular export product of the 7 kingdoms is wine. Wine from Enchanting Island and Dorne. What does this mean? What? The nobles looked at Danny blankly. Sigh, the Westeros import barren porcelain, Summer Islands furniture, mere lace and glass, Pentos spices, transit station, and Tyrosh handicrafts from sea trade. Danny turned to the old professor. Even the poison used by the scholars is imported from Lizzie. Am I right? Yes, other than nurturing bed slaves, the Lizzie people's ability to create poison is also world famous. Chapter 247. In other words, other than wine, the Westeros don't have any good products. Isn't this considered poor? This. Baylor was stunned. This isn't considered poor, right? It can only be said that the local specialties are different. Enchanting Island's golden wine is unique in this world and is in short supply. Sir, do you know about the trade deficit? Danny asked curiously. What's that? Baylor was confused. Treat the Westeros as a whole. The gold royals that come in every year minus the gold royals that go out, if there's a surplus, it means that the 7 countries have earned money from world trade. If it's negative, it means that the king is losing money. I call it the trade deficit. Oh, other than the brainless nobles, Garland, Baylor, Garth, Paristan, and the others who understood her looked at Danny in surprise. I didn't expect Miss Layla to be so knowledgeable as well as skilled in martial arts, Count Garland praised sincerely. The Westeros also had customs. Littlefinger Peter made a name for himself by increasing customs revenue and was even promoted to the position of Minister of Finance. However, the customs in this world only had one mission: to collect taxes, crack down on smugglers, and increase taxes for the king as much as possible. Adjusting tariffs, controlling the trade deficit, and adjusting the domestic industrial structure were not the tasks of the Minister of Finance. In other words, the nobles of the 7 countries didn't even have the awareness to do so. How does the trade deficit affect the Westeros? The old professor asked nervously. It doesn't affect them in the short term. Sea trade goods are luxury goods that ordinary people can't use. The gold and silver accumulated by the nobles for thousands of years isn't worth much. It's not much of a difference to the country if it's piled up in the cellar and exchanged for high-end goods. This woman is crazy. She said that gold and silver are worthless. Someone sneered. Needless to say, there were many people who agreed with him. Even Baylor and the old professor were confused. Winter is coming. I believe that with the Tyrell family's wealth, they should be able to take out 2 million gold royals, right? Danny looked at Count Garland. Garland was in a difficult position. His family could take out 4 million gold royals, let alone 2 million. However, everyone knew that the person on the Iron Throne had a hard time and was short of money. If he knew that his family had, sure. He suddenly understood. High Court was the richest in the 7 kingdoms, and even Tywin had lent the Iron Throne 3 million gold royals. If he said that Tywin did not even have 2 million gold royals, who would believe him? Dany nodded and asked, according to the current price of wheat in the Old Town, 2 million gold royals can buy enough food for 2 million people for 10 years. 1 gold royal equals 23,520 copper coins. 2 copper coins for a roasted sausage, pure meat sausage, and a cup of ale. That's not expensive, is it? Original setting, the price difference between meat and grain in this world was not as exaggerated as in modern society, but under normal circumstances, 1 gold royal should be able to buy 10 tons of wheat. Lannister should be able to take out another 1 or 2 million gold royals. If we calculate the winter as 5 years, wouldn't this amount of money be enough to save all the people in the Westeros? No, Baelor shook his head. If you buy so much food, the price will probably increase by 10 times. Dany nodded. She scanned the crowd and asked, "Do you understand now?" The difference between 10 times and the normal price represents the devaluation of the gold in your hands. Just buying and selling wheat once can devalue the gold to 1/10 of its original value, or even a few tenths. Do you still think that gold and silver are valuable? The crowd was at a loss. They wanted to refute, but they could not find a reason to. The old professor was also a little confused, but he quickly recovered and changed the topic. What are you trying to say? Didn't you say that the Westeros are poor? Well, let's continue. The trade deficit does not affect the Westeros in the short term, but after hundreds of years, the 7 kingdoms have lost too much gold, so much so that the Iron Throne has to borrow money from the iron treasury of Braavos and the bankers of Myr, Pentos and other cities. King Robert's extravagant spending is one of the reasons why the Iron Throne is short of money, but he has spent nearly 10 million gold royals in 14 years. In addition to the 6 million in foreign debt, there are also millions of gold royals left by the Mad King, and the treasury itself has income. Then, may I ask my lords, did the 10 million gold royals that King Robert spent go into your family's treasury? No, my family has been paying out for more than 10 years. We have no income at all. The Earl of Green Apple was confused. Sigh, my family too. We have to spend money to fight wars and participate in tournaments. The Earl of Highland City nodded. The expenses have been high these few years. Although my family did not lose money, there is no income either. Dickon was confused. Really? My family can't make ends meet either. We even borrowed money from the Iron Treasury 3 years ago. What's going on? The Earl of Nightsong City was shocked. I also borrowed money. Me too, you all borrowed money. Now I can relax, ha ha ha. Baelor was also confused. Everyone is spending money, but Miss Layla is right. King Robert definitely spent 10 million gold royals in the past 14 years. Where did such a large sum of money go? Is someone secretly getting rich? Professor, do you know what's going on? The nobles could not help but look at the only expert on the scene. Professor Peristan was quietly pulling the long necklace on his neck, trying to hide the gold chain that represented economics at the back of his collar. His action was seen by everyone. Awkwardly, the scene fell into a suffocating silence. Ugh! The old man's cheeks were red, and he was so embarrassed that he almost cried. Professor Peristan mainly studies history. Baelor touched his nose and helped the professor out. Maybe it's like what Miss Layla said. The trade deficit has been lost to other countries. More than 10 million in 14 years. Including all of us, how much money have we lost? Hee, now you know why I said the Westeros are poor. Dany smiled casually, as if it was none of her business. To be honest, when she was rebuilding the trade system at Slaver's Bay, she guessed that the Westeros might be in a constant trade deficit. She also guessed that Robert's extravagance would accelerate the loss of gold. However, she did not expect that most of the nobles in the 7 countries would be emptied. Dany could not help but think of the era when the Jews, led by Rothschild, controlled the economic lifeline of Europe. Perhaps, the moneylenders in Bravos were equivalent to the Jewish bigwigs in the other world. Then what should we do? Closing the customs will only benefit the smugglers, but it will not cut off the trade deficit you mentioned. Garland said with a serious expression. I have a plan that can solve this problem once and for all. Do you want to know? Dany said mysteriously. What plan? Everyone looked at her. Everyone will take a loan from the Bravos Iron Treasury. Borrow as much money as possible. The nobles of the 7 countries will borrow together. What do you mean? Reneging on the debt. Dany smiled evilly. The Westeros also have their own specialties, knights. It can be said that the knights of the 7 countries are the most powerful in the world. 20,000 Dothraki roaring warriors could not take down Qohor, but 10,000 golden mercenaries could take over Qohor in one wave. Do you understand? Yes, Qohor had fallen before. The story of 3,000 immaculate warriors protecting Qohor had been passed down for hundreds of years. It seemed to give the nobles of Qohor the illusion that as long as they were protected by the immaculate warriors, no one could touch them. Decades ago, the exiled knights of Westeros formed the Golden Mercenaries. Qohor hired them to fight for territory in the plains of the Rhone River. The Golden Mercenaries asked for a high price, but they were capable and completed the mission easily. In the end, the nobles of Qohor wanted to renege on the debt and refused to pay the balance, similar to how some unscrupulous businessmen dealt with migrant workers. Unfortunately, the Golden Mercenaries were not migrant workers. They defeated the Qohor Iron Cavalry and thousands of immaculate warriors and took down Qohor City in one day and one night. However, the founder of the Golden Mercenaries, Cold Iron Igor Riverman, one of the illegitimate sons of the Dragon family who started the Blackfire Rebellion, was very principled. In order to make a name for himself, he did not ransack or burn the city. After he received his commission and compensation, he took the initiative to leave Qohor. Yes, the motto of the Golden Mercenaries was, "Their word is gold." They never broke their promises and were famous for their reputation and combat power. Excluding the ordinary cavalry, the Golden Mercenaries only had 500 true knights equipped with 3 horses and 1 attendant. Not to mention the 7 kingdoms, just the High Court alone could gather thousands of true knights. With thousands of true knights leading tens of thousands of cavalrymen, who would dare to come and demand payment? Isn't this a little too dishonorable? Garland's mouth was wide open and he was dumbfounded. Judging from her appearance, this woman was beautiful and gentle, but inside, she was completely different from her appearance. She was strong, and her martial arts were superb. Even men could not compare to her. Deep inside, although she was very intelligent, she was also very shameless and cunning. It was a little scary. Yes, if we really do that, the reputation of the Westeros will definitely be destroyed. Even the local bankers will not dare to lend money to the nobles anymore. Bishop Peter was so nervous that his nose was sweating. The church's bank still had millions of gold royals. The Iron Throne alone had borrowed 1,000,000 gold royals, outside. If everyone followed suit, wouldn't they go bankrupt? I'm just saying. It's up to you. Dany waved her hand and said casually. However, she then returned to the previous topic. You should understand, right? The Dragon Queen occupies the rich Slave Bay. There is almost no winter there, the land is fertile, and the 4 seasons are like summer. It is also close to the great maritime trade route, and there is agriculture and commerce. Especially in terms of popular sentiment, the newly liberated free people all call her Misha. Do you know what Misha is? Mother in the Gujaskali language. From this, you can see how popular she is in Slave Bay. If it were you, would you be willing to leave such a rich and friendly blessed land and return to this poor, cold, and broken country where the people do not support her? That makes sense. Even the stupid knight with the turnip on his shoulder understood and agreed with him. Is she really not coming back? Peristan murmured. Not necessarily. Dany shook her head and said uncertainly, when she defeats the allied army, not to mention unifying the continent of Ursos, she will at least take down the city-states that declared war on her, such as Rhys and Tarosi. At that time, she will have a strong army and is only a narrow sea away from the Westeros. She will come back with millions of troops to show off. It is normal for you to be jealous and hate her. Millions of troops to show off. The nobles' mouths twitched, and their expressions were extremely complicated. Chapter 248. Seeing that everyone was in low spirits, the old professor immediately cheered them up. We don't have to be envious or jealous. The Westeros are always striving for self-improvement. But if she can defeat the Alliance, unify the continent of Ursos, and build a Targaryen empire similar to Valeglia, why should we reject such a great emperor? To put it bluntly, with her current achievements, not to mention Tommen and Cersei, she can't even compare to Aegon the Conqueror, right? The one who said this was an olive-skinned, black-haired man. He wore a furry coat with 3 poisonous scorpions embroidered on his chest with black silk thread. Laughing Baelor glanced at the wooden garland beside her and scolded, Sir Aaron Kogel, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. Sir Kogel smiled contemptuously. I'm speaking the truth. The Dornishmen never hide their hostility towards Lannister, but someone has to sit on the Iron Throne. Targaryen is much stronger than Cersei Lannister and the Child King. Sandstone City is located in the central desert of Dorne. How did you know about that woman? Professor Peristan asked worriedly. Sun Halberd City is a trading port no weaker than the old town. Everyone is not stupid. More than one sailor talked about Targaryen and dragons. How could we ignore it? 16 years ago, our king's surname was Targaryen. She can't defeat the Alliance. This is common knowledge. One person can't fight against the entire world, Professor Peristan said with certainty. Professor, if she fails, she can only give up the great cause of freeing the slaves and go home to inherit the Iron Throne. Dany said strangely. What do you mean? The old professor was surprised. She has dragons, for dragons. Even if the Alliance takes Slaver's Bay, can they stop her from escaping on Megalosaurus? But the whole world is against her. Where can she escape to? Only her hometown, the Westeros. The Alliance will even support her return to the Westeros. After all, she has dragons, prestige, and a chance to turn the tables. If the Mother of Dragons obediently returns to the King's Landing to fight for the Iron Throne, the slave merchants will welcome her with open arms. What should we do? Dany's analysis was reasonable, and the old professor was anxious. If they won, they would be able to lead their million-strong army back to their hometown and live a life of luxury. If they lost, they would have to ride their dragons back home and sit on the Iron Throne. Can't the people of the 7 kingdoms escape from her shadow? Dany's eyes flashed a ray of light as he said, we can invite Faceless One. The low and deep voice silenced the scene for a moment. The orange light from the burning torches fell on everyone's faces, imprinting all kinds of strange expressions. Their eyes flickered as they quietly looked at each other, but no one said a word. Ahem, ahem. Baelor coughed a few times and changed the topic with a faint smile. Tonight is the celebration banquet of the martial arts tournament. Let's not talk about irrelevant topics. Clown, come and tell us a joke. The musicians played the music, and the guests cheered. The venue became lively again, as if the previous discussion had never happened. The next morning, although the camp of the martial arts tournament was not demolished, most of the participating nobles were preparing to leave. Baylor also returned to the city to continue supervising the construction of the warships, while Hyder stayed to recruit free riders. The news of the female knight, Layla, winning the martial arts tournament spread like wildfire in the city. When Danny led the horse back to the wine bottle, she heard a handsome blonde singer sitting in the hotel lobby, playing the harp and singing the story of the first female knight in history with a mellow voice. A group of apprentices and merchants surrounded him, listening with great interest. Danny also saw a few familiar faces, such as the black girl Larissa and her friends, Lame Morant, the stupid little fatty Rooney, and others. But there was no Pater. What made Danny frown was that the girlfriend of the lousy apprentice, the flower of the hostess, Rosie, was in the arms of a handsome blonde young man. Although he was wearing green and gold-striped silk clothes instead of the gray robe of a scholar, the 4 metal chains on the silk rope around his neck showed his identity. He was a scholar apprentice. An apprentice from a rich family. Could it be that Pater had been poached? It didn't seem like it. Rosie looked sad, and her eyes were red as if she had cried. Obviously, she was unwilling to accept her fate, which was to become a hostess like her mother. Ah, Knight Layla. Just as she was wondering, a hostess saw Danny and opened her mouth to shout. This time, everyone in the hall looked over, and even the singer stopped singing. He hugged his harp and ran to Danny, saying affectionately, "Oh, Lady Knight, let me be your personal attendant. I want to write a legend for you and let countless people know of your deeds." In Slaves Bay, there were too many gigolo bards who recommended themselves to the queen, and Danny did not know how many of them she had rejected. She skillfully threw over a gold royal and said with a faint smile, "I'm very satisfied with your song, but I don't need an accompanying singer." Then, under the protection of White Knight, she walked past a group of groupies who were asking all kinds of questions and went straight to the backyard. She did not stay in the hotel for long. After washing up and changing into clean underwear, she still wore her armor and left the tavern from the backyard. She walked along the stone arch bridge to the famous City of Knowledge. In theory, the core area of the City of Knowledge did not receive women, and would not recruit female apprentices, but the purpose of the rules was to wait for the privilege to break them. The daughters of the Hathar family, the women of the 7 dukes' families, and the royal princesses could all enter the City of Knowledge and be grandly received by the doctors. Danny was now dimensional water, so her identity was naturally not qualified. However, she received an invitation from Dr. Paristan last night to go to the City of Knowledge to discuss the trade deficit with the economists. The old doctor was frightened by the terrifying fact that the 7 countries had lost more than 10 million gold royals in 14 years. This morning, he specially ran to her tent to remind her not to miss the appointment. Through this period of observation, Danny found that except for the inexplicable hostility towards her, the City of Knowledge's performance was still acceptable. They had basically fulfilled their duties. As long as they found a problem, they would try to find a way to solve it. Whether or not they could solve it was another matter, but their positive attitude was very commendable. The City of Knowledge was right next to the Honey Wine River. It was only a stone arch bridge away from the wine bottle. In less than 10 minutes, she arrived at the gate. It was a bit like a modern university. The stone gate was very wide, enough for 3 carriages to pass through side by side. On both sides of the gate, there was a tall green sphinx statue. It had the body of a lion, the wings of an eagle, and the tail of a snake. One of them had the face of a man, and the other had the face of a woman. This kind of stone statue was also called the Voleglia Sphinx. Whether it was the stone statue itself or the custom of placing a sphinx statue at the gate, it all originated from the ancient Voleglia. Behind the gate, there was a desk on the left side of the stone path. Behind it sat 5 or 6 gray-robed clerks. They had chains, but not enough to form a necklace. They belonged to the assistant scholars. More than 10 citizens of the old town were gathered there. Some were asking the clerks to write letters, some were shouting for their wills, some were holding letters in their hands, and asked the assistant scholars to read the letters. There were also some who were simply bored and were there to watch the fun. On the right side of the stone path, there was a row of bookstalls on the ground. It was a bit like the stalls near the BBS bulletin board before the seniors left the university. They sold old books, CDs, magazines, tennis rackets, basketballs. Danny deliberately went over to take a look. They were all old books, storybooks, history books, biographies, and travel notes. She squatted down and flipped through them. 90% of the books were written by scholars of the City of Knowledge. Books related to Targaryen accounted for another 70% of the total. There were books such as The Cruel Meg, The Secret Records of the Dragon Knights, Renai's Lover. Danny curiously flipped open Renai's Lover to take a look. The result was so shocking that her worldview was almost shattered. Aegon the Conqueror had 2 wives. The elder sister was Visenya, and the younger sister was Renai's. Visenya was the first wife, and Renai's was the true love, probably. The book said that every night Aegon accompanied Visenya, he would accompany Renai's for 10 nights as compensation. However, Rhaenys was accompanied by many handsome men. Whenever Aegon and Visenya were together, Rhaenys would enjoy these bedfellows. 7 gods above, this kind of book isn't banned. Danny asked the old apprentice who was selling the book. Yes, the book was very old. The once snow-white parchment was pale yellow. The binding on the side was even a few short threads, and some pages were missing. This book was definitely not newly written, and Targaryen had only been extinct for 16 years. The gray-robed old man who was selling the book was very old. His beard and hair were white, and he wore silver-rimmed glasses. However, there was still a rope around his neck, and on the rope were 4 or 5 links. He was an old apprentice. Why is it banned? The old man was puzzled. There are many scenes of Queen Rhaenys and her lover in the book. But it's all true. How can it be wrong when it's spoken by the person involved? Besides, Aegon tacitly acknowledged his sister's behavior of keeping lovers. At that time, all the nobles in King's Landing knew about it. There was even a custom among noble widows to keep singers and poets as their lovers. The old apprentice's face was calm. Danny put down the book with a wooden face and used 2 copper coins to buy a hand-drawn map of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge was built along the Honey River. It had been constantly expanding for thousands of years, and the internal architecture was extremely complex. Some of the towers were even built on small islands near the river. If there was no map, there was an 80% chance that tourists would get lost. Moreover, the City of Knowledge was a university town. It was not just a gathering place for scholars. The Holy Church and church schools were also mixed in. Although the City of Knowledge did not accept female apprentices, it did not cut off the path of learning for women. The church schools were specially prepared for nuns. However, there was almost no academic research in the church schools. It was mainly used to train reading and writing nannies for the rich families. Along the winding riverside road, Danny saw a few stone sculptures of Targaryen kings. They were all famous kings. Conqueror Aegon I, Merry King Jaehaerys I, Young Dragon King Dylan I, Virtuous King Dylan II. Yes, there was also Mad King Aerys who had half of his body smashed. Aerys was not purely a fatuous ruler. His life trajectory was a little like Lilongji's, rising first and then suppressing later. In the first half of his life, he was quick-witted and charming. Together with Tywin, they worked hard to reform the country's corrupt policies. During that period, the Westeros were peaceful and prosperous. It was almost a different version of the Kayuan Age. At that time, the City of Knowledge even erected a stone sculpture for him. Who would have thought that he would change so much later on? Dany and Barristan arrived at the door of the Chief Steward's pavilion and saw a middle-aged apprentice in his 40s being dragged out of the door by two assistant scholars. Barristan grabbed a tall and thin scholar who walked past and asked, "What's going on?" Zion stole Dr. Varen's waffles. Chapter 249. What did he steal? Dany asked in disbelief. Waffles. Why did he steal waffles? Gluttony, of course. It's not the first time Zion stole food from the kitchen, the tall and thin scholar shrugged. He then looked at Dany and asked, "You're Knight Layla, right?" "I'm Parker, a bachelor in economics. I was just about to look for you at the feather wine bottle." "Hello, Scholar Parker. I'm Layla. What's the rush?" "It's urgent. After your reminder, Professor Barristan checked the customs trade records for the past 20 years. The trade deficit is far worse than we thought. To be honest, I didn't even know that we Westeros had so many gold royals." The tall scholar laughed bitterly at himself. They stood in front of the stairs and exchanged a few words. The two tall and strong assistant scholars dragged Zion out of the door. There was a wooden hut the size of a phone booth at the door. The assistant scholars were trying their best to stuff Zion inside. Zion seemed to be extremely afraid of the hut. He grabbed the door with his fingers and struggled with all his might. He screamed, "I'm hungry. My family is poor. I can't afford to go out to eat. I only stole the professor's biscuits because I was hungry." Bang, bang, bang. The other two assistant scholars ignored him completely. They kept on kicking the middle-aged apprentice until he cried out in pain. He had no choice but to let go of his hands. The wooden door was immediately closed with a puff sound. The assistant scholars locked the thick oak door and left cursing. Zion was left alone with his frantic banging and crying. It was miserable. "What's going on? Do the apprentices in the City of Knowledge go hungry?" Dany asked. "Not under normal circumstances. You can get a commission if you work for the professor. But Zion is too old, and he hasn't been able to get a chain ring. The professor doesn't seem to like him, and he doesn't like the work of a servant, so..." The lanky Parker shrugged and didn't continue. Dany couldn't help but think of the old apprentices who sold books at the entrance of the City of Knowledge and wrote letters for the people of the old town. It seemed that Pate wasn't an exception. The life of the apprentices in the City of Knowledge wasn't good. But compared to the people, the apprentices were already above the rest. Then, how difficult was the life of a rural farmer? Inside the general manager's pavilion was a spacious hall of more than 500 square meters. The floor was made of marble, and there were tall arched windows on the four walls. The lighting was excellent. Dany and Barristan's iron boots made a crisp sound on the floor. Compared to the many grey-robed scholars, their iron armor was too conspicuous. However, the title of a Layla martial arts champion had already begun to spread. The scholars who came and went had already guessed her identity, and they all cast curious gazes at her. Dany ignored the curious eyes of the other students and asked the tall economics student who was leading the way, "How long will Zion be locked up in the dark room?" "1 day, 2 days, I'm not sure." At the end of the hall, there was a high platform. On the platform, there was a grey-robed old scholar with a thin face. When he saw Dany coming, he wrote on a book with a quill and asked, "Layla Wayshuway, right?" "So, Squire, what is your name?" "Aston, my name is Aston Windstorm," White Knight said. "Windstorm. Another illegitimate child. The old man wrote down the name that White Knight said, and handed over 2 small wooden plates and a bronze key. Both of you are honored guests invited by the City of Knowledge. You can take the wooden plates to the library to borrow books. Danny took the wooden plate and the key. After flipping through them, she found that the wooden plate had the words Layla Weishue and VIP guest, same as an ordinary scholar, written on it. The content of White Knight's wooden plate was similar to hers. What's the key for? She raised the bronze key and asked. You'll understand when you get to the library. The old man waved his hand and began to ask the next visitor. While climbing the stairs, Scholar Parker explained, other than the books compiled by past scholars, we also buy books from any city, any nationality, and any language brought by anyone. After thousands of years of accumulation, the City of Knowledge has the richest collection of books in the world. There are so many books that a room can't fit all of them, so the scholar needs to bring the key to open the door of the library. The doctors were waiting for Danny in a spacious meeting room on the 2nd floor. 2 small bronze sphinx statues stood by the door. The room was decorated with warm colors, and in the middle of the room was a 10-meter-long, 2-meter-wide mahogany table. Other than the table and high-backed chairs, there was nothing else. When she arrived, 17 or 18 old doctors were arguing with a stack of parchment papers. The golden sunlight shone on them through the arched glass window, and Danny could see the spittle of the old men as they argued. Ah, Miss Layla, you're here. Dr. Peristan quickly stood up to greet her. You met Scholar Parker, right? He just went down. Yes, I met him at the entrance of the hall. Everyone. The red-nosed old man clapped his hands to attract the attention of the doctors. He pointed at Danny and introduced her. This is Miss Layla Weishue, who is knowledgeable and skilled in martial arts. Hello, Miss Layla. My name is Gallardo. The doctor closest to Danny immediately stood up, bowed, and introduced himself. Peristan also said in a timely manner, like me, Gallardo is proficient in history. He once traveled to the Midsummer Islands and translated the poems of the Tree of Words that have been passed down since ancient times. He wrote the famous book, The Midsummer Sun. Dr. Gallardo, I've heard a lot about you. Danny's eyes lit up, and she complimented him with a smile. I've seen your masterpiece in the Free City. This was the truth. Just like how the City of Knowledge crazily collected books from all over the world, Danny also wanted to build a super library in Slave Bay. Sea merchants often came to Astapor with all kinds of books, and then took away large amounts of gold, sugar, liquor, and other goods. The Midsummer Sun was also very famous in the Midsummer Islands. It was similar to how the ancient people of the Celestial Dynasty recorded words on bronze cauldrons. The Midsummer Islands had a long-lived and huge tree called the Tree of Words. The canopy of a single tree could cover the entire town. Every year, the local priestess would use songs and legends to carve the local events that happened or heard of in the past on the white skin of the tree trunk. The Tree of Words had a special characteristic. As long as the tree was still alive, the carvings on its skin would remain forever. Thousands of years had passed, and their history had been preserved through the huge Tree of Words. In addition, because of this special characteristic of the Tree of Words, the craftsmen in Slave Bay had once proposed to use the bark of the Tree of Words to make Queen Danny's paper. Just as Peristan introduced the doctors one by one, the others were also whispering and discussing this strange female knight in front of them. She's so young. She's indeed young, not more than 18 years old. However, she was the first to propose the concept of trade deficit. Just based on this point, she can at least create a link in economics. I just don't know if she has a way to solve the deficit. In the 14 years that King Robert was in power, the 7 countries lost 16 million gold royals. That's terrifying. Actually, the noble's collective debt reneging law that she proposed last night could be tried. That would make all Westeros be nailed to the pillar of shame and be cursed by foreigners for 10,000 years. The 18 doctors, except for the head steward himself, almost all of them had 2 or more copper, history, links and gold, economics, links. They also had copper or gold alloy canes and rings. Yes, the City of Knowledge's apprentices had smooth necks. Apprentices who had forged metal links were qualified to become bachelor's assistants. When they had accumulated enough links, 10 links, and formed a chain, they would be promoted to bachelor. When they had a deep understanding of a certain subject, or when they had more than 3 metal links, they would be qualified to become doctor. The doctors would wear masks, canes and rings that corresponded to the metal according to their research project. For example, Dr. Peristan had links made of silver, gold, lead, iron, black iron, platinum and many other metals. However, his main research project was history, so he had 5 copper links. Therefore, his ring, scepter and mask were all made of copper. If you met a person in a gray robe in the City of Knowledge, as long as you saw his appearance clearly, you would not be mistaken about his identity and profession. After meeting all the doctors, Dr. Peristan then led Dany to the old man in the lead. Head steward, this is Miss Layla. Snore. Snore. The old man tilted his neck and let out a light snore. The warm afternoon sun shone on the old man. He was sleeping soundly in this quarrelsome room. His face was extremely old. Almost all of his hair had fallen out, revealing a baby-like pink scalp. The muscles on his cheeks were shriveled, and his pale skin was covered with soybean and broad bean-sized age spots. Dr. Wargrave. Dr. Peristan could not wake the old man up. He could only step forward and push him lightly. Doctor, Head steward, Miss Layla is here. The meeting can officially begin. Oh, the meeting has begun. The old man rubbed his nose and sat up slowly. He only glanced at Dany and was suddenly stunned. He immediately struggled to stand up and shouted, "Your Highness, please forgive me. I didn't know you were here. Clarson, help me up to greet your Highness." Dany did not understand the situation at all and was stunned. Dr. Peristan looked embarrassed and shouted with a red face, "Doctor, you've got the wrong person. This is Miss Layla, and Clarson went to Storm's End Castle half a century ago." Tap, tap, tap. Just then, a small door on the left wall opened. A young apprentice ran in from the next room and supported Dr. Wargrave. "Doctor, what are you doing?" "Pater." Dany was surprised to find that the apprentice was Pater, whom she had not seen for a long time. His face was not as red as before and was as pale as a patient who had lost a lot of blood. However, his cross-eyed eyes were more lively than before. "Hello, Miss Layla." Pater smiled awkwardly and explained in a low voice, "I'm Dr. Wargrave's assistant. I'm responsible for helping him complete his work. However, the doctor often can't remember my name and thinks I was his assistant when he was young, Scholar Clarson." Gradually, Dany frowned. She realized something. Pater's temperament that once made her sympathize with him was gone. Instead, he had an aura that made people disgusted. It would be an exaggeration to say it was disgusting, but that kind of aura always made people unhappy. However, there were too many people here and she did not have time to study the little apprentice's changes. The old doctor was still causing a ruckus. "What are you all talking about? Hurry up and greet," Dr. Wargrave said and was stunned again. He muttered, "Sigh, is this Princess Lay or Princess Layla? I didn't hear clearly. Dr. Seaboard should be the one to preside over the meeting." A doctor covered his face and sighed. "Sigh, it's not his fault. Dr. Wargrave is 94 years old this year. He was fine during the election last year, but he got Alzheimer's in just a month. The doctor next to him shook his head and sighed. Everyone was talking. Danny was embarrassed and shocked. She did not notice that two old doctors in their 50s with bronze rings were looking at her strangely. Chapter 250. In the end, Dr. Wargrave was helped out of the conference room by Pate. The old man in this state was completely unable to communicate. Danny also breathed a sigh of relief. The old man was clamoring to see Princess Leylay for a while, and then he pulled Crescent to salute Queen Layla. She had considered the resemblance between mother and daughter before, but Barristan clearly told her that Queen Layla was not similar to her, especially in terms of temperament. He could not see the Queen's shadow in her. As the White Knight said, before meeting Dr. Wargrave, no one doubted her identity. Sorry, Dr. Wargrave is old and his memory is in a mess. As you can see, he can't even remember his assistant who served him for 3 years, Dr. Peristan apologized awkwardly. It's okay. Danny waved her hand and sat down on the right side of the old doctor. When everyone sat down, Peristan announced the start of the meeting. First, he handed Danny a piece of parchment with the income and expenditure of sea trade for the past 50 years. After returning to the City of Knowledge last night, 25 economics students and I sorted out the trade data of the 6 major trading seaports: Port Lannister, Old Town, Sun Halbert City, King's Landing, Seagull Town, and White Harbor. Finally, we calculated the trade deficit of Westeros for the past 40 years. Danny took a closer look. During the period of Mad King Aerys, there were surpluses and deficits. If the years of trade deficit were singled out, it was almost a horizontal line, about 200,000 gold royals per year. Well, there were even a few years of small surpluses in the middle of summer, but there would be a large deficit in winter. But everything changed after Robert came to power. Not only did the deficit increase every year, but the extent of the deficit also increased crazily, from 800,000 gold royals in the second year of Robert's succession to 2 million gold royals in the year before his death. Well, the data after the War of the Four Kings fell, and the deficit hovered around 500,000 gold royals in the last 2 years. Of the 14 years Robert had been in power, 10 had been in summer. This is crazy. In the 16 years after the War of the Usurpers, the Westeros lost 16 million gold royals. Danny said incredulously. Peristan rubbed the dark circles under his eyes and smiled bitterly. We didn't expect it to be so terrifying either. I was so scared that I couldn't sleep for the entire night. We need to rebuild the statue of King Aerys. Compared to Robert I, he did a good job during his reign, a doctor named Morith joked. It's mainly due to Duke Tywin. Dr. Nemos shook his head. Actually, other than being addicted to wildfire and tormenting the nobles until they couldn't eat or sleep in peace, Aerys didn't do much evil. At least, not only was he not extravagant, he was also very frugal. Robert inherited at least 4 million gold royals from him, Professor Ha Dong-een said. Sigh, why is it so difficult to have a good king? The thrifty king is crazy, and the heroic man is extravagant. Dr. Nemos held his head and sighed. Danny's eyes flashed, and she suggested tentatively, the Westeros are indeed at the time of reform. The City of Knowledge can launch a Grand Council, to learn from the advanced experience of the trading city-states and limit the power of the king. Don't even think about it. The City of Knowledge is just a service organization. It doesn't have the right to initiate a meeting, nor does it have the right to participate in the game of power. The professors shook their heads in unison. What's going on? There's no need to lie at this time, and their expressions don't seem to be perfunctory. Then, why would the City of Knowledge, which doesn't participate in the game of power, target me? Danny's mind was filled with more and more doubts. Ahem, let's get back to the topic. Doctor. Paristan coughed a few times and reminded everyone, the most urgent problem now is how to reduce the trade deficit. Danny frowned and said, to solve this problem, we have to figure out where the Westeros spend their money. We have statistics, Paristan said as he handed over another sheepskin scroll. During the reign of King Aerys, the City of Knowledge's witchcraft lens experiments accounted for 1/10 of the country's external financial expenditure. Luxuries such as mere lace, brocade, Kohor iron, barren spices, and ivory accounted for 80%. The remaining 10% was necessities such as grain, linen, salt, whale oil, and sugar. However, we also exported wood, fur, and wine to the trading city-states, especially the wine from Enchanting Island. This made the old town a major port second only to the King's Landing. Danny lowered her head and flipped through the sheepskin scroll. She asked casually, how far have you researched the witchcraft lens? Miss Layla also knows about the witchcraft lens. Yes, I've read about it in a book. Sigh, the creation of the witchcraft lens requires witchcraft. However, we've researched it for many years and proved that magic is a scam. We've wasted more than 1.5 million gold royals. Dr. Paristan shook his head. Magic? Danny stopped flipping through the sheepskin scroll. She raised her head and looked at the old professor. Are you sure you want to use magic? Of course, we have all the information on the creation of the witchcraft lens. As he spoke, he pulled his necklace and revealed a black chain. Do you see this? Valeglia steel. I've researched magic for 20 years, and I'm also a master magician. Danny stared at his brown eyes for a long time. Other than his determination and pride, there were also 2 lumps of yellowish-white excrement at the corners of his eyes. She didn't see a single meditation rune. He was purely a muggle. Professor, how do you study magic? Danny asked tentatively. I memorize the basic rune table and study the composition of the incantation runes. First, I disassemble it into hundreds of individual runes. Then, I compare the similarities and differences of the runes through the specific functions of witchcraft and analyze the meaning of the various combinations of the individual runes. Danny widened her eyes and said in disbelief, 7 gods above, your process of learning magic is very formal and systematic. Yes, formal, just like studying a certain major in a university. This was completely out of Danny's expectations. The process of learning magic was very professional. If she didn't know that the old professor was a muggle, she would have thought that the old professor had graduated from a wizard academy. It's fake. The old man shook his head disapprovingly. It's true, Danny said seriously. Your way of learning magic isn't wrong, but you've neglected 2 prerequisites. Miss Layla, you even know about occultism. Professor Nemos asked curiously. Not really. I only know some basic knowledge. There are 2 prerequisites to learn magic. First, the learner must have the talent to become an extraordinary. Second, there must be a magic tide, which means that there are dragons in the world or the place where the divine power radiates. After saying that, Danny was also confused. You even know the orthodox way of practicing magic. There's no reason that you don't know these basic knowledge, right? Let's not talk about anything else. Just go to the docks and find a fire mage or a red god priest. The expressions of the professors changed. Miss Layla, the fire mages are all liars, Professor Paristan said in a condemning tone. You're all wise people who know the truth. Think about it and you'll understand. The witchcraft lens was invented by the people of Valeglia, and the people of Valeglia are famous for their magic skills. It's definitely real. Without real magic, how can you create the witchcraft lens? Actually, the reason why you can't create the witchcraft lens is that the dragons have died out over a century ago, and the world has entered an era without magic. You won't be able to learn magic no matter what. Runes without magic are the same as the patterns on armor. They have no practical use. Is that so? Some of the professors were enlightened, but most of them didn't think so. Some even looked disgusted by the topic. Danny observed their expressions and immediately changed the topic. I understand now. King Robert is extravagant, and the other nobles are imitating him. The trend of extravagance is spreading from the King's Landing. The 7 kingdoms consume too much luxury goods, so naturally, the deficit is huge. As long as the next king is diligent and thrifty, and appropriately raises the tariffs on imported goods, the deficit will be easily solved. Well, Miss Layla, your suggestion is good, but it's hard to implement. Peristan paused and explained with a bitter smile, the king has 2 types of taxes for the lords of the 7 kingdoms, land tax and business tax. Land tax is related to the population and land under the lord, so it's hard to raise it under normal circumstances. But business tax is different. If the old town's commerce is flourishing, the king's share of the tax will naturally increase. In other words, the more luxury goods the nobles buy, the higher the consumption, and the higher the income of the Iron Throne. The tariff set by Littlefinger when he was the finance minister can almost maximize the prosperity of commerce and earn the most money for the king. And the tariffs are also related to the purchasing power of the nobles. The higher the tariffs, the higher the prices. You can imagine that they're already used to spices and fancy clothes. Raising the tariffs will offend the king and the nobles at the same time, but there's no obvious benefit. Since they can't bear to be poor and suffer, there are only 2 options left, Danny said after thinking for a while. There are 2 options. The professors were pleasantly surprised. Yes, I mentioned the first one before. Cheat the Iron Treasury of their money. Peristan frowned. Credibility, Danny waved her hand and interrupted him. Don't want credibility. The Westeros will completely abandon their international reputation. What do you mean? 17 pairs of confused eyes looked at her. Obviously, the Iron Treasury can only be cheated once, right? That's right. After cheating, the Westeros will completely lose their credibility, right? That's right. Then let's go all the way and become a rogue nation. Danny waved her hand and said boldly, I said before that the warriors of the 7 kingdoms are unparalleled in the world. We can build a few hundred pirate ships and learn from Timin's ancient road. We can seal off the narrow sea and collect toll. This suggestion was too crazy. The professor's eyeballs almost fell out of the table. After a while, Professor Peristan shook his head regretfully. It's possible, but it doesn't conform to the teachings of the 7 gods and the traditions of the 7 kingdoms. That's simple. Take off the knight's armor and pretend to be a foreigner. The foreigners will form a group and occupy the narrow sea. What's the difference? Peristan was confused. You should feel a little better. You don't even believe in magic. Do you think the 7 gods are real? If even the 7 gods are fake, why can't you pretend to be a foreigner? The professors opened and closed their mouths. They were conflicted but did not know how to refute. Moreover, the 7 kingdoms are now in a state of collapse. Killing relatives, killing the king, violating the rights of the guests, violating the sacred oath, these are happening one after another. Let's just give up and become a nation of beasts. Danny waved her hand and said boldly. Peristan and the other professors almost broke down when they heard this. Maybe the king can set things right. Let's talk about the second option, the old professor groaned. Chapter 251. The second path is more difficult. Danny sighed and analyzed for them with her fingers. First of all, There needs to be a wise and decisive king who can integrate the power of the 7 countries and carry out a plan with all his might. Secondly, the scholars have to work hard on how to localize foreign products, which means planting spices, black rice, tea leaves and other crops in the 7 countries. They also have to learn Barty's silk and porcelain technology, Mir's glass precision processing technology, and Coer's forging and smelting technology. Lastly, the king has to make industrial arrangements according to the specific situation of the 7 countries, then mobilize the whole country to create a huge industrial chain, mobilize the people to engage in production, and improve the Westeros industrial and agricultural standards. Professor Peristan looked at Dany with admiration and nodded. Very good, this is the way of the king. It's good, but can you do it? Can the City of Knowledge imitate the products of the free cities? Glass, mirrors, porcelain, smelting, weaving, how many do you know? Well. The old man frowned and thought for a while, then said, we can slowly figure it out. We scholars are not afraid of sacrifice. We can explore the big cities on a large scale for a few years, and there will be a time when we learn. Damn it, he made it sound so refreshing to secretly learn other people's technology. His skin was so thick that it was scary. What was the difference between this and the country of animals? Doctor, I heard something, Dany reminded him with a straight face. In Coer, scholars are even more unpopular than Dothraki. Coer had the smelting technology of Valeglia that had been passed down since ancient times. There was once a scholar who secretly learned the technology of recasting Valeglia steel, but he was caught red-handed. Not only did he have 2 hands chopped off, the scholar's reputation was ruined for 100 years. Take off your necklace, take off your grey robe, wear leather armor, and hang a sword at your waist. Who will know that we are scholars? Professor Peristan said proudly. All right, there were many scholars in the City of Knowledge anyway. There was nothing to be afraid of if there were dozens or hundreds of one-armed scholars. Dany frowned and asked, the City of Knowledge has a few thousand years of history. Don't tell me that you have not mastered some core technology. What core technology? I have no technology that can be turned into great benefits. Let me think about this. The old doctor thought hard, and so did the other doctors. It was so quiet in the meeting room that a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, the old doctor shook his head helplessly and sighed. Actually, we know a little about forging, smelting, glass, and weaving technology, but we are not as exquisite as the other party. It was as good as not saying anything. Since that's the case, there's only one way left. Oh, there's a third option. The professors looked over in surprise. Miss Layla's previous 2 development paths, one evil and one good, were very feasible. This made everyone look forward to her third path. Let the Iron Throne and the nobles do whatever they want. When the last gold royal is spent, we'll declare bankruptcy and reorganize. What do you mean by bankruptcy and reorganization? Professor Peristan was confused. When the previous kings and lords stepped down, they invited the creditors who borrowed the most money to become the King of King's Landing and the Lord of the territory. For example, the current Queen Regent just happened to be widowed and unmarried. She could go to Braavos and import a major shareholder of the Iron Treasury to be her husband, and the financial crisis of the Iron Throne would be easily solved. The professor frowned. He wanted to refute Dany's nonsense, but when he thought about it carefully, it seemed that the Iron Treasury is ruthless. According to your plan, the Westeros will fall under the control of Braavos in less than a few decades. A professor shook his head. Then don't marry the husband of Braavos. Go to Kohler and find a great noble. Let him bring Kohler's advanced smelting technology to King's Landing and become the king. When you learn the smelting technology, find an opportunity. Dany made a throat-slitting gesture. Queen Mother Cersei is familiar with this. Familiar. Professor Peristan was shocked. How did King Robert die? Danny continued with her bad idea. Then let Queen Mother Circe go to Myr to find her third husband, Tyrosi, barbarian land to find her fourth, fifth. The old professor shook his head and interrupted her. Impossible. She's not stupid. Why would she allow her core technology to be leaked? Also, with Circe's personality, not only will she not agree, she will also chop off the head of the person who suggested this. This won't work, that won't work. Then what do you suggest? Danny leaned back in her chair and asked coldly. Trade deficits were a difficult problem to solve in modern society. Otherwise, the Americans would not have been so crazy in recent years. Even the great American empire has decided to be shameless, and you're still picking and choosing here, hoping to solve the problem in an honorable and trustworthy way. Let's discuss it further. After the meeting in the evening, the professors racked their brains and finally found that the three unreliable methods proposed by Layla were the most feasible. The others were prepared to stay up late and work hard, determined to come up with the perfect plan. However, Danny left the meeting before dinner. She wanted to talk to Pate about the recent situation, but when she went to the small lounge next door, she found out that he had left the steward's pavilion with Wargrave in the afternoon. When she returned to the Feather Quill for dinner, Danny was shocked to see a one-eyed horseman throw 2 silver coins to Emma. He then hugged her daughter Rosie and walked to the bedroom on the second floor with a lecherous smile. There was also a sailor who stared at Rosie's back lustfully and asked Emma, "Didn't you say that only a gold royal can taste little Rosie's bud? That's her first night." Without waiting for the plump waitress to answer, a scholar's apprentice who occupied a table by himself, it was the blonde young man who held Rosie in the afternoon, laughed softly and said, "Count Garland gave me a bag of gold royals the day before yesterday, and little Rosie's bud opened that night." In just 2 days, her price dropped from 1 gold royal to 2 silver deer. In a few days, I guarantee that even you poor dockside bastards can taste the leftovers. Emma glared at him, and the sailor who was mocked as a poor bastard also looked at him angrily, but no one cursed the blonde young man. Lady Layla. The world's first female knight. She's the woman who crowned herself with love and beauty. I didn't expect her to be so beautiful. Like an international superstar appearing on the noisy street, Danny instantly became the most dazzling person in the hall from the moment she stepped through the door. Even the singers who were singing and playing the piano immediately changed their tune and sang their own songs, such as Knight Layla's poem and The Iron Knight's Laurel. That's right. Danny had almost surpassed Prince Flair and Jenny of the city of Baron Stone, Dragon Knight and Queen Nyesi, and she had reached the level of a legendary hero. Well, Prince Flair and the like were only modern heroes. Only the protagonists in legendary stories such as Fool Florian and Joan, King of the Frontier, Winterhorn, Star-Eye, Simeon, Bard Bell, Winter Rose, and other legendary stories that had been passed down for thousands of years and were known by Westeros to be real legends. As the diners exclaimed, "The legendary hero," Danny walked straight to the young man's table and sat down. She asked, "You're from the Tyrell family of hiding?" The blonde young man was stunned for a while before he snorted with a red face, "My name is Leo Tyrell. I'm Duke Mystillier's cousin." "Lady Layla, you're so brave. I saw you defeat Count Garland and Sir Dickon with my own eyes. You're also very beautiful. You're as dazzling as the sun in the entire tournament. This young man is not bad. Not to mention his character, his knowledge is really impressive." "Leo, I know Pate. I'm friends with him," Danny said lightly. Leo was stunned for a while before he realized that this lady knight was going to stand up for swineherd Pate. "Damn it, I'll buy Rosie tonight to vent my anger." "Lady Layla, you've wronged me," Leo complained. "Although my father doesn't have a fief, he's still the brother of the Duke. He's also the commander of the old town's garrison. It's common for me to spend a silver deer on a meal. I'm not boasting about my background by saying this. I just want you to understand that if I wanted to deliberately insult Pate, I would have done so with my financial resources. I heard everything just now. Danny's eyes flashed with a faint light, and gradually, there was a trace of dragon soul power. Leo's heart trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. His whole body was cold, and he unconsciously told the truth. That evening, I saw Pate and Rosie arguing by the river. Not long after, Rosie ran away crying. I found Rosie outside the tavern and found out that the two had broken down after I asked her. Pate decided to give up on love and focus all his energy on his studies in the future, so that he could wear the necklace one day. Although I've said many times in front of Pate that I want to buy Rosie's first night, we see each other all the time. Why would I make him and his friends dislike me for a waitress? Danny didn't listen to Leo's one-sided story. After that, she used a silver deer to confirm it with Rosie's mother, Emma. Alas, I also want my daughter to have a good home, but her mother is a waitress, and I don't even know who her father is. Would a big family want her as a daughter-in-law? But marrying an ordinary farmer is not as good as having a stepmother. I won't hide it from Miss Layla. In the past 20 years, I've saved a total of 18 gold royals. Even without Rosie's support, it's enough for the rest of my life. It's 10 times, 100 times better than a peasant woman. As for that swineherd Pate. Perhaps he was indeed infatuated with Rosie for a period of time, but I've met too many Pates in my life. They've also said a lot of sweet words to me, but in the end, they still left. But Danny still felt that there was a problem. She could understand a man's heartlessness, but Pate hadn't done it yet. If Pate indulged in beauty, the carrot dangling from his mouth would only make him more persistent, and he wouldn't suddenly give up. If Pate really loved Rosie, he wouldn't leave his beloved to other men, unless he was practicing martial arts. It was a pity that there was no great art of Dowheart-wearing hat in this world. After dinner, Danny and the old knight walked to the City of Knowledge again. They were going to the library tonight to look for information. Carrying a lantern and walking on the dark path by the river, Danny asked, "When you met Pate this afternoon, did you feel that his temperament changed?" "Yes, less cowardly and weak. More calmness, more wisdom, and more." The old knight seemed to be deep in thought. "It's hard to describe. I can't say that I hate him, but there's a coldness that I don't want to come into contact with." Danny's eyes flashed and said with certainty, "There's something wrong with Pate." Chapter 252. As expected, she knew what the key was after she went to the library. The 3 buildings were connected together to form a huge H. The 4-story building was made of brick and stone. The front and back of the main hall were covered with soft grass. It was not hard to imagine that many apprentices would sit on the grass and read during the day. Entering the hall on the first floor, she saw a map on the wall. It showed the room number and the corresponding book type. The guard on the first floor only looked up at Danny. He did not even check her identity card before letting them in. The single-room library was not big. At least, it was not as big as a modern provincial library that was thousands or tens of thousands of square meters. According to the age, type, and rarity of the books, the library was divided into 225 spacious stone rooms. If one needed to read a book, they could use the key to open the door and get the book. The books that the students and apprentices could borrow were not the original copies. Beside the walkway, under the eaves, and in the hall, even though it was already dark, there were still a few old apprentices who lit oil lamps and copied books at their desks. Danny felt like she was back in her university study room. The first place to go was the archive room on the 3rd floor. Iron boots echoed on the marble walkway. There was not a single apprentice nearby. She opened the thick wooden door with a bronze key. The smell of ink and tanned leather filled her nose. The stone room was 200 square meters wide. It was so quiet and dark that it was like a tomb. Lifting the oil lamp, she saw 7 or 8 tall wooden shelves that took up 3/4 of the space in the room. They were filled with bound books. According to the age marked on the shelves, she found the latest 2 years of court bulletins and important official news. They were excerpts of letters sent to the City of Knowledge by the scholars from the various lords' families. White Knight took a thick stack of documents to the first floor. Danny stayed there alone. She locked the door, drew the curtains, and sat down cross-legged with her back against the bookshelf. She opened the long and narrow box hanging in her thick cloak and took out a glass candle. Moments later, the gray light lit up. Danny almost immediately found Larissa and Marvin, who were wandering aimlessly. Just like before, when Danny found them, they did not find her. She used her mental power to enter the gray light. A few kilometers away in the crow's nest, the magician Marvin's tower, the glass candle suddenly shone brightly. A gray shadow crawled out of the candlelight. "Ah, it's Master Shikue!" Marvin exclaimed. "Fortunately, it didn't crawl out of my mouth this time." Larissa patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. Under everyone's gaze, the gray ball of light stretched into a blurry female figure like plasticine. It was a bit like a 3D projection made by 50 Cent Special Effects. "When I left the last time, Marvin and I exchanged beacons. Of course, I don't need to use your mental space as a transit station." Danny explained as she frowned at the 2 additional people, Leo Tyrell and Swineherd Pater. "How did the 2 of them get together?" "They are." She pointed at the 2 and asked directly. Leo was dumbfounded, as if he was scared silly by the scene in front of him. On the other hand, Pater's brown eyes were filled with bewilderment, and the freckles on the sides of his nose were also flashing with excitement. However, in the face of such a fantastical scene, he didn't lose his mind. "I'm Pater, Dr. Mulwin's assistant," Pater stammered. Danny's pupils shrank as she looked down. She really saw a hemp rope on Pater's chest with a silver chain hanging from it, medical. His neck was still empty in the afternoon. Now, not only did he get a chain, but he also got a new doctorate instructor. The blonde youth also came back to his senses as he bowed elegantly and introduced himself. "Hello, Master Shikue. I'm also Dr. Mulwin's assistant, Leo Tyrell. I didn't see these 2 apprentices before." Danny turned to Dr. Mulwin and deliberately asked in a suspicious tone, "Could it be that you didn't find a candidate for the gathering and pulled these 2 little muggles to make up the numbers?" "Muggles? Ordinary people who don't understand mystical knowledge." "Oh." Oxneck Marvin nodded and explained, "Leo has been my assistant for a long time. Pater was introduced by Larissa this afternoon. I saw that he was quite smart, so I stayed to help him." Blackie also nodded and said, "Dr. Wargrave is so old that he can't even recognize people and can't teach Pater knowledge." After accompanying him to get a silver chain this afternoon, he introduced him to Dr. Mulwin. "Did the 2 of you get meditation from the glass candle?" Danny asked again. "Not yet, but I'm learning the 32 Valeglia alphabet," Leo said. "I didn't light the candle either," Pater said cautiously. People who could light the glass candle for the first time were extremely rare, and learning could indeed develop the brain and improve the quality of mental power. Perhaps they couldn't light the candle when they were young, but when their bodies matured as adults, their intelligence and knowledge were greatly improved, and they were qualified to become a wizard. Of course, there was a higher chance that Leo and Pater were muggles. "How many mages did you find this week?" "About 5. Danny frowned. "About." Marvin explained awkwardly, "I found a red priest in the lower city, a doctor with a Valeglia steel chain in the City of Knowledge, and a bishop in the Starry Cathedral." Maybe I made a big move, and the old man in the old town in the towering tower knew about the gathering. He and crazy woman Maroya also wanted to join. Sigh, the 7 priests and dogs can't join the supernatural gathering. Forget it, just these 5. Do you have an agreed place to meet? It's best to find a place where there are few people. High-level magic is a little harmful to ordinary people. Is the towering tower okay? There are many empty rooms in the tower. Danny nodded and finally asked, let's meet 3 days later at midnight under the towering tower. Okay. Just as Danny was about to end the conversation, Larissa suddenly stepped forward and bowed, asking, Master Shikue, I've encountered some difficulties recently. Not only can I continue to construct the meditation runes, but a quarter of the completed runes also shows signs of collapsing. What's going on? Your talent is actually good, but your basic knowledge is too poor. The meditation runes and the glass candles involve 64 runes, but you only recognize 32 of them, and 7 of them are wrong. There's also a problem with the runes combination. Danny shook her head and sighed. Then what should I do? Blackie was a little panicked. Stop cultivating, or go to the City of Knowledge's library to find the Voleglia Secret Codex, or find a fire mage teacher. Since the City of Knowledge brought back 4 glass candles from Voleglia, there must be a set of witchcraft knowledge. With Dr. Marvin's authority, he should be able to find it. Danny said with certainty. I'm afraid it's a little difficult. Marvin shook his head and explained with a bitter smile, in theory, the doctor's black iron key can open all the doors of the library's library. But the real secret codex and secrets are in the underground library, and only the head steward can freely go in and out. And at this sensitive time, I don't dare to ask the Doctor Council for permission to read the codex. Pater, who had been silent, suddenly asked, basement. Is it the library's basement? I've seen a few doctors go in and out of the basement in the library. No, the basement of the library is filled with the original manuscripts of precious books. The secret codex pavilion is in the head steward's pavilion, in the underground library. Dr. Marvin shook his head. Danny glanced at Pater thoughtfully and asked in confusion, why do you say that this is a sensitive time? Dragons. Marvin's expression became extremely solemn. Does Master Shikue know about the Targaryen and dragons? Danny was shocked and nodded. Of course, everyone in the Free City knows that the last princess of the Targaryen family hatched 4 dragons. 4. There's one more recently. Sigh, 3 or 4 are all the same. The doctor shook his head and sighed bitterly. Because of the news about her and dragons, the doctors in the City of Knowledge have become extremely sensitive to the occult. I don't even dare to study magic openly, so how would I dare to ask to enter the library to find the Voleglia Secret Codex? Why? Danny was puzzled. Thousands of years have passed. As their understanding of the world deepened, the City of Knowledge began to develop its own will to build a real world without magic and witchcraft. Dr. Marvin grinned bitterly, the red juice of the soregrass between his teeth slid down his wide chin. The real world, the age of chaos. Danny was shocked speechless. That's right. They hope to build a world without dragons, glass candles, prophecies, witchcraft, or any other mystical powers, and even gods. It's a world dominated by mortals. The ancestors of the City of Knowledge called it the real world. This is crazy. So, the City of Knowledge isn't unaware of the magic tide? Danny muttered. The City of Knowledge knows everything. It's because they know all of this that they decided to. At this point, Dr. Marvin shook his head and sighed. There are some secrets that I can't tell you. If I did, no one in this room would be able to live, including me. Leave the City of Knowledge. Marvin turned to look at Larissa and said gently, you're talented. If you have a good teacher to teach you, you might become a great fire mage, just like Master Shikue. As he spoke, he secretly glanced at Danny. Blackie also knew what he meant. She looked at Danny with longing eyes. Obviously, since she could not read the secret books of the City of Knowledge, becoming the disciple of Shikue, the successor of Valeglia, was the best choice for Larissa. Let's talk about it after the gathering. Danny was not in the mood to think about taking in a disciple. In the library on the third floor, the gray light of the glass candles went out instantly. Danny frowned and sighed. No wonder the City of Knowledge deliberately targeted me. If there were no dragons, they might not mind the restoration of Targaryen. But dragons revived magic, which is contrary to their expectations of the Age of Chaos. She had mixed feelings. She did not know whether to admire the scholars of the City of Knowledge or to mock them for wasting their efforts. Dragons could bring the magic tide to the human world, but where did the tide come from? The tide came from the sea. Dragons were like the wind, causing waves in the sea of magic. But the existence of the sea of magic was not determined by dragons. In the Age of Chaos, the power of the gods was still active. Knock, knock, knock. While she was in a complicated mood, someone knocked on the heavy wooden door from the outside. My lady, it's me. The old knight sounded a little anxious. I found a terrible message in the files. Danny put the glass candles back into the wooden box, pulled the bolt, opened the oak door, and asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "Deviant ghosts." The old knight panted and said anxiously, "The Great Wall of the Northern Region sent an urgent report. The legendary deviant ghosts have appeared. A large number of savages are being driven south. The Night Watchers are not strong enough. The Great Wall can't be defended." Chapter 253. Deviant Ghosts. There's the Great Wall, what's there to be afraid of? Danny's tone was relaxed. The old knight turned around and looked at the corridors. Seeing that there was no one around, he closed the wooden door and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, those are deviant ghosts." Do you know the legend of deviant ghosts? In the long night 8,000 years ago, deviant ghosts dragged the human world into the eternal night. The winter lasted for 10 years and there was no light at all. Humans were almost wiped out. Fortunately, Yesor Yahai, I know about deviant ghosts and the long night. Danny waved her hand and interrupted him, but I don't see any tension in the City of Knowledge. They don't seem to be taking this news seriously. Why are you so agitated? Because I've met the gods and seen real magic. The scholar must think that the Night Watchman commander is lying, but I know that Scholar Yamont would never be wrong. Oh right, Your Majesty, do you know Scholar Yamont? He's your blood. The old knight counted with his fingers. Your grandfather has to call Scholar Yamont second uncle. Second uncle. Danny's mouth twitched. She gradually remembered this person. He appeared very rarely in Game of Thrones, so she did not have much of an impression of him. Now, he seemed to be dead. Is the old man dead? She asked. No, he's still alive and well. Still alive. Danny touched her chin, deep in thought. Your Majesty, the City of Knowledge's attitude towards you is worrying, but you do lack a scholar. The White Knight observed her expression and said tentatively, why don't we go to the Great Wall to take a look? The barbarians don't have dragon crossbows. 2 dragons can easily resolve the danger of the Great Wall and bring the old scholar to Slave Bay. We can also confirm the authenticity of the deviant ghosts. 3 birds with 1 stone. Who's the Night Watchman commander? Previously, it was Sir Yora's father, Geo Mormont. A year ago, he led 300 Night Watchmen north to the Great Wall to investigate the deviant ghosts and barbarians. In the end, they encountered the deviant ghost army at the Fist Peak of the Ancestors. The night watchmen were almost completely wiped out. In the end, the old man's expression became extremely gloomy. He gritted his teeth and said, "The night watchmen violated the guests' rights and killed the barbarian caste who served them. They even violated the oath of the night watchers and murdered their sworn brother, Commander Jiro. Morality has declined to such an extent. It makes one's heart burn with worry." The old man was so sad that he almost shed tears. "What about now?" Danny asked. At this time, the commander of the night watchmen is still uncertain. At least the City of Knowledge hasn't received any letters from the Great Wall. Maybe the election is going on, or maybe the messenger crows are on their way here. After all, the old town is thousands of miles away from the Great Wall. Sigh, let's ask for Shui Cheng's opinion tomorrow before we make any plans. Danny sighed and slowly explained Shui Cheng's attitude towards her. "So, you understand. I think it will be very difficult to ascend to the Iron Throne, and the choice of the Maester represents the attitude of most of the Andalite nobles. Even if I go to the Great Wall and discover deviant ghosts, it will be difficult for me to do anything." The old knight furrowed his brows, his expression changing back and forth. To be honest, if it wasn't for the fact that it involved the queen that he was loyal to, the old knight would definitely agree with the City of Knowledge's wish to create a real world. Just as Danny had said, the choice of the City of Learning had a very high base of support from the masses. The Andalite civilization naturally rejected the power of gods and monsters. This could also be seen from the doctrine of the 7 gods that they had developed. The 7 gods were the 7 human virtues, and not the worship of natural phenomena. For example, Lalo's light and shadow, Inami's sea, and the old gods wind, wood, mountain, water. After a long while, he asked with a hoarse voice, "What are your plans, Your Majesty?" "Continue with the previous plan and find out the details of the City of Knowledge. But we should change the location. The real secret vault is in the Steward's Pavilion, and the basement of the library only stores the original manuscripts of the documents." Well, when they were planning to come to the old town, Danny had planned to go to the secret vault of the City of Knowledge to take a look. She had already thought of a way. Previously, she had asked the old knight to go to the first floor to carry out the plan. However, when the old man saw the news about deviant ghosts, he was so scared that he even forgot about the task of being the coordinates. "Your Majesty, since the conflict between you and the City of Knowledge is almost irreconcilable, then we have to change our plan." Baristan, who was gradually recovering from his shock, immediately remembered the responsibility of the White Knight and considered Danny's safety. 2 hours later, the White Knight carried a stack of books and accompanied Danny to the Steward's Pavilion. There are chairs in the library, and it's very quiet. However, that place is too empty and too quiet. It's scary to think of one person occupying an entire floor in the middle of the night, Danny said with a smile. After the old knight secretly stuffed 4 silver deer into the hands of the watchman in the hall, they were given a 40-square-meter lounge on the 2nd floor. There was a soft couch, chairs, and a small fireplace. If you need tea or food, you can ring the bell outside the door. "An apprentice will come and serve you," the watchman, Rokus, said. "Thank you." As soon as the White Knight closed the door, Danny disappeared from the room like a phantom. The next moment, as if she had teleported, she appeared on a narrow spiral staircase. She walked down the narrow wooden staircase and swept her right hand lightly across the wall. The surroundings were quiet and the space was dark. It was so dark that she could not see her own fingers. After a while, Danny found a torch by the wall. Unfortunately, the torch was too heavy. She could not lift it at all in her spiritual projection state. Snap! Danny raised her hand and snapped her fingers. TSK TSK. A few dark red sparks the size of rice grains flickered on the torch. They were extinguished as soon as they appeared. Well, it had been almost 10 days since she came to the old town. Danny had not stopped practicing the fire manipulation spell. She had almost completed 90% of the runes for the second level, gathering fire elements. If her real body was here, she could ignite the torch with just a thought. Even without the torch, it would not be too difficult for her to create a small fireball the size of an egg. She was much better than Lisbon back then. However, she was only a spiritual projection now. Her level of witchcraft was greatly reduced. These few sparks were also because her real body was too close to her spiritual projection. If she was 100 or even 1,000 miles away, her spiritual projection would not be able to use any witchcraft. If her spiritual projection was beside her real body, she could almost do everything that her real body could, except for the side effect of consuming too much witchcraft. It was very similar to the shadow clone technique in Naruto. This was the reason why Danny had brought the glass candle to the 3rd floor of the library. At first, she thought that the secret codex of the City of Learning was hidden in the basement of the library, so she asked Baristan to wait on the 1st floor while she cast a spell on the 3rd floor. Her projection passed through the ground and entered the underground study. That was because the distance between her real body and her projection was no more than 50 meters. Not only could she use the inferior version of witchcraft, but her spiritual projection could also carry a lot of weight. However, after the old knight learned of the irreconcilable conflict between her and the City of Learning, he immediately advised her not to appear in the City of Learning with her real body. Although most people would not associate you with Queen Layla at first glance, it is undeniable that you are mother and daughter after all. The two of you do have some similarities. Obviously, he had not forgotten about the incident with Dr. Wargrave in the afternoon. At that time, the old knight's heart was in his throat. Well, it was the spiritual projection that had followed the old knight to the steward's pavilion. Her real body had quietly returned to the inn. Blackie was hiding in the river beside the inn. TSK 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 boom. After 7 or 8 consecutive attempts, the whale oil torch was finally ignited by the sparks. Danny looked around with the help of the torch and saw that she was in a cylindrical cellar that was 200 square meters wide and as deep as a 2-story building. The arc-shaped bookshelf had 4 levels, which gradually became shorter from the inside out. In front of each level of bookshelf was a tall movable wooden ladder. The innermost bookshelf was placed against the wall, almost touching the ceiling. The outermost bookshelf was about 4 meters high, enclosing a 30 square meter reading room. In the center was a round table surrounded by 7 or 8 high-backed chairs. Danny hugged the torch with both hands, and the burning red flame at the top. Ting ting ting, visible to the naked eye, the bright red flame swelled and rose, as if a flame retardant had been added. Then, Danny went from hugging to holding, as if she was holding up a lotus flower from the water. The flame the size of a vegetable bowl broke away from the wooden handle wrapped in oilcloth and burned in the palm of her hand. Danny looked like she was kneading dough, or like Naruto kneading a raisingan. The illusory flame the size of a vegetable bowl changed from an irregular shape to a round ball. Soon, it shrunk from a bright red the size of a volleyball to a dark red the size of a baseball. Finally, when she opened her right hand, a small fireball the size of a pigeon's egg floated out of her palm. It floated in front of her forehead as if she was wearing a headlamp. Then, Danny jumped and flew down from the top of the stairs like a fairy. She was lighter than a feather and more agile than a swallow. She landed right next to the wooden table in the center. She randomly found an ebony bookshelf. It wasn't full, but almost every row had a few or dozens of books of different thickness. There were also white painted markings on the side of the bookshelf, corresponding to each row of books: Witchcraft Asha Shadowbinder, Witchcraft Asha Necromancer, Witchcraft Asha Paladin of Judgment. In addition to Asha's mystical profession, there were also extraordinaires from other parts of the world, witchcraft queers male wizard, prophecy Jujesnai moon singer, witchcraft barbarian necromancer, true, blood witchcraft coer black goat priest, alchemy kings. Landing alchemist guild, witchcraft. Bravos faceless. The more Danny read, the more shocked she became. She felt as if she had entered the jade cave of Langxian and the Huancher water pavilion. Those despicable people in the city of knowledge, even though they say they don't want it, their bodies are very honest. They practically took all the secret arts that could be collected from all over the world and brought them to their own home. Continuing to walk forward, Danny saw a pale ebony bookshelf that belonged to Valeglia, witchcraft Valeglia fire mage, witchcraft Valeglia fire warlock, prophecy Valeglia dreamwalker, witchcraft Valeglia witchcraft lens, witchcraft Valeglia undying stone. Just Valeglia alone occupied a large bookshelf. After that, there was a bookshelf dedicated to dragons, legendary creature dragon dragon egg, legendary creature dragon young dragon taming, legendary creature dragon dragon taming, legendary creature dragon dragon dung, legendary creature dragon dragon slayer crossbow, legendary creature dragon body structure. Just the dragon slayer crossbow column alone was piled with books that were close to 10 meters thick. It could only be described as thick. It was packed to the brim. There were so many documents and books that one couldn't count them all. Fuck, what were the ancestors of Targaryen doing? The City of Knowledge had almost thoroughly researched dragons. The books on the dragon bookshelf were more than all the extraordinary information that she had seen before, other than Valeglia. Chapter 254. Looking at the books about dragons, Danny was so angry that her lungs almost exploded. She was angry at the stupidity of the Targaryen ancestors, but she also hated the vicious thoughts of the scholars of the City of Knowledge. Especially when she took out the book, Blood Dragon Dance, and flipped through it. She felt as if she had become the mother of the 20 dragons who had died unjustly. Blood Dragon Dance wasn't the work of a scholar, but the execution process of the Megalosaurus extinction plan. That's right, the Blood Dragon Dance that made the Targaryen family lose their divinity and finally started the Age of Chaos was initiated by the scholars of the City of Knowledge. At that time, at least 10 scholars who served the top nobles were involved. The first was the cause of the Blood Dragon Dance. 200 years ago, the Targaryen family was prosperous. Not only did they have many people, they even hatched more than 20 dragons. At that time, the Targaryen family was at its strongest state in history. At that time, Viserys I and Queen Aeryn had 3 children. In the end, only the eldest princess, Rhaenyra, survived, so Rhaenyra was always trained as the crown princess. Not long after, Queen Aeryn also passed away. The king married a legitimate daughter of the old town, Hightower, and had 3 sons and 1 daughter. With a stepmother, King Viserys didn't become a stepfather. In order to strengthen his eldest daughter's position, he not only let the young Rhaenyra attend the imperial council, he even ordered the nobles of the country to swear an oath to protect his daughter's rights. Under normal circumstances, there was no problem with Rhaenyra inheriting the throne. It was legal and reasonable. The nobles of the country even swore an oath. The stepmother, queen, came from the old town. The scholars' Megalosaurus extinction plan officially began. They didn't need to participate directly. As the instigators behind the scenes, they easily encouraged Queen Hadel to have the idea of dethroning the crown prince. But Rhaenyra didn't make any major mistakes in the court. Instead, she did a good job. The king also loved his eldest daughter very much. The father and daughter got along very well. The plan to dethrone the crown prince failed. But it didn't matter. Every noble had a scholar of the City of Knowledge. The City of Knowledge could easily set off a storm of public opinion. The stepmother queen and the eldest princess were not on good terms. Prince Aegon had the possibility of competing with his half-sister for the throne. Actually, this wasn't a big deal. The nobles had sworn that Rania didn't do anything wrong. Even if the conflict between Queen Hightar and Princess Royal was made public, no one would really think that the crown prince could be changed. When Viserys I died, Princess Rhaenyra was on Dragonstone Island. The title of Prince of Dragonstone Island was almost equivalent to the title of Crown Prince, but the City of Knowledge deliberately delayed the arrival of messenger crows to Dragonstone Island. They encouraged the queen to directly push her son onto the Iron Throne, creating an established fact in reality. Anyone with any sense would know that doing so would definitely cause a civil war. Because Rhaela had been the crown prince for 30 years, and the old king had always helped her develop her power, the crown prince could be said to be fully fledged. Let's put it this way. When Prince Aegon II, was pushed to the throne, he didn't want to compete with his half-sister for the throne at first. After all, Rhaenyra had been the crown princess for so many years, and her father supported her so much. Her younger brothers had no intention of usurping the throne. In the end, the scholar used the captain of the King's Guard, Christian Cole, to tell Prince Aegon, "You also know that your mother and Princess Rhaenyra have been fighting for more than 10 years, right? When she ascends the Iron Throne, she will definitely kill your mother and your brothers and sisters. Don't doubt, even if you refuse, Rhaenyra will know what happened today. Will she let go of people like us who have committed treason?" This was also the truth. Aegon had already been pushed onto the Iron Throne. Even if he struggled to run down, ran to his sister's side and cried, "I was forced." But in order to stabilize the rule and establish authority, Rhaenyra would most likely not let him and his mother go. Therefore, the civil war broke out according to the scholar's script. After the civil war broke out, the scholars didn't stop their actions. Among them, the incident of the King's Landing riders attacking the Dragon's Den was the most shocking. A total of 5 adult Megalosaurus died in the hands of the riders with axes and iron swords. One of them described, lumberjack Habu quickly learned the skills taught by Scholar Dick. Dick also gave him an iron axe made of Kohler's first-class steel, and let him enter the dragon's den with the riders. Habu didn't let us down. Srikos, an adult female dragon, was chained up. He nimbly jumped onto her neck and got stuck at the third joint. Our research wasn't wrong. Srikos couldn't turn her head and spit dragon flames at him, nor could she shake her neck to throw him down. Habu was facing the weakest part of the Megalosaurus skull, which was like the temple of a human skull. He shouted the names of the 7 gods while using the axe to chop Srikos' head. After chopping it 15 times, the bone that Professor Danis named Dragon's Wing Point was finally broken. Sigh, as expected of a legendary creature that represented the upper limit of the world's physical creatures. Even the weakest wing point was tougher than steel. Even the blade of the axe was curled up, scorching hot blood and brain matter sprayed out, and Habu's head instantly melted into a pile of mush. However, he had completed his mission, becoming one of the rare dragon slayers of the ancient times. After that, we kept promoting the legend of Lumberjack Habu and reduced the number of times he chopped Srikos to 7. Yes, in Habu's story, he represented the 7 gods to enforce justice on earth. He was the great hero who killed the devil. When he shouted for the last of the 7 gods, "Stranger," the 7 gods responded to his request and granted him divine power. He finally pierced through Srikos' scales and bones and smashed into her brain. Fortunately, Dany wasn't in a physical form. Otherwise, she would have broken her teeth. Damn it, damn it. She cursed loudly to vent the anger in her heart. It was as if the one who was smashed to death wasn't Srikos, but her son Blackie. Yes, there was also a colorful picture on the page. It was a picture of Lumberjack Habu riding on a dragon's neck. It could be seen that Srikos was also a black dragon. But the more she read, the more she understood the truth behind the blood dragon dance. Dany fell silent instead. That's right, the City of Knowledge was playing dirty tricks behind the scenes to instigate a civil war among the Targaryens. But in the process of the Blood Dragon Dance, the Targaryens themselves were too vicious and stupid. If the gods wish to destroy, they must first make them mad. In order to fight for that iron chair, almost every Targaryen became a kinslayer. Other than the two main characters, Rhaenyra and Aegon, there were also a few illegitimate sons of the dragon family who overstepped their authority and claimed the throne. In those years, the King's Landing was the changing of the king's banner on the city wall. The Targaryen's divinity was completely shattered by a group of unfilial sons and grandsons. Why should I be a lord if I can be a king? A bastard named Shulf said when he claimed the throne. Faced with other people's doubts, he said righteously, "This is the right of a conqueror. I have a dragon under my crotch." Yes, in order to increase her own strength, Rhaenyra allowed the Targaryen bastards to go to Dragonstone Island to subdue the Megalosaurus. Shulf was one of them. In the end, the bastards weren't trustworthy at all. A few of them betrayed the eldest princess. The City of Knowledge was responsible for the Blood Dragon Dance that caused the Megalosaurus to wither away. The Targaryens were responsible for half of the blame, and the rest of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms shared the remaining 30%. If all the nobles followed Stark's oath, the Blood Dragon Dance wouldn't have happened at all. That's right. During the Blood Dragon Dance, the Northerners didn't violate their oath to King Viserys. They had always stood on the side of Princess Rhaenyra. Of course, the Northerners were stubborn, but that didn't mean they were stupid. With dozens of dragons fighting, wouldn't they be courting death if they participated? Although they fulfilled their oath, they didn't participate much. They only sent 2,000 cavalrymen to form the Winterwolf army to the south to rescue the king. A bunch of morons. Sooner or later, I'll kick you idiots out of the family tree. Dany was furious. She threw the book back while cursing. After that, she left the dragon bookshelf and decided to look for books that would make people feel happy. Valeglia's secret arts were very good at making people feel happy. Just like in Longhuan Blessed Land, the Shaolin Musclebone Strengthening Scripture and Dolly's 6 Meridians Godly Sword were empty, the Valeglia Witchcraft Row was also empty. There were only a few notebooks. Dany picked up the thickest book and flipped through it. The author was a scholar named Gurney from the City of Knowledge 1,000 years ago. Gurney sold himself as a slave in Valeglia and worked for the Wizard Council for 50 years. In the end, he learned the long-distance communication witchcraft of Valeglia. Yes, it was the witchcraft that the great wizards used to communicate with the various cities in the world through magic energy balls. Dany found Marvin by accident last time. They were too close to each other. The glass candle came from Valeglia, and the rookie Larissa didn't know how to protect herself. This parchment book was half as thick as a dictionary. It only recorded the magic network spell. It was full of pictures and detailed the entire process of creating a magic energy ball in a wizard tower. Unlike the glass candle, a complete magic network could store information and process multiple sets of data in parallel. For example, when Dany contacted Marvin through the glass candle, it could only be one-to-one. Both of them had lit the candle, and the candle couldn't use other witchcraft. If a magic network was built, even if Marvin was not online, Dany could still send him messages even if they were thousands of miles apart. If Dany and Marvin were chatting through the magic network, and suddenly a third or fourth party came to Dany, she wouldn't have to close the chat window with Marvin. She could multitask and communicate with multiple people at the same time. If Kuei happened to find her, the mark on her right wrist flashed with soul waves. Dany didn't need to find another glass candle. She could directly use the magic network to project her power of the will to Kuei. At the same time, she could also chat with others. The magic network invented by Valeglia was similar to the magic internet. A wizard's power of the will was like a stream of data that could be instantly transmitted to the ends of the earth. However, Scholar Gurney had mentioned in the preface that the magic network had two fatal flaws. First, the magic sphere had to be built at the mouth of a volcano, and the magic within the magma was used to maintain its daily operation. Second, only a great wizard with perfect inheritance could create the spell formation at the center of the node. Sigh, why is this book so thick? There are hundreds of thousands of words in it. I can't even remember them all. Danny lamented. Maester Gurney's two fatal flaws were nothing to her. She already had the perfect inheritance, and Dragonstone Island was the Targaryen's land. She could give up the Iron Throne, but she had to take back Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island was built on top of a volcano. If there's no other way, I'll just have to take it by force. She finally gritted her teeth and made a decision. Putting down the tome, Danny continued to flip through the pages. She had guessed correctly. When the City of Knowledge brought back the glass candle from Valeglia, there was also a large amount of information on meditation. In the history of the City of Knowledge, there were more than 100 professors who had studied meditation and left behind precious notes for their descendants. Chapter 255. Yes, there were many scholars who had mastered extraordinary powers. At that time, the Valeglia steel chain in the scholar's necklace lived up to its name. Well, the Valeglia steel chain was custom-made in Valeglia. There were 50 pieces, which added up to 1 kilogram. It was the remuneration for a scholar to serve the Wizard Council for 30 years. The quantity was limited, so after the scholar died, his chain would be reclaimed by the City of Knowledge. In the past 2,000 years, nearly 1,000 scholars had worn the Valeglia steel chain. Excluding those people after the Blood Dragon dance, 95% of the scholars were true magicians. Among them, there were even more than 100 grand magicians. The notes on the bookshelf were left behind by the grand magicians. There was not much research on the specific fire witchcraft. It was mainly an elaboration of the essence of magic. They had long known the relationship between dragons and magic tides. In one of the notes, Danny saw the word real world for the first time. A history professor named Fire Demon Hades had a similar experience as Longlegs Lomas. He had traveled to almost every corner of the world. Fire Demon Hades was the bandit title he got when he fought with witches in Asia. When a witch was about to sacrifice a little slave girl to a shadow demon, Dr. Hades used fire control witchcraft to make the flames of the firewood avoid the child. Instead, the flames rolled back and burned the witch to death. When he walked out of the flames with the little girl in his arms, the surrounding barbarians kneeled on the ground and shouted, "Fire Demon." Since then, the name Fire Demon Hades spread like wildfire. Obviously, Dr. Hades was also very proud of this. He had made a name for himself in Asia and even recorded all of his experiences in his notebook for future generations to worship. Well, I digressed. Although Dr. Hades was famous for his fire magic and was often proud of it, he himself had doubts about whether or not the civilization of mankind needed magic because he had seen too many tragedies caused by extraordinary powers. Valeglia used magic to enslave the world and destroyed countless countries and races. Every year, Asha imported many slaves, and most of them were used by evil sorcerers as sacrifices to demons. After the sorcerers used magic, they would leave behind long-lasting energy radiation, causing terrible damage to ordinary people like a curse. Dr. Hades lived in Valeglia during the Free Fortress period. Naturally, he did not know about the changes in the land of Long Summer in the future. However, he had been to the Lorne River, the middle reaches of the Lorne River after the war between the Valeglia and the Loinars. It was also the part of the river that was now known as the Sorrowful Territory. The Heartbroken Hill was shrouded in grey fog all year round, and there were many stone people infected with the grayscale disease living there. Hades believed that the grayscale disease originated from the magic radiation near the sorrowful lair. Because Valeglia was the most powerful country in the world at that time, although Dr. Hades had seen the side effects of the abuse of magic, he couldn't deny the advanced magic civilization. He simply put forward a concept: if there were no illusory magic and moody gods, what kind of world could human beings create with their own wisdom? The concept of the real world was derived from this. After skimming through Hades' magic notes, Danny found that after Valeglia was destroyed by the Great Cataclysm, the real world began to be mentioned and looked forward to by more and more scholars. Valeglia had reached the peak of the magic civilization, and its destruction represented the failure of the magic civilization. Perhaps under the real world, human beings will have a better future. This was the conclusion of the secret meeting of the doctors in the City of Knowledge 250 years ago, after the cruel Meg rode Balerion and burned down the Starry Church, located in the Old Town, the main church of the Church of the Seven Gods at that time. Of course, from some of the notes, Danny saw more of the scholars' jealousy of the talents of the Valeglia people, and they were unwilling to accept that they could not learn the high-level secret arts of Valeglia. To put it simply, about 5% of the scholars were purely thinking about the future development of Westeros, and more people were despairing of supernatural powers after their fruitless cultivation. In short, the scholars, who were very active, began a century-long plan to restore the original appearance of the world. Well, the Megalosaurus extinction plan was only one part of it. They wanted to create a world without magic and gods. The extinction of the Megalosaurus started the end of the magic era for human beings, but it did not have any effect on the gods. It did, but Danny and the previous scholars did not know about it. Magic was gone, but the gods and priests still existed. The last magic note belonged to a doctor named Candy from 120 years ago. Before he died, he wrote excitedly, "The magic in my body is fading. Ha ha ha, our generation has finally achieved an unprecedented feat and stopped the magic tide completely. I hope that the future generations will continue to work hard and completely end the era of the gods." Well, the scholars of the City of Knowledge are really daring. The Megalosaurus is just an appetizer. Even the gods are their targets. Danny was very curious about how the City of Knowledge intended to deal with the gods, so she prepared to look for books related to the real world. But at this moment, a "kacha-kacha" sound suddenly came from above. Someone was opening the door. The next moment, she extinguished the flame floating in front of her eyebrows. Her body passed through several bookshelves like a ghost and hid in the innermost corner, hiding her body well. Creak, creak. The person did not carry an oil lamp. After closing the thick iron door, he walked softly on the wooden ladder. In the quiet environment, Danny also heard the subtle sound of fingers rubbing the wall. The guy was like her before, looking for the torch on the wall. Creak. Sparks of light flashed, and Danny heard that the other party was scraping the flint. But after more than a dozen times, the torch was not ignited. What's going on? It was a strange male voice. The whale oil on the cotton cloth at the top of the torch was burned up by me. Of course, it can't be ignited by you. Danny complained in her heart. Maybe he found that the torch was broken. The man continued to grope his way down, and not long after, he started scraping the flint again. Boom, beep, 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 beep. This time, he only scraped twice, and the torch burned fiercely. Under the light of the fire, Danny saw a terrifying face paint. The person holding the torch and slowly walking down the wooden ladder was Pate. The pale young man did not look scary, but the meaning of Pate's appearance in the library at this time was shocking. Faceless. Danny's expression was complicated. At this time, she was completely sure that the poor apprentice had ended his miserable life. His face was peeled off, his body was thrown into the Honeywine River, his girlfriend was, his identity was replaced. Miserable, 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 miserable. No wonder this guy has an aura that makes people unwilling to get close to him. Danny watched Pate find a glass oil lamp in the small cabinet under the wooden table. After lighting it, he extinguished the torch and began to walk through the bookshelves. Finally, he came to the bookshelf labeled Dragon. When he found the book, 72 Techniques to Hatch a Dragon Egg, in the Legendary Creature Dragon Egg column, the originally expressionless Pate was almost beaming with joy. He did not read it carefully, only the preface. Then, he stuffed the book into his gray robe and flipped to the next book. Finally, in the Dragon Riding column, he found a few ancient scrolls of Valeglia's parchment and tied them to his calf. Then, he walked back to the round table. Looking at his unsatisfied expression, it seemed that he wanted to empty the library. Danny was annoyed. He even had a dragon and a god, why didn't he have a space ring? She also wanted to empty the library. Just when she could not hold back her envy and hatred and was about to run to the first floor to inform the gatekeeper that Pate was a thief, a thought flashed through her mind like lightning. After Pate put the torch back, closed the iron door and left, she also ran to the round table, squatted on the floor and lit the glass oil lamp with a warm wick. Then, she rummaged through the small cabinet beside her to find a quill and ink. Then, in the bookshelf labeled Dragon, she found a book called Targaryen Dragon Hatching Chronicles. Pate, oh Pate, I'm afraid you're not satisfied with just stealing once, right? Danny smiled and leaned over the table, adding a paragraph on a blank page of the book. After doing all this, she went back to the second floor and told the old knight that Pate was a faceless one. Then, she went back to the library and continued to look for books related to the true world. As the distance between the main body and the coordinates Baristan was very close, the spiritual body lasted for a full 5 hours before Danny's wizard power was completely exhausted. However, this period of time was enough for her to understand the progress of the City of Knowledge's artificial age of magic plan. How should she put it? She was very disappointed. The scholars of the City of Knowledge were ruthless. When dealing with the simple-minded Targaryen royalty, their methods were astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the Megalosaurus had been reduced to ashes without leaving a trace. But when it came to the gods, they were completely resigned to fate and had no plans. In other words, the scholars of the older generation were both knowledgeable and had real supernatural powers. Not to mention that they knew the truth of the world, at least they had a very deep understanding of their goals, magic and the gods. It was because of their understanding of the Megalosaurus and the magic tide that they were able to let the world enter the age of magic. But after entering the age of magic, the scholars of the older generation were all dead. The new scholars of the next generation did not know magic at all. The Megalosaurus were all dead, so the age of magic had entered the age of magic. They did not know much about mystical knowledge and even doubted the authenticity of magic. If they did not even understand mystical knowledge, how could they formulate a plan to deal with the existences at the peak of supernatural powers, the gods? The idea of the scholars of the City of Knowledge developing the civilization of ordinary people was good. Looking at this matter from a neutral point of view, Danny even had some admiration for the City of Knowledge. Also, they were not as useless as she had thought before. The City of Knowledge had indeed been established for thousands of years, but in those thousands of years, they had been learning from the advanced Valeglia and developing a magical civilization. It was only in the recent few hundred years that the scholars realized in despair that not everyone was qualified to develop a magical civilization. The requirements for supernatural powers were too high. More importantly, after the cataclysm, Valeglia had killed herself. It seemed that there was no way out for the magical civilization. Therefore, the City of Knowledge began to change its development path and prepared to completely end the age of magic. They focused all their efforts on air. It was very awkward. Although the City of Knowledge had been clamoring to create a real world without magic and gods, they did not have a clear idea of the development of the real world. In other words, they were wholeheartedly focused on destroying the magic era, but they did not have any plans for the technological civilization. If there were no gods, no long night, and no deviant ghosts, Danny suspected that the City of Knowledge would continue to be lost for 1 or 2,000 years. Then, they would experience a renaissance and officially propose the concept of technology. Just like the Western world on Earth. Unfortunately, the faith of the Light King had begun to corrupt the Westeros. The long night was coming, and the deviant ghosts had already headed south to the Great Wall. When the Night King descended, even the scholar himself would shout, "7 gods, please make sure it's real." When the 7 gods could not respond, the scholars might even shout, "My Lord Lalo," or "Danny, my king, long live the 7 gods." Sigh, the scholars of this world were both hateful and pitiful. Chapter 256. What does Faceless want? White Knight stirred the milk tea in her cup and asked in confusion. The next morning, Danny, who had rested for half the night, once again appeared in front of the old knight in the lounge directly above the bookseller on the 2nd floor of the steward's pavilion. The morning light scattered through the curtains made her feel a slight burning sensation, as if her skin was being burned by a flame. Kashi's warning was not wrong, the spiritual body should not appear in broad daylight. However, Danny also noticed that the spiritual projection did not immediately collapse. Perhaps her resistance to sunlight was stronger than ordinary people, and she could even slowly adapt to it. She could give it a try. Danny moved closer to the window, enduring the burning pain, and affirmed, "It's simple, they plan to hatch dragons, and Bravos also desires Megalosaurus and wants to find the weakness of Megalosaurus to deal with the 3 dragons of the Mother of Dragons. Then, should we inform the City of Knowledge immediately?" White Knight frowned. "We can, but not now. When we leave the old town, leave an anonymous letter to the gatekeeper. Faceless will not give up the identity of Pater in a short time." Whether it was Faceless or the City of Knowledge, Danny did not have a good impression of them, and she would be very happy to see both sides fighting each other. But now that she told the City of Knowledge that Faceless stole books, the bookseller would be strictly guarded, and she could not go down to peek anymore. "Knight, actually I want to steal books too, do you have any good ideas?" The old knight's face was distorted, and he mumbled, I have no experience, I can't help you." Sigh, the key to Faceless must have been obtained from Dr. Wargrave. "You can go." Before Danny could finish, White Knight interrupted her and complained, "Your Majesty, Dr. Wargrave is in his 90s, and he is even senile, such a poor old man, I can't do it." "You don't need to rob, but stealing is fine, right?" Sigh, knock, knock, knock. The old knight was so wrong that he was about to cry, but a knock on the door saved him. He quickly got up and went over to ask, "Who is it?" "I am Zion, the apprentice who brought breakfast to the 2 guests." The person outside replied. "Oh, please come in." The old knight immediately opened the door and welcomed the gray-robed middle-aged apprentice in. The breakfast was simple and sumptuous. There were 4 garlic sausages with bursting sausages, 6 boiled duck eggs with their shells peeled, a pot of dark brown smoky wine, a small bamboo basket of red strawberries with sparkling water droplets on it, and a brown baguette. After the apprentice finished setting up the table, the old knight stuffed 2 copper coins into his hands. "Thank you. If you need anything, you can ring the bell and let me know." The middle-aged apprentice nodded and thanked him. After the door closed, Danny said with a strange expression, "I saw a strawberry seed in his teeth." "So have I," said the old knight, slurring, as he tied a napkin round himself, and thrusting a sausage with his fork into his mouth. "Have you forgotten?" Zion, the apprentice who was locked up in the wooden house yesterday afternoon. I remember. He stole the doctor's waffles. To tell you the truth, I was going to give him a gold royal. The old knight took a big gulp of wine and swallowed the bacon in his mouth. He burped contentedly and sighed. But when I saw those strawberry seeds, I lost all my sympathy. Don't let him hear that, said Danny with a smile. Otherwise, the next time he delivers food, he might put your sausage in his mouth and lick it. Ugh, he really has the guts. The old knight looked at the sausage on his fork, his face twisted. After a while, he sighed, put the fork back on the plate, and began to eat the boiled duck eggs. Danny spent the whole morning in the bookseller. In addition to reading the information about Valeglia's witchcraft lens, she also found some interesting things in the secrets bookshelf. For example, all the scholars knew about the affair between Cersei Lannister and Jaime. Even 5 years ago, when Robert was still alive, it was clearly stated that Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen were not the king's children. Even Jon Arryn, the best foster father in the world, could discover Joffrey's identity through the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms, which contained many descriptions about the appearances of the lords' wives and their children. How could the City of Knowledge not know? After all, even the genealogy and history of the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms was written by the Grand Secretary. Danny even saw a letter from Grand Secretary Pycelle to the Seneschal, which was written around the time of Prime Minister Aeryn's death. Pycelle advised the City of Knowledge to remain neutral. The scholars should not participate in the struggle for power in King's Landing. It did not matter who sat on the Iron Throne. The Seven Kingdoms had finally settled down, and they should not fall back into a state of war over trivial matters. It was clear that the old man not only knew about the affair between Cersei and Jaime, but he also knew about Jon Arryn's death. The Grand Secretary swore loyalty to the king, which is equivalent to the king's retainer. That old man is such a traitor, yet he still talks so righteously. Danny sneered. White Knight once told her that the person who persuaded the Mad King to open the gates to King's Landing was also Grand Secretary Pycelle. In the end, Tywin entered the city and plundered the Seven Kingdoms' capitals, and even killed Rhaegon's entire family. In the latest edition of the file, other than the rotten affair between Cersei and Jaime, it also recorded the process of the bloody wedding, and the speculation about the purple wedding. Well, the process of the bloody wedding was roughly reconstructed, and the cause of death of some nobles in the northern region was also described in detail. However, the purple wedding of Joffrey's death was only a guess, and even the City of Knowledge was not sure what exactly happened. However, the scholar was certain that the murderer was not Tyrion. The reason was simple. Joffrey was poisoned with stranglehold, which was a strong poison that almost killed him on the spot. With Tyrion's intelligence, he would not be so stupid. Danny also saw her own information in the file. The records before the Red Wasteland were very thin. It was obvious that the City of Knowledge did not care about her before she hatched the dragon. After that, there were detailed records about her hatching the dragon, and the process of her seizing Astapor. However, she did not know anything about the battle between Yunkai and Meereen. The night was dark, and fog began to spread from the riverside. The light from the window of the steward's pavilion was dim, and the large hall was empty and quiet. Standing by the window, she could even hear the snoring of the gatekeeper, Locus, on the platform. A black shadow, as light as a cat and as swift as a snake, slithered along the wall to the fifth stone arch window on the left of the main door. His body was as soft as silk, and he slid into the hall in the blink of an eye. Then, he pulled up his hood as if nothing had happened, and silently but quickly walked towards a wooden door in the southwest. Crock crock. The sound of the lock being unlocked rang in the dark cellar once again. Unlike last night, the newcomer did not touch the torches on the wall. He walked in the dark like an old horse and came to the round table in the middle of the bookshelf. He took out an oil lamp with a glass cover from the wooden cabinet under the table, lit it skillfully, and came to the front of the bookshelf. He took out a book called Targaryen's Dragon Hatching Chronicles. After reading the preface, he pulled open his robe skillfully and hid the book against his skin. Crash! As he flipped through a maester's notebook, a snowflake-like piece of paper suddenly fell from the gap of a page. He squatted down curiously and picked up a piece of yellowed sheepskin the size of a fingernail. There was only one word that could be seen clearly: forbidden art. Forbidden art. Could it be that the ancient secret art that was destroyed by the maester? He muttered to himself. Under the yellow light of the oil lamp, his hands were so fast that only afterimages could be seen. Soon, he collected 85 pieces of paper and returned to the table. Relying on the eyesight that he had trained for decades as a faceless, it only took him a quarter of an hour to piece together an A4-sized page. It was a large piece of paper with hundreds of words written on it: forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art, forbidden art. It's really a forbidden art. It's too terrifying. This forbidden art, if he had read the Celestial Empire's junior high school textbooks, he would have cursed the other party for being Xianglin Sa, who kept repeating the words forbidden art and terrifying forbidden art. No wonder he could see the words forbidden art when he randomly picked up a piece of paper. It made his heart itch, but he did not know what the forbidden art was. Fortunately, the last few lines of the boy gave some explanation. 2,000 years ago, the most legendary doctor in the city of knowledge, fire demon, Hades, when he was traveling in Asia, he learned a forbidden art from the god of death. He could cultivate into a demon and reverse life and death, but, damn it, but what? I said a few hundred words of nonsense before, why is there an ellipsis here? Even with his composure, he could not help but curse anxiously. It's really a forbidden art that belongs to the god of death. The faceless people believed in the god of death, but for thousands of years, the faceless people were unable to communicate with the god of death. They were even worse than the blood priests who believed in the black goat. Well, the black goat was the god of death of the Kulls, just like the stranger was the god of death of the Undals. The faceless people were both an assassin organization and a religious group with a long history. They believed in the god of death of all races, the black goat of Kulls, the stranger of Westeros, the pale holy child of Urso's mercenaries and warriors, the wild lion of barbarians. The faceless people believed in all these gods of death. They believed that all the gods of death were actually thousands of faces of the same god. In the end, all the gods of death ignored the faceless people who believed in this religion. After cursing for a while, he continued reading. The final secret is hidden in a clay pot that everyone can see and ignore. The following is the way to open the magic pot. 1. Kiss the pot 7 times. 2. Touch the surface of the pot 7 times. 3. Place it on a high platform, kowtow 7 times, and chant XXX 7 times. This is draconic, so it should be said this way. If the spirit of the magic pot goes crazy and wants to attack you, you can repeat the 3rd step and chant XXX to restrain its movements. Magic pot. He held the oil lamp and looked around, not even letting go of the smallest corner of the bookshelf. Finally, he stood by the wooden ladder and looked at the gray pot in the corner. His face twisted. Is this the chamber pot? He was unwilling to give up. The 2nd, the 3rd, and the 4th time he searched the bookseller. In the end, he slumped on the chair and looked at the dark ceiling. He muttered, the pot that everyone can see and ignore. Isn't this it? But forbidden art, the god of death's forbidden art, terrifying forbidden art. In the middle of a dilemma, he also became Xianglin Sa. Gradually, he calmed down and said with a determined look, for the organization, for the ancestors of the faceless people, I am willing to give it a try. Although there is a high chance that I will find nothing, there is no loss in trying. After all, there is no one here. So, he followed the instructions of the secret record and picked up the pot. Fortunately, the pot has not been used for a long time, so the smell is not that strong. His solemn expression relaxed a little as he puckered his lips and leaned over. Pop, pop, pop.